Chapter 68. The Adventures of the Two. Ayed gazed into the dimly lit chamber, where numerous stone columns adorned with engravings of serpents stood tall on either side. After a brief moment of stillness, Ayed discerned an eerie silence enveloping the room, devoid of any sound. Is the basilisk still in hibernation? Regardless of its state, we must proceed within. Just as Ayed was about to step forward, Cedric suddenly grasped his arm, signaling him to move to the rear. Observing Ayed retreat behind him, Cedric brandished his wand and ventured inside first. The two moved cautiously, one before the other, vigilantly on guard against any disturbances in their surroundings. However, apart from the sound of their footsteps and breathing, the chamber echoed with an unsettling silence. Soon, they arrived at the final pair of stone columns. Raising his gaze, Ayed beheld a colossal statue, towering high like the chamber itself, its back aligned with the wall of the room. Ayed let out a soft scoff. I never imagined Slytherin to be so self-absorbed as to erect such a grand statue in his hidden lair. Cedric first scrutinized the surroundings meticulously, ensuring no peril lurked nearby. He then chuckled in agreement. Indeed, though it appears the basilisk is nowhere in sight, it's best it remains hidden for now. I will inscribe a binding and defensive magical array. Once completed, we shall devise a method to lure the basilisk out. Very well, proceed with your drawing. I shall keep watch, Ayed replied, beginning to sketch the magical array upon the platform. The binding array for the basilisk needed to be sufficiently expansive. Fortunately, he had brought along a magical power replenisher, for without it, completing the array in a timely manner would have been uncertain. As time progressed, beads of perspiration began to form on Ayed's forehead. His complexion turned somewhat pallid. Although the power replenisher continuously supplemented Ayed's waning magic, its replenishment rate lagged behind the depletion. Consequently, Ayed's own magical energy continued to dwindle. Cedric, while remaining vigilant, observed Ayed's ashen face, a pang of concern swelling within him. Though he supported all of Ayed's decisions, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain for him. Finally, as the last stroke of the array was completed, Ayed sank to the ground, panting heavily, gradually regaining his composure. Cedric rushed over and sat beside him, allowing Ayed to lean against him while gently soothing his back to help him catch his breath. After approximately half an hour, Ayed retrieved a stamina potion and a calming draft from his storage ring and consumed them. All right, I feel nearly restored. Now, let us draw out the basilisk. By the way, I am uncertain how long the magical array will hold it, so we must eliminate it swiftly. Also, take this. You should wear it to acclimate. With that, Ayed adjusted the pixel settings on the praying glasses and handed them to Cedric. All right, Cedric replied, donning the glasses and adjusting to the pixelated world before him. It was indeed a curious sensation. While Cedric acclimatized to the glasses, Ayed seized the opportunity to discreetly consume another bottle of the stamina potion. Once Cedric was ready, he raised his hand to signal Ayed that he was prepared. Ayed pondered that perhaps summoning the basilisk required uttering something in Parseltongue. But what did it matter? He was there to vanquish the basilisk, not to tame it, so the summoning incantation was of little consequence. Ayed unleashed a devastating explosive spell with his wand, obliterating the statue of Slytherin. Amidst the cacophony of shattered stone cascading to the ground, a faint rustling sound could be discerned. Ayed cautioned Cedric, "Be vigilant. It is about to emerge." Mere seconds later, accompanied by a tremendous roar, a colossal creature crashed to the earth. The formation drawn by Ayed immediately activated. The magical array ensnared the basilisk within a minuscule confinement. The creature writhed uncomfortably, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Cedric, quick to react, launched a barrage of offensive spells aimed at the basilisk's vulnerable points. Ayed harbored no concerns regarding Cedric's magical reserves, for Cedric possessed a mana replenisher crafted by Ayed himself. For the moment, Ayed refrained from intervening, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Equipped with pixelated glasses, he observed the basilisk's movements. Though not entirely precise, he could still glean the general situation. The basilisk endeavored to escape its confinement, relentlessly thrashing its tail against the ground. It disregarded all attacks from Cedric, save for those directed at its eyes. What a jest! Was its formidable magical resistance merely for show? Ayed silently rejoiced, grateful for the robust construction of the chamber. Otherwise, the magical array might have been violently compromised. Firmly grasping the gleaming silver spear retrieved from his storage ring, Ayed focused intently on the basilisk. Sensing the ineffectiveness of physical assaults, the creature opened its maw wide, preparing to unleash venom. This was the moment Ayed had awaited. Where lay the basilisk's most vulnerable point? Its eyes, its heart? No, it was its unprotected oral cavity and internal organs. Seizing the opportunity, Ayed infused the silver spear with magical energy, causing 9 magical sigils to illuminate upon its surface. With great force, he hurled the spear directly into the gaping maw of the basilisk. As Ayed's favored weapon, the silver spear was far beyond a mere physical implement. It had been meticulously inscribed with 9 complementary magical arrays through Ayed's exceptional craftsmanship. The moment of truth had arrived. The silver spear soared with astonishing speed toward the basilisk's mouth, piercing through it almost instantaneously, emerging from the creature's head and embedding itself into the crumbled statue behind. Witnessing this spectacle, both Ayed and Cedric exhaled in relief. After being impaled, the basilisk began to thrash violently, its black blood spewing onto the ground. The magical arrays drawn by Ayed began to fracture upon contact with the basilisk's blood. The magical array faltered. Ayed's pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted urgently to Cedric, "Run!" He then turned and fled. The basilisk, liberated from its magical confinement, collapsed to the ground, thrashing even more violently, its tail flailing and its body writhing incessantly. Both the surrounding statues and columns were ravaged amidst the basilisk's frantic struggles. Ayed clearly saw Cedric struck by debris propelled through the air. Fortunately, his protective gear activated just in time to shield him from the incoming rubble. Otherwise, Cedric would surely have sustained significant injury. Naturally, Ayed was not faring much better. The instantaneous activation of 9 magical arrays and the exertion of all his strength to propel the silver spear had drained his stamina, and the effects of the potion he had consumed were waning, rendering his escape arduous. Noticing Ayed's predicament, Cedric wasted no time in rushing over, scooping Ayed into his arms and sprinting toward the chamber's exit. Ayed gazed dazedly at Cedric's profile, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 69, The Adventure of the Two, Part 4. When Cedric finally arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber, cradling Ayed in his arms, both of them exhaled in relief. Ayed, shaken from his earlier tumultuous emotions, regained his composure. The earlier sensation of his heart racing was merely a normal response to excessive exertion. As they awaited the demise of the basilisk, Cedric suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Ayed, is there something wrong with your health?" Taken aback by Cedric's unexpected question, Ayed fell into silence. He could not bring himself to lie, yet he was hesitant to divulge the entire truth to Cedric. Sensing the unspoken meaning behind Ayed's silence, Cedric let out a fleeting laugh that resonated with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Had he become so unworthy of trust in Ayed's eyes? Listening to Cedric's laughter and his words, Ayed felt a jolt of alarm. He quickly turned to Cedric, eager to clarify, "I do not distrust you, Cedric. It's just..." Ayed hesitated, torn between revealing the full extent of his condition and the uncertainty of potential repercussions. "Ayed, you need not explain the reasons. I only wish to know if your health is compromised." Cedric understood the root of Ayed's hesitation. Some truths could not be shared, not out of distrust, but due to the uncertainty of their implications. He was unconcerned about the reasons. He merely sought to ascertain Ayed's well-being. Recognizing the determination in Cedric's gaze, Ayed sighed. "Yes, my health is indeed compromised, and it is irreversible. However, it is not grave. I am merely left quite weakened. As long as I avoid strenuous activity, I should be fine. Besides, aren't wizards generally frail? I am simply endeavoring to be a competent wizard." After speaking, Ayed offered Cedric a smile, playfully mocking himself. Yet, a look of sorrow crept onto Cedric's face, as if he were on the verge of tears. This unsettled Ayed. He had never witnessed Cedric cry and pondered how he might console him should it come to that. Fortunately, Cedric managed to suppress his emotions. "Was it since last Christmas that this began?" Cedric asked. "Yes," Ayed confirmed, and a heavy silence enveloped them, broken only by the fading sounds of the basilisk's struggles. "I understand now. In the future, you need not bear everything alone. Trust me a little more," Cedric sighed after a pause. Reflecting on their current progress, Ayed noted that only one Horcrux and Voldemort's main soul remained. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Triwizard Tournament would soon reach its conclusion. Cedric's prowess far exceeded that foretold in prophecies, and with his alchemical creations at hand, significant mishaps were unlikely. With this in mind, Ayed turned to Cedric and smiled. "Since you say so, I shall leave it in your capable hands." Cedric regarded Ayed intently, perceiving the sincerity in his eyes, and nodded affirmatively. "Leave everything to me." Just as their conversation took a somber turn, the basilisk ceased its struggles. Feeling uneasy, Ayed and Cedric waited for nearly half an hour. And as the basilisk remained utterly still, they finally felt reassured and ventured inside to assess the situation. Upon entering the chamber, the atmosphere was starkly different from their initial visit. The oppressive gloom had dissipated, revealing an air of shattered desolation. Scattered throughout the room were traces of shattered stone, with the debris increasing in quantity as they moved inward, culminating in the sight of the massive yet lifeless figure reclining amidst the rubble. Cedric instructed Ayed to stand aside while he cautiously approached to confirm the basilisk's demise. Ayed halted Cedric's advance and handed him a pair of dragonhide gloves. Though the basilisk was dead, its venom still lingered within, and given the chaos of its earlier struggles, it was prudent to remain cautious. After donning the gloves, Cedric approached the basilisk, feeling the cold, lifeless scales beneath his fingers. As he tugged at them, he noted their lack of elasticity, a clear sign of death. He then retrieved the pixelated glasses he had meticulously organized and approached the basilisk's head, drawing forth a dagger to pierce the creature's gaping maw and extract a venomous fang. Holding the fang aloft, Cedric examined the immobile basilisk and confirmed its finality. He approached Ayed, extending the fang toward him. "It is utterly dead. Shall we gather anything of use?" Cedric, clearly aware of the allure that such a specimen held for potion masters and alchemists, suggested. "Absolutely. We can dismantle the entire basilisk. Please help me locate my silver lance." "It was pivotal in our success," Ayed exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he made his way toward the basilisk. Ayed's material collecting endeavor lasted a full 3 hours. Had Cedric not insisted on him replenishing his strength, Ayed might have exhausted himself completely. Even so, they managed to dismantle only a portion of the creature. For a 20-foot-long basilisk cannot be processed in a day or two by just 2 individuals. Regretfully, Ayed gazed at the untouched remains of the basilisk, sighing inwardly. The creature was too large to fit into his storage ring. Otherwise, he would have certainly seized every last fragment. On their way back, Ayed took the opportunity to collect some shed basilisk skin. This venture had proven immensely fruitful for Ayed, despite Cedric discovering his minor health secret, a trivial concern, and it even earned him a limited edition tearful badger. Reflecting on Cedric's near-tearful expression, Ayed felt he had come out ahead. The next step following their adventure was to report their findings to the school's highest authority. Ayed also had his Patronus inform Professor Snape. For such an invaluable research specimen as the basilisk deserved to be shared, particularly since Ayed had shifted his focus away from the youngest potion master. He mused that potion-making lacked the thrill of alchemy, and thus he had chosen a new target. "I hope my grandfather, resting in paradise, does not frown upon my decisions." Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Ayed briefly recounted their adventure and the insights gleaned before departing alongside Cedric. This escapade alleviated Cedric's previously fraught nerves regarding exam results, replacing them with a focused concern for Ayed. The fact that Ayed had unknowingly jeopardized his health left Cedric feeling agitated. Only in Ayed's presence did he find solace. Ayed, bemused by this development, pondered whether the original purpose of their secret chamber journey had truly been fulfilled. Chapter 70. Sirius has escaped. Since their venture into the chamber, the school had been remarkably uneventful. After a week of patiently awaiting the examination results, the students finally arrived at the long-anticipated end-of-term banquet. As expected, the House Cup once again belonged to Ravenclaw, for if Headmaster Dumbledore were not so partial, Gryffindor would have been fortunate merely to avoid the bottom position. This year had seemingly passed in tranquility, with Harry and his companions refraining from any earth-shattering exploits. The only 2 threats, the diary and the basilisk, had been deftly managed by Ayed. Headmaster Dumbledore truly found no grounds for awarding additional points. Following the banquet, the students returned home for their holidays, and Ayed and Cedric were no exceptions. However, this year, Ayed found himself devoid of plans. Regarding the Horcruxes and Nicholas, Ayed felt a surge of frustration when considering Nicholas's actions. He was aghast to discover that Nicholas had implored Dumbledore to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. It was crucial to remember that Nicholas's continued existence hinged upon the stone. Its destruction would inevitably lead to his demise. Ayed learned of this only because Nicholas had entrusted Dumbledore with the task of passing on his years of collection to him, hoping that Ayed would surpass him in the path of alchemy. Thus, This mentor and friend had departed from his residence in France to traverse the globe, signifying that Ayed would no longer have the pleasure of Nicholas's company. Yet, Ayed had no recourse. It was Nicholas's choice, and he could do naught but respect it. As for the Horcruxes, aside from an unknown one, only the one from Gringotts remained. Ayed had pondered numerous methods to retrieve the Horcrux from the vault, but none were sufficiently foolproof, nor could he guarantee his safe return. Therefore, he entrusted this matter to the cunning old fox of a headmaster, believing that, with over a century of experience, Dumbledore could accomplish many feats beyond his own capabilities. After all, who better to discreetly extract a Horcrux from Gringotts than a wizard with a century of life experience, coupled with a companion equally versed in dark magic and well-connected. With their partnership, Ayed felt reassured that he need not fret over this issue. His sole responsibility was to keep Cedric in check and avoid indulging in the past romantic entanglements of certain individuals. Thus, under Cedric's contented gaze, Ayed chose to embrace a life of quietude during the holidays. His days were spent in humble simplicity, cooking meals, entertaining the badger, perusing books, practicing alchemy, and brewing potions. Ayed found great satisfaction in this unadorned existence, as did Cedric, who clearly shared his sentiments. However, this serene routine was abruptly interrupted by a news article published in the Daily Prophet. The headline proclaimed the escape of Sirius Black, currently in flight, with the Ministry of Magic pledging their utmost efforts to recapture him. As Ayed gazed at the weary visage of Sirius, adorned with the Azkaban prison number, and captured in a moment of frenzied shouting, he fell into contemplation. Cedric punctually arrived at the Scowcroft residence, maintaining a routine akin to clockwork throughout the holiday, appearing at roughly the same time each day and returning home to rest each night. This consistent presence had markedly eased Ayed's compliance, and Cedric's vigilance had lessened since the end of term. Upon entering, Cedric found Ayed seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. He instinctively settled beside Ayed, wrapping an arm around him, allowing them to share the news together. Sirius has escaped. The ministry will be quite busy now, Cedric remarked. Fortunately, my uncle works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. Otherwise, he would surely be occupied as well, Ayed responded with a smile. Indeed. But I truly did not anticipate that Azkaban could be breached, Cedric mused. You'd be surprised. After all, Azkaban is merely a collection of dementors. There are numerous ways to deceive them, making escape rather feasible, Ayed replied, somewhat dismissively. Nevertheless, it is best to avoid such a place. The Dementor's kiss is an experience no one would willingly seek. You are right, but I recall that Sirius has been imprisoned for over a decade. What could have prompted such a sudden escape? Cedric inquired. I ponder the same. Surely there must be some compelling reason behind Sirius's decision to flee, Ayed stated thoughtfully. What could it be? Cedric asked, his curiosity piqued. Could it be related to Harry? After all, Sirius shared a profound bond with Harry's father. A friendship that ultimately left Harry alone, Cedric speculated. No, Ayed asserted confidently. Not Harry. Why not? It is quite simple. If it were for Harry's sake, why would he choose this particular moment to escape? Ayed elaborated. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, even if he was unaware of Harry's whereabouts previously. An 11-year-old wizard destined to attend Hogwarts makes it almost inevitable. If it were truly for Harry, he would have escaped years ago. Therefore, it is not Harry, but rather some other motivation. However, Ayed paused. If one were to seek Sirius now, observing Harry's vicinity might prove to be a prudent strategy. Are you suggesting that Sirius would seek out Harry? Cedric asked, intrigued. I would wager an 80% chance. Whether to check on his dear friend's child or to eliminate Tom's adversary, Sirius has ample reason to pursue Harry, Ayed contemplated. You have a plan? Cedric, well aware of Ayed's inclinations, recognized the spark of adventure in his eyes. You will accompany me, won't you? Ayed queried, his expression brightening in Cedric's embrace. Of course. I would never refuse your requests, Cedric replied, gazing at Ayed with affectionate indulgence. Then let us prepare and set forth. I am quite intrigued by Sirius. Due to Regulus Black's circumstances, I find the Black family utterly fascinating. How is it that one brother, a Death Eater, fought valiantly to destroy Tom's Horcrux, while the other, a member of the Order, inadvertently revealed his friend's location to Tom? I am eager to unravel the complexities of how such contrasting yet remarkably similar brothers emerged from the Black lineage. Observing Ayed's excitement, Cedric suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Seeking out Sirius brought Ayed such joy and intrigue that he wondered if he could devise a means to ensure Ayed's interests remained solely focused on him. Hey, remember to inform your uncle and aunt, Ayed's voice echoed from upstairs, prompting Cedric to cast aside his momentary jealousy and prepare to notify his parents. Although they were embarking on a quest for Ayed's curiosity, he would ensure that Sirius posed no threat. Absolutely. Chapter 71. The task in the runaway little lion as Ayed and Cedric finished their preparations, ready to seek out Harry, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus arrived. It bore Dumbledore's message. Ayed. Harry cannot leave the Dursleys for the time being. Please take care of his safety. If necessary, you may contact Arabella Fig, who resides near the Dursleys. As for Sirius, do not worry, he will not harm Harry. Upon finishing his words, the Guardian Phoenix took flight. Cedric, somewhat puzzled, questioned why the headmaster had instructed them to be vigilant regarding Harry's safety, especially since Black would not harm him. The fact that Black poses no threat to Harry does not imply that certain individuals within the Ministry of Magic share the same sentiment. Moreover, I suspect that if Black remains elusive for an extended period, Fudge may make some rather astonishing decisions, Ayed remarked cryptically. Surely Minister Fudge wouldn't, Cedric countered, albeit uncertain. And the Ministry, Cedric, the people in this world are not as benevolent as you might envision. That fellow Fudge, awarding a Merlin's medal to a buffoon like Lockhart, is hardly indicative of competence. Thus, I would not be surprised by any blunders he might commit, Ayed scoffed. What should we do now? Cedric refrained from disputing Ayed's assertions, recognizing the validity in his words. If someone like Lockhart could receive a Merlin's medal, it indeed reflected poorly on the current Minister of Magic. Though our objectives have shifted, our plan remains unchanged. We shall reside for a time on Privet Drive. And, as anticipated, there are indeed Dumbledore's eyes watching over Harry, Ayed concluded. With that, he and Cedric departed the Scowcroft residence. Utilizing Muggle transportation, they made their way to the vicinity of Privet Drive, ultimately arriving at Arabella Fig's home. Mrs. Fig, a rather eccentric individual, lived alone with her 4 cats. She expressed some reservations about Dumbledore's decision to send 2 students to protect Harry Potter. Although her hospitality towards Ayed and Cedric was warm and welcoming, upon learning that they would be staying for a spell, she was particularly enthusiastic. Once Ayed and Cedric had settled their belongings, they made their way to the living room, where Mrs. Fig was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Her 4 cats lounged in different corners of the room, basking in the afternoon sun. As Ayed sat down, the cats instinctively gathered around him, eager to vie for his attention. Observing the impending feline scuffle, Ayed intervened with a resigned tone. Listen carefully, while I am here. I shall interact with 1 cat each day. If any of you engage in a quarrel, that will cost you a day of our time together. He pondered the excessive number of cats Mrs. Fig had, wondering how she managed to maintain peace in her household. As the cats began to self-organize, Ayed temporarily turned his focus elsewhere. Cedric stood nearby, a smile on his face as he watched Ayed mediate the furry disputes. Once the matter was settled, he retrieved the receiver Ayed had given him, and together they watched the images transmitted from Little Whinging. With the summer holidays having stretched into a month and a half, today marked Harry's birthday. Ayed and Cedric had sent their gifts via owl earlier. Ayed had chosen a book on potion making, filled with his annotations, hoping that Harry might improve his potion grades in his 3rd year and avoid Professor Snape's ire. Cedric's gift was also a book, focusing on magical creatures, which he had sourced after learning that Harry had chosen care of magical creatures as an elective. As they watched the receiver, a somber silence fell over them upon seeing Harry alone in his room, exuding an air of desolation. I believe today might be his birthday, Ayed ventured uncertainly. Indeed, it is, and we sent gifts, Cedric affirmed. Poor boy, he could use some comfort. What do you intend to do? Cedric inquired with curiosity. It's quite simple. I shall order a birthday cake and deliver it to young Harry. How could one celebrate a birthday without cake? With that, Ayed exchanged pleasantries with Mrs. Fig and took Cedric with him as they stepped out. Around 8 in the evening, Ayed and Cedric observed, through the receiver, Harry's radiant joy upon receiving the cake. They both exhaled simultaneously, relieved. Perhaps, for Harry, this birthday was not as dismal as it initially seemed. Their clandestine protection of Harry continued for 3 days, during which they witnessed the arduous existence he endured at the Dursleys. However, Harry's love magic required familial energy to sustain him, otherwise, he would be in peril. On this day, after finishing their dinner, Ayed and Cedric prepared to check on Harry once more, only to discover him storming out of the Dursley residence, his suitcase and birdcage in tow. Noticing this, Ayed bid Mrs. Fig farewell and stepped outside. Cedric quickly tidied up their room before hurrying to catch up with Ayed. Strolling leisurely, Ayed surmised that the runaway lion cub would soon arrive at their location. Sure enough, he hadn't walked far when he spotted Harry, burdened by his heavy suitcase and birdcage, panting and on the verge of collapse. Ayed rushed forward to support him, exclaiming, "Harry, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing Ayed, Harry's eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped Ayed's hand, holding on as if it were his last lifeline. "Ayed, I used magic. Am I going to be expelled from Hogwarts? Will the ministry come for me?" Ayed encouraged Harry to sit on the curb, soothing him. "It's all right. To be honest, I often use magic outside of school. You see, I haven't been expelled or apprehended, have I? Yet Harry seemed eager to voice more. Is this your way of running away? Ayed interjected. Yes, I can't stay there any longer, Harry lamented, looking pitiful. What are your plans now? Ayed pressed. I don't know, Harry replied, shaking his head in confusion. Why not come to my place? It's just me there. I can accommodate you for a while. Just then, Cedric arrived, pulling Ayed to his feet and gently chiding. You know you're not well. Why sit on the ground? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? He then turned to Harry, saying, You too, get up. Be careful not to get cold. Ayed, standing behind Cedric, stuck out his tongue at Harry in a silent jest, mimicking a nagging parent. The exchange elicited a laugh from Harry, and Ayed felt a sense of relief. It seemed his efforts were bearing fruit. Harry rose and greeted Cedric. Hello, Senior Diggory. Cedric, little Harry is homeless now. Let us take him back, Ayed suggested. Agreed. Cedric replied, taking Harry's belongings and storing them in his magical ring. Let us hurry. We need to catch the train, or we won't make it back. Chapter 72. A Black Dog. Thus, Ayed and Cedric brought the runaway Harry back to Scowcroft. Harry felt as though he had been living a dream these past few days. After leaving the Dursleys, he had encountered Ayed and Senior Diggory. After being brought home by two individuals, Ayed diligently prepared meals each day, awaiting the moments he could share with Senior Diggory. He was free to complete his assignments without the fear of being discovered. Most importantly, he could directly seek Ayed's guidance on any uncertainties he faced. Moreover, Mr. Diggory was a member of the Ministry of Magic, well-versed in numerous matters. On the very second day of his arrival, he was summoned by Mr. Diggory, who disclosed several pertinent pieces of information. For instance, the Ministry had already resolved the incident concerning him inflating Maggie the previous day. Although his aunt and uncle were upset, they still permitted him to return home for the upcoming summer holiday, provided he refrained from visiting during Christmas and Halloween. Despite his previous absences during those holidays and his reluctance to return home for the summer, it was noted that the Ministry had not imposed any penalties for his actions. While many questions lingered, it appeared that circumstances were evolving favorably. Meanwhile, Ayed and Cedric both breathed a sigh of relief upon Harry's arrival. With numerous members of the Ministry present, including Aurors, the safety level here was undoubtedly superior to that of the Dursleys' residence. However, to Ayed's surprise, it wasn't long before he was confronted with an unexpected turn of events. The catalyst was his discovery of a stray dog in the vicinity of his home. It was large yet emaciated, but this was not the reason it captured Ayed's attention. What intrigued him was the dog's gaze, distinctly different from that of ordinary animals. Its eyes bore an unsettlingly human quality, prompting Ayed to question whether this was truly a mere animal. Furthermore, he recognized this black dog from a prior encounter near Privet Drive, specifically on the day he was tasked with protecting Harry while purchasing a birthday cake. After all, such a sizable black dog was not easily overlooked. Most strikingly, the dog fled upon seeing Ayed, marking it as the first animal to do so in his presence. Given his affinity for creatures, magical or otherwise, sharing his suspicions with Cedric, the two resolved to bring the black dog home for closer observation, reasoning that if the dog's intentions were directed towards Harry, it would not resist their company. Indeed, when Ayed expressed a desire to adopt the dog, it obediently followed him back to the Scoutton residence. This outcome was hardly surprising to Ayed, yet it prompted him to discreetly elevate the protective measures surrounding Harry's room. After several days of observation, Ayed reached two conclusions. 1. This was not a true animal, but rather someone's animagus. 2. The black dog's intentions towards Harry were benign, exhibiting a notable fondness for him. Synthesizing various pieces of information, Ayed concluded that this black dog must be Sirius Black. While incredulous, this deduction emerged as the most rational explanation based on the available evidence. Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban would not be surprising if he had utilized his animagus form to elude the Dementors. Headmaster Dumbledore had stated that Black would not harm Harry, suggesting that there was more to the circumstances surrounding Black's imprisonment than met the eye. The black dog lingered near Harry, and it was increasingly evident that its purpose was to protect him or simply to keep an eye on him. With this conclusion in mind, Ayed felt a sense of relief. As long as Harry was safe, what connection did Sirius Black have to him? Naturally, Ayed shared this conclusion with Cedric, who expressed concern. Given that Sirius Black was an adult wizard and a suspected Death Eater at that, the situation was indeed perilous. Understanding Cedric's apprehension, Ayed reassured him, stating, "It's all right. His focus is on Harry, and as long as Harry is present, he won't act recklessly." Cedric acquiesced, albeit still worried, agreeing to keep this information from his father for the time being. As the days unfolded, Ayed's suspicions proved correct. Sirius Black harbored no intention of harming anyone in their vicinity. This realization only deepened Ayed's skepticism regarding the legitimacy of the reasons for Black's imprisonment in Azkaban. However, with the school year approaching, he trusted that Headmaster Dumbledore would possess more information, and he felt no need to sacrifice his holiday for the sake of Sirius Black. In the week leading up to the new term, Ayed and Cedric took Harry to Diagon Alley to procure textbooks and other supplies for the school year. The shopping excursion was largely uneventful, though Harry's spirits seemed rather low. Ayed observed that Harry habitually scanned the surroundings upon entering shops, as if searching for someone. During another visit to a shop, as Harry surveyed the area, Ayed quietly inquired, "Are you looking for your friends?" Yes," Harry replied. "They mentioned in their letters that they would be here around this time." Ayed comforted him. "Perhaps you just missed each other. And I imagine their parents are keeping a close watch, especially with Black still at large." "Well, in a week, we'll see them," Harry said, his mood lifting. "Shall we head back then? I'd hate for the house to be wrecked with the big black dog left alone," Ayed joked. "It won tea. He's very well behaved," Harry retorted. Ayed merely smiled in response. On the day of departure for school, Ayed, Cedric, and Harry were escorted to King's Cross Station by Mr. Diggory. Before they left, he emphasized, "You must be vigilant. Until Sirius Black is apprehended, remain within the safety of Hogwarts and avoid wandering off." He then specifically cautioned Ayed and Cedric, "Do not return for Christmas or Easter. Stay at Hogwarts. We don't know when Black will be captured, and the outside world is unsafe." "All right, father. Understood, uncle," they replied, earning a satisfied nod from Mr. Diggory as he departed. Once he was gone, Ayed exchanged a knowing wink with Cedric, who responded with a gentle yet resigned smile. Standing aside, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of fullness, a sensation that had frequently surfaced over the past 3 weeks. This feeling only lessened after he suggested waiting for Ron and Hermione, parting ways with Ayed and Cedric. Chapter 73. The Dementors on the Express this year. As in the last, Ayed found himself seated alone in the empty compartment at the rear of the train. Unlike the previous year, it was not long before a fully grown wizard entered the compartment. This wizard donned tattered robes, and Ayed noted several patches adorning them. He appeared to be unwell, his countenance suggesting he was in his 30s. Yet the numerous strands of white hair interspersed among his light brown locks made him appear considerably older than his actual age. Ayed cast a glance at his luggage, which bore the name of the individual. "Professor Lupin, is it? Please, come in and take a seat," Ayed initiated the conversation. "Thank you," Lupin replied, revealing a gentler disposition despite the evident hardships he had endured. After expressing his gratitude, Lupin arranged his belongings and settled directly across from Ayed, draping his robe over himself. Exuding an air of someone in need of rest, Ayed felt quite pleased. He had a penchant for quiet individuals, and this new professor of defense against the dark arts was clearly not one given to commotion, a stark contrast to Lockhart. The thought of Lockhart being ousted from Hogwarts this year lightened his mood further. Ayed immersed himself in his book while Professor Lupin quietly rested opposite him. Before long, the compartment door swung open. Harry, upon seeing Ayed inside, awkwardly remarked, "Ayed, sorry, let's go find another compartment." Harry was aware of Ayed's fondness for tranquility, while Ron was evidently not one to embody silence. Ayed looked up at the three of them, sighed, and said, "There likely won't be any empty compartments now that we're about to depart. You may enter, but please try to remain quiet." Before Harry and Ron could respond, Hermione cheerfully interjected, "That's fine, thank you, older student Devons." "No need for thanks," Ayed replied, resuming his reading. Once settled, the three began exchanging furtive glances. Well, primarily Harry and Ron. Not wanting to be left out, Hermione, noticing Ayed engrossed in his book, was inspired to delve into her own. With the absence of a conversational companion, Harry and Ron found themselves somewhat disenchanted, glancing at the quietly reading Ayed and Hermione. They opted to mimic the only unfamiliar individual and closed their eyes in slumber. Reading was out of the question. Completing their holiday assignments was their final concession. Ayed was rather pleased with Ron's perceptiveness. He understood the nature of the Weasley children well enough to be somewhat surprised by Ron's discernment. Had the twins spoken ill of him? Surely not, as he had merely administered a minor punishment that rendered them mute for 3 days. Regardless, he was satisfied with the current outcome. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey, the scenery outside gradually becoming bleak. At noon, a witch pushing a trolley of food arrived at their compartment. Ayed roused the slumbering Harry and Ron, gesturing for them to purchase some snacks. Ayed opted for a selection of cakes to stave off hunger. Upon awakening, Harry glanced at the still sleeping figure and quietly inquired of Ayed, "Ayed, who is this?" "That is Professor Lupin," Hermione added helpfully. "Yes, shouldn't we wake him?" Harry asked. "No need, let him rest. If he awakens and wishes to eat, he can head to the front compartment where the witch typically stays with the driver," Ayed responded. "That's a fair point," the witch concurred, handing over the items they had purchased. Ron suddenly whispered, "He is not dead, is he?" Ayed chose not to entertain such an absurd question. Hermione, however, kindly replied, "No, he is still breathing." After their meal, Harry and Ron, having napped for 2 hours on the train, found it difficult to fall asleep again. They began to converse quietly. Ayed paid them no mind, as they were still maintaining a reasonable volume that did not disturb his reading. The express continued its northward journey. Outside, the weather grew increasingly severe, with the rain pouring down and fierce winds howling. Ayed had since closed his book, for reasons unknown to him. He felt an unsettling abnormality in the weather. Noticing that Ayed had put away his book, Ron ceased his attempts to control the volume and asked, "Are we almost there?" Hermione glanced at her watch and replied, "Not yet." No sooner had she spoken than the train began to decelerate. Ayed halted Ron's inclination to peer out the window. "Hold your wands at the ready. We are not there yet, and a stop indicates something has gone awry." Without another word, Ayed began sketching a protective magical array within the compartment. The train came to a complete halt, and sounds of commotion echoed from elsewhere. Suddenly, all the lights within the carriage extinguished without warning. "Do not move. Use your wands to illuminate. 2 of you guard the door, while 1 provides light," Ayed commanded as the lights went out, instantly calming the trio who had yet to succumb to panic, giving them a sense of direction. Following his instructions, they heard the sounds of compartment doors opening. Ayed remained focused on completing the magical array. Drawn by the light, many passengers instinctively gravitated towards them, and the air was filled with sounds of bumps and apologies. "Harry, instruct them to return to their compartments and refrain from wandering," Ayed directed Harry, who was stationed at the door. Before the chaos outside could fully subside, Ron let out a startled cry. Ayed quickened his pace, finishing the last stroke of the array, and turned towards the door. There, a tall figure cloaked in a hood stood at the entrance. Realization struck him like a bolt. Damn it, it was a Dementor. The Dementor inhaled deeply, and Ayed felt an icy chill envelop him. The previously slumbering Professor Lupin had risen, wand in hand, poised to cast a spell, preempting him. Ayed intoned, "Expecto Patronum." Instantly, a silvery white leopard leapt from the tip of his wand, driving the Dementor away. Ayed exhaled in relief, only to find Harry absent from the compartment. Before he could inquire, Ron's frantic voice echoed nearby. "Harry, Harry, what's wrong?" Ayed stepped outside to discover Harry, pale and collapsed on the floor, his body twitching uncontrollably. Professor Lupin followed, assessing Harry's condition and stating he must have been attacked by the Dementor. "Please, Professor, place Harry back in the compartment," Ayed urged. Despite his frail appearance, Lupin, being an adult, lifted the small wizard with ease and laid him on a chair within the compartment. "Your Patronus was quite impressive," Lupin remarked. "Thank you for the compliment," Ayed replied, contemplating the Dementor's nature of feeding on emotions. He retrieved a calming potion and some chocolate from his storage ring and handed them to Ron. "You and Hermione should take some, and when Harry awakens, let him have a bit as well. We should all share the chocolate. I need to visit the head boy's compartment." With that, Ayed made his way towards the head boy's compartment. Chapter 74. The new academic year begins. As Ayed approached the prefect's compartment, he discovered it was devoid of occupants. It appeared that everyone had gone to console their respective young wizards. Since he found no one, Ayed did not linger, reasoning that Cedric was likely unharmed, given his ability to summon a Patronus. Upon returning to the compartment, he found Harry just awakening, looking somewhat dazed. Did they not administer any calming draft? Was he given chocolate? Ayed inquired of Ron. Yes, he was given both, but ever since, he's maintained this expression. Ron replied in a hushed tone. Observing Harry's lingering disorientation, Ayed retrieved another vial of the calming draft and administered it to Harry. This time, the effect was quite apparent, and Harry appeared to regain his clarity. Lupin looked at Ayed with astonishment. He had not expected this fellow compartment mate to possess not only excellent spellcasting skills, but also considerable wealth, as evidenced by his production of 2 vials of calming draft. "Are you feeling better?" Ayed asked. Harry responded with a subdued nod. "You must learn to defend against Dementors as soon as possible. Their influence on you is far too profound," Ayed stated with gravity. "Did you hear any screams?" Harry questioned, perplexed. "No, Dementors feed on human happiness. Perhaps they triggered some unpleasant memories for you." After a pause, Ayed furrowed his brow. "The most pressing matter is for you to master how to repel Dementors. Given the current circumstances, it is likely they may infiltrate Hogwarts. Fudge has indeed made a blunder. Black is still at his home, so sending Dementors here is pointless. Prepare yourselves. We are arriving shortly," Ayed declared, disregarding the others as he concealed the magical diagram he had just drawn. Should any unforeseen events arise in the future, this diagram might prove to be of assistance. Before long, the train arrived at the station. Ayed bid farewell to his companions and set off to locate Cedric. Upon reaching the carriage area, he found Cedric waiting for him. As Ayed approached, Cedric pulled him close for a meticulous examination, relieved to find him unchanged since their last parting. "Cedric, you are far too cautious. I am not fragile. It's merely a Dementor," I can summon a Patronus, remember? Ayed remarked, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Cedric's lack of faith in his abilities. How could one doubt the prowess of a leopard in the hunt? Cedric, noticing Ayed's puffed cheeks, chuckled softly. I have complete faith in your abilities, Ayed, but my concern for you does not negate that trust. Seeing Ayed still pouting, Cedric added helplessly, do you not worry about me at all? Initially, Ayed intended to assert that he was unconcerned, trusting Cedric entirely. But the recollection of his recent desire to check on Cedric in the prefect's compartment stirred a hint of apprehension within him. Just a smidgen. Certainly not enough to warrant excessive fuss. Let us board the carriage. We mustn't be late. Ayed redirected the conversation. With that, he boarded the carriage first. Cedric, watching Ayed's retreating figure, smiled fondly and followed suit. The carriage swiftly conveyed them to the castle. Upon disembarking, Ayed and Cedric walked into the castle together. Ayed settled at the Ravenclaw table, where his 3 roommates were already present. Anthony, spotting Ayed, pulled him aside and whispered, Devons, are you aware of what transpired on the train? What do you mean? Ayed inquired. The incident with Azkaban, Anthony clarified. At this mention, Kevin and Matt leaned in closer. Yes, Devons, do you know? It sounded terrifying. Dementors? I know. I faced one directly, and it was indeed quite unsightly, Ayed replied, recalling the Dementor's unsettling visage. Indeed. It is quite hideous. What? One actually sought you out? My goodness, are you all right? Anthony exclaimed animatedly. The other 2 remained silent, yet wore expressions of concern for Ayed. I can cast the Patronus charm. With those words, the 3 understood that Ayed was unharmed. Ah, indeed. The top of the year, mastering even the advanced Patronus charm, Anthony remarked. He was about to say more when the sorting ceremony commenced. As his roommate's attention was drawn to the sorting ceremony, Ayed glanced at the Gryffindor table and noted the absence of the trio. They must have been taken for examination. After all, Harry was likely the first to be incapacitated by a Dementor at school. When the sorting concluded, Ayed noticed the 3 stealthily making their way to the Gryffindor table. Just as he withdrew his gaze, Headmaster Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Everyone, Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly. Before you indulge in a delightful feast, I have several matters to clarify. Upon hearing this, Ayed silently prayed that his earlier assumptions were incorrect. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. Our school has recently welcomed several Dementors from Azkaban. Ayed caught only the first part of the statement, not wishing to absorb more. Indeed, Fudge had made a grave error. Furthermore, Dumbledore had acquiesced to this. It seemed he would need to visit the headmaster's office shortly. With the topic of Dementors behind him, Ayed shifted his focus to the staff table, where new professors were being introduced. Dumbledore, with a light-hearted tone, announced, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this semester. First, we have Professor Lupin, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts. A smattering of applause erupted in the hall. Ayed glanced around and initiated the clapping, regardless of anything else. The fact that this professor appeared so remarkably normal warranted a warm welcome. Moreover, Ayed's impression of the professor had been quite favorable during their earlier encounter. As Ayed applauded, the Ravenclaw Eagles quickly followed suit. Cedric naturally joined in, and as he clapped, the Hufflepuff Badgers immediately joined him. The Gryffindor twins encouraged those familiar with them to clap along as well. What began as a mere smattering of applause soon transformed into a fervent ovation under Ayed's influence, eliciting surprised glances from the professors at the staff table, as if they had not anticipated Ayed wielding such influence. This phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Ravenclaw's recent success in securing the House Cup was largely attributed to Ayed's fervent point accumulating during classes. Moreover, his consecutive perfect scores since enrollment had earned him the unwavering admiration of the Eagles. Cedric's support was even more straightforward. He unconditionally backed Ayed's decisions. Given Cedric's standing within Hufflepuff, it was no surprise that he could rally the entire cohort of Badgers. The twins, too, found it simple. They believed that Ayed's decisions were inherently sound, so they followed his lead. Thus, the applause reached an extraordinary crescendo. Once it subsided, Dumbledore resumed. As for our second new teacher, the position of care of magical creatures was vacated by Professor Kettleburn, who retired at the end of last semester. Thus, Professor Rubius Hagrid will be your esteemed instructor for the course on magical creatures. The applause from Gryffindor was particularly fervent this time, prompting Ayed to refrain from leading the applause himself. Once the principal matters were addressed, the feast commenced. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was joyously dining, Ayed exchanged a discreet glance with Professor Dumbledore, signaling that he would seek him out shortly. Chapter 75. A confidential discussion in the headmaster's office after the banquet concluded. Ayed first accompanied the Ravenclaw Eagles back to their dormitory. When the time seemed appropriate, he quietly slipped away. At the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, Cedric awaited him. Upon seeing Ayed emerge, Cedric approached and inquired, Where are you off to at this late hour? To the headmaster's office. I have a few questions for Professor Dumbledore. Then let us hasten, for you ought to return sooner and rest well, Cedric replied, taking Ayed's hand and leading him to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, they found Professor Dumbledore already waiting, accompanied by a visibly displeased Grindelwald. It is understandable that anyone would wear a frown when they were expecting to enjoy a quiet moment with their beloved, only to be informed of an impending visitor. Ayed chose to disregard Grindelwald's glum demeanor and directly posed his question to Professor Dumbledore. Why did you consent to allow Dementors to inhabit Hogwarts? I find it hard to believe you are unaware that Dementors do not follow orders. For the sake of the Horcrux, Professor Dumbledore replied solemnly. The vault? Ayed asked. And Dumbledore confirmed. Indeed, that is the only one remaining. When will we obtain it? Ayed pressed. We have already acquired it, Dumbledore stated, his tone revealing satisfaction. The Hufflepuff cup? Yes, Dumbledore affirmed. It appears our earlier deductions were correct. Where is it now? It has been destroyed. Thus, we are left only with the gaunt ring and that unknown Horcrux, correct? The Ravenclaw diadem, Slytherin's locket, the diary held by the Malfoys, and the Hufflepuff cup have all been obliterated. Excluding Harry, which does not count towards the total, we are indeed left with just the gaunt ring and the unknown Horcrux. The gaunt ring has also been destroyed, Dumbledore remarked nonchalantly. It seems victory is within reach, Ayed exhaled in relief. And what of Sirius Black? He inquired, shifting the topic to the escaped prisoner from Azkaban. Sirius's situation is rather complex, Dumbledore sighed. A brief summary will suffice. I find the circumstances surrounding Black's imprisonment in Azkaban rather suspicious. Have you disowned this? Dumbledore praised. You are indeed a perceptive child. It is glaringly obvious. Black would never harm Harry, and in fact, he is protecting him, reflecting on the large black dog's behavior since taking residence in his home. Ayed could not help but marvel at how it treated Harry like a cherished treasure, accompanying him in meals, play, and even sleep, allowing Harry to ride on its back. When he witnessed this, he wanted to tell Black, you are not truly a dog. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that Black was a willing participant in this arrangement, leaving him with no grounds to voice his thoughts, thus opting to keep his distance. Do you know where Sirius is? Dumbledore asked, intrigued by Ayed's words. I saw him previously, but I do not know now. The large black dog would not remain at his home, so I am not mistaken in saying that I currently have no idea where he has gone. Well, Sirius is Harry's godfather, and he shared a close bond with James, Harry's father. When the prophecy was revealed to Tom, for their safety, I placed a Fidelius charm on their residence, and at that time, our chosen secret keeper was Sirius. Later, when Tom discovered their location, it could only have been due to the betrayal of the secret keeper. After the deaths of James and Lily, Sirius killed his friend Peter and 12 muggles, which led to his imprisonment in Azkaban, Dumbledore summarized. Peter? I had noticed something amiss. What role does Peter play in this story? And why is he dead? Peter's full name is Peter Pettigrew. He was also a close friend of James during their school days. However, this individual was rather cowardly and may have been silenced, Dumbledore explained. Ayed scrutinized Dumbledore's expression, seeking any hint of unusual emotion, for his deductions did not align with the headmaster's narrative. Regrettably, Dumbledore's eyes revealed only tranquility. Unable to discern any clues, Ayed felt compelled to inquire. How did you ascertain Peter's death? Was there a witness to his corpse? No, only the 12 muggle corpses and a single finger of Peter's remained. Upon hearing this, Ayed began to form a hypothesis. The secret keeper of the Potter's residence publicly claimed it was Black, but in reality, it was Peter who leaked the information. Black sought vengeance upon learning of the Potter's demise, which would explain the circumstances. I suspect that Peter may not be dead, as there was no body, only a finger. Ayed speculated. Did Black escape upon discovering this? I believe that to be highly probable, Dumbledore concurred. Ayed contemplated for a moment, but could not fathom how the large black dog had suddenly learned that Peter was alive. He decided to set that thought aside. The dog was likely to seek out Harry, and when it did, he could interrogate it thoroughly. Shifting the conversation, Ayed inquired about his primary concern at present. What issues does Professor Lupin have? It is well known that the likelihood of a normal person becoming the defense against the dark arts professor is nearly zero. Dumbledore hesitated before ultimately deciding against divulging information to Ayed. This is a personal matter for Professor Lupin. Without his consent, I cannot disclose it to you. Then this implies that there is indeed an issue with Professor Lupin? Surely, there are others aware of this little secret, Ayed remarked, somewhat vexed by the lack of a suitable defense against the dark arts professor. It was, after all, Thomas' fault. Professor Snape is also aware. I have seen the way he looks at Professor Lupin, with anger and disdain. Clearly, they share a history, and it is not a trivial one. Ayed fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, determined to uncover what problems plague this professor. Severus will not divulge this to you either, Dumbledore replied calmly. Ayed clicked his tongue in annoyance. Cedric stepped forward, grasping Ayed's hand in a gesture of reassurance. In his frustration, Ayed exclaimed, "You could have appointed Grindelwald as the defense against the dark arts professor. Is that not a ready-made solution?" I consulted Gellert. "But he has no desire for such a position," Dumbledore replied with exasperation. "Then let him find a more suitable candidate. He has so many followers. Yet there is not a single one capable of teaching defense against the dark arts." Ayed's irritation grew. Although he suspected that Professor Lupin was not as incompetent as Lockhart, the fact remained that this individual had issues, and they felt significant. Otherwise, Professor Lupin would not be enduring such a dismal existence. Cedric gently urged Ayed, "Perhaps we should return for now. It seems the headmaster has little more to say." Indeed, Ayed felt disinclined to discuss the matter further. "Since you believe that it is acceptable for a person with obvious issues to remain at school, I shall refrain from further comment." With that, Ayed took Cedric by the hand and exited the headmaster's office. Cedric turned back to silently express his apologies to the headmaster before following Ayed out. Chapter 76, The Hippogriff. After an unsettling conversation on the first night, Ayed sought to unwind. He invited Cedric, who had no classes during the second period, to join him in visiting Hagrid. It was Hagrid's inaugural class, and Ayed felt compelled to encourage his friend. For reasons unknown, he was convinced that Hagrid's lessons would be exceptionally engaging. It soon became apparent to Ayed that Hagrid's class was indeed intriguing, albeit perilous for the young wizards. "Are you certain you wish to bring third-year students to this lesson?" Ayed inquired, astonished. He had intended to visit Hagrid at his hut, but was met with disappointment. Only after questioning nearby creatures did he learn that Hagrid had gone to see the hippogriffs. Upon their arrival, Ayed and Cedric initially assumed Hagrid was preparing to feed the creatures, only to discover he was inspecting teaching equipment. "Isn't it magnificent?" Hagrid exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him. "You get to witness the magical creatures from the pages of your books. While I find it fascinating, do you truly believe the third-year students share your sentiment?" Ayed replied, somewhat exasperated. It was evident that the half-giant lacked understanding. What he perceived as delightful creatures were, in fact, terrifying entities for the young wizards. "I believe they will enjoy it," Hagrid confidently asserted. "If you wish to avoid the risk of being dismissed on your very first day, I suggest you reconsider bringing the young wizards to see them," Ayed continued, feeling a sense of responsibility for Hagrid's future. Indeed, Ayed was correct, for young wizards. The hippogriff was undeniably dangerous, especially with Slytherin students also present, who would not allow such creatures to be used in teaching without caution. Cedric joined in persuading Hagrid to abandon this notion, aware that some timid badgers among the students might be genuinely frightened. For the sake of their fellow housemates, it was imperative to sway Hagrid's decision. "Really?" Hagrid hesitated upon hearing their concerns. "Indeed, if you proceed with your current plan, I foresee numerous letters from concerned parents urging for your removal from Hogwarts after class," Ayed stated, not intending to frighten him, but highlighting a plausible scenario. "Well then, what if I only bring one?" Hagrid inquired hesitantly. "One versus a group is hardly a distinction, is it?" "All right, fine," Hagrid conceded, his disappointment palpable, relieved by Hagrid's agreement. Ayed exchanged a knowing smile with Cedric. Observing Hagrid's crestfallen expression, Ayed thoughtfully remarked, "It is imperative that you do not bring the young wizards to view the hippogriff." However, he paused, noticing Hagrid's eager gaze upon him. Before continuing, "You may introduce them to charming and harmless magical creatures, such as the Puffskein or the Niffler." Hagrid nodded, albeit reluctantly. While these creatures were not as striking or majestic as the hippogriff in his eyes, they were quite adorable nonetheless. With the lesson's focus altered, Hagrid hurried off to prepare, knowing that the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would not pose a threat to Ayed. Once Hagrid departed, Ayed extended a hand and slightly bowed, gesturing invitingly to Cedric. "Would you care to join me in riding a hippogriff?" "Absolutely," Cedric replied, placing his hand in Ayed's outstretched palm. Ayed beamed and addressed the group of hippogriffs, declaring, "I require 2 of you to take a flight. Who wishes to join?" After a brief discussion among the creatures, 2 male hippogriffs approached. They affectionately nuzzled Ayed before bowing, signaling for him and Cedric to mount. As it was Cedric's first time riding, Ayed took the time to inform him of a few precautions to ensure their enjoyable experience did not devolve into a disaster. "Just sit behind the wing joint. Avoid pulling their feathers, as they will be displeased if you accidentally pluck one. When they take off, hold onto their necks, and once you're steady, you should be fine. They fly quite steadily." Once he had demonstrated, Cedric mimicked Ayed's movements and climbed onto the hippogriff's back. Once both were securely seated, the 2 creatures unfurled their wings and soared into the sky. Ayed and Cedric circled Hogwarts, and as they flew over the grounds, Ayed spotted Hagrid conducting his lesson. The young wizards evidently noticed them too, erupting in a chorus of gasps upon seeing their peers riding the hippogriffs. Perhaps when Hagrid later attempts to introduce the hippogriff to the young wizards, they will be less resistant. After all, flying on a hippogriff is undeniably exhilarating. Upon landing, Ayed cheerfully asked Cedric, "How does it feel?" "Thrilling. It's entirely different from riding a broomstick." "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Ayed replied. Then proceeded to fetch some ferrets prepared by Hagrid, offering them as a treat to the hippogriffs that had just flown them. As Ayed was about to leave the grounds with Cedric, he was surprised to see Hagrid approaching with the very students who had just attended his class. Observing the smile on the half-giant's face, Ayed sighed. He and Cedric stood aside, watching as Hagrid introduced the third-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students to the dozen or so hippogriffs in the enclosure. Cedric, observing the scene, quietly asked Ayed, "Are you worried?" "Indeed. The hippogriff is quite dangerous. I am not particularly concerned about the Gryffindors." But the Slytherins. Ayed's words trailed off, yet Cedric understood. While many Slytherins were prudent and adept at self-preservation, there were also those utterly unaware of their limitations, prone to stirring trouble. Having witnessed Ayed and Cedric soaring on the hippogriffs, the young wizards were now eager to partake in the experience themselves. Just as Hagrid was about to allow the enthusiastic students to try, Ayed interjected. "Hagrid, let them come one at a time, and you supervise them personally." "Why?" Hagrid questioned. Puzzled. "You know their tempers. The young wizards may inadvertently provoke them. I assume you would prefer your first lesson not to conclude with an injury, correct?" Ayed explained. Before Hagrid could respond, the students erupted in protest. "If we go one at a time, we might not get a turn before class ends. Why can't we all try? We promise to behave." "Exactly. You can ride, yet you want to let us have a go? It looks easy when you do it. Are you deceiving us?" The young wizards buzzed among themselves, their excitement palpable. Harry and Hermione were somewhat incensed upon hearing those words, ready to retort, when they heard Ayed's calm voice interject. "If you wish to engage with such perilous creatures without the supervision of specialized personnel," Ayed paused, observing that the young wizard's gazes were fixated upon him, and continued. "Then you must find a way to have your parents sign a waiver. Should you sustain injuries, or even meet your demise as a result, do not seek recourse from the school or your professors. This way, you may freely pursue your desires." Upon hearing Ayed's remarks, most of the young wizards fell silent. Hagrid, noticing this, quickly interjected, "Ayed, it's all right. I will ensure their safety." "Hagrid, you are but one man, and there are so many young wizards and hippogriffs. You cannot oversee them all," Ayed replied, smiling as he regarded the young wizards standing opposite him, his tone gentle. "If you wish to attempt this, then line up obediently, one by one. I doubt anyone is eager to discover how much strength it would take for a hippogriff to slay you, should it choose to." Cedric, observing Ayed's commanding presence, offered a soft smile, his gaze deep, finding even the threatening bowing figure of the leopard to be endearing. It was rare to see such a side of Ayed. He found himself increasingly fond of it. Chapter 77, The Arrival of Black. Ever since Hagrid's first lesson and the dissemination of Ayed's words, Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class had become remarkably popular. Whenever Hagrid brought them to observe more dangerous creatures, the students would instinctively line up, taking turns to engage under Hagrid's vigilant protection. After all, no one wished to test how much force it would take for these magical creatures to end their lives. Compared to Hagrid, who often worried, Professor Lupin, also a new faculty member, inspired much more confidence. Ayed had attended one of his classes, which was rather interesting and indeed informative. Well, at least for the other young wizards. However, Ayed had also heard something that caused his esteem for Professor Lupin to wane slightly. During a lesson on how to fend off boggarts for the third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, he had manipulated the students' fear of Professor Snape by having the boggart transform into the form of Snape clad in the attire of one student's grandmother. This disrespectful act left Ayed feeling somewhat repulsed. Through this incident, Ayed gained insight into why Professor Snape harbored animosity towards Professor Lupin. No one appreciates those who have once bullied them. Indeed, Lupin's oblivious behavior revealed to Ayed that he had, at some point, occupied the role of a bully towards Professor Snape. It seemed that Lupin subconsciously believed it was acceptable to taunt Snape. As Ayed realized he had not observed Lupin displaying such insulting behaviors towards other professors or students. Professor Snape had taught at Hogwarts for over a decade, suggesting he began his tenure at around the age of 20. Such subconscious conditioning likely required ample time spent in close proximity. Hogwarts provided sufficient opportunity for such an unfavorable subconscious to develop. Moreover, based on Ayed's observations, Lupin's character was generally gentle, unlikely to initiate bullying. Therefore, it was probable that this subconscious behavior was instigated by others, with Lupin merely serving as an accomplice. It appeared that Sirius Black, James Potter, and Peter Pettigrew were contemporaries of Professor Lupin. Ayed lamented not having clarified this during his last visit to the headmaster's office. In any case, Ayed recognized that Professor Lupin was not as commendable as the young wizards believed. However, He refrained from mentioning this to Harry and others, who clearly admired Lupin, and instead shared his analysis with Cedric, advising him to remain vigilant. On the eve of Halloween, the day of Hogsmeade, Ayed awoke to find the castle suffused with a restless atmosphere. Many third-year students were palpably excited. Ayed chuckled. This was a yearly occurrence, as the third years often became overly enthusiastic during their first trip to Hogsmeade. Having gathered his belongings, he made his way to the library. Hogsmeade held no allure for him, and he had no intention of seeking out his father, who had persistently ignored his existence. Upon reaching the library entrance, he spotted Cedric, clearly waiting for him. Aren't you going to Hogsmeade today? Ayed inquired curiously. No, I have nothing to buy, Cedric replied. It would be nice to relax over some butterbeer. One need not necessarily buy anything, Ayed continued. I want to spend time with you today. Haven't we been together often enough? Do as you wish, Cedric replied casually. Without waiting for Cedric's response, Ayed stepped into the library. The library was always rather quiet on Hogsmeade days, providing a serene atmosphere for leisurely reading, a rare indulgence. In the past, while in the library, Ayed was often approached by numerous young wizards with queries, most frequently concerning potions. Essentially, none of them had the audacity to approach Professor Snape directly with their questions. Indeed, even in groups, they lacked the courage. Consequently, Ayed, who boasted perfect scores in potions and had never incurred a deduction from Snape, became the go-to source for assistance. He did not mind explaining concepts to the young wizards, as these interactions sometimes sparked insights for him. Their myriad of ideas occasionally presented intriguing avenues for exploration, though he did not dislike their company. Having time dedicated solely to reading brought Ayed great joy. Thus, Ayed spent the entire day in the library, quietly engrossed in his books. Cedric stealthily brought him lunch and dinner. Shortly after dinner, Madame Pants informed the remaining students in the library to assemble in the Great Hall. Observing Madame Pants' vague demeanor, Ayed and Cedric departed the library together, heading towards the Great Hall. Upon their arrival, they found many students already gathered. Ayed carefully surveyed the scene. Aside from the Gryffindor students, the others appeared bewildered. It seemed there was an issue concerning Gryffindor. Ayed and Cedric separated, each heading to their respective house areas. Just then, Professor Dumbledore and all the faculty members entered the Great Hall. Dumbledore noted that the students had mostly assembled and began to speak. The faculty and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle. No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all the doors of the Great Hall. For your safety, you will need to spend the night here. The prefects will guard the entrance, and the heads of the student councils will manage these affairs. Should anything arise, promptly send a ghost to report to me. With that, Dumbledore conjured several hundred sleeping bags for the students to rest in, and he, along with the professors, exited the Great Hall. After the departure of the headmaster and professors, the young wizards of Gryffindor began to relay the events that had transpired to their peers from other houses. Upon hearing the news, Ayed exchanged a glance with Cedric, both of them acutely aware of how Black had managed to infiltrate Hogwarts. While the passage for humans had been sealed, it did not imply that the routes for creatures remained obstructed. It appeared that the large black dog had its sights set on Hogwarts, or more specifically, on the Gryffindor common room. If it sought to meet Harry, there was no need for a direct breach of the common room. Simply appearing in its canine form would surely delight Harry immensely. As Ayed pondered this, he nestled into his sleeping bag, ready to rest for the night, confident that the professors would uncover nothing. He was aware that throughout the night, professors would come to inspect, questioning him on his knowledge. If you were awakened every hour, you would likely gain insight as well. Around 3 in the morning, Ayed heard the familiar voice of Professor Dumbledore, conversing with Percy. Their discussion was somewhat distant, and Ayed could not catch the details, but he surmised it was merely a routine inquiry, just as he was about to disregard it. The sound of the hall doors echoed again. More footsteps approached, indicating that the search had concluded. Ayed quickly focused, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Although he could not discern everything, he caught snippets of information. It seemed they had failed to locate Black, and Professor Snape suspected someone had facilitated Black's entry. Well, even without knowing the specifics, it was evident that the only new professor this year was Professor Lupin. Thus the list of suspects was quite limited. Moreover, Ayed later learned that Lupin, Pettigrew, Black, and Potter were collectively known as the Marauders. The nature of Pettigrew's relationships with the others remained uncertain, but the camaraderie among the remaining 3 was undoubtedly strong. Despite this, Professor Snape had erred in his suspicions. It appeared he was unaware of Black's animagus form and did not know that Black possessed such abilities. As for the headmaster's awareness, surely, one could jest. Dumbledore was a cunning fox. Nothing within the castle could escape his notice. Chapter 78, The Invaluable Marauder's Map. Following the gradual departure of Professor Dumbledore and the other professors, Ayed finally found a moment to rest, albeit for just a couple of hours. Awakened by his internal clock in the morning, Ayed took a moment to gather his surroundings. Realizing he was in the Great Hall, he quietly rose and returned to his dormitory to freshen up, encountering no obstructions along the way, indicating that the alarm had temporarily been lifted since the previous night. Once he was ready, Ayed made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Upon his return, he found that the young wizards had vanished, and the hall had resumed its usual ambience. He approached the Ravenclaw table, took a sandwich, and began to eat slowly while reflecting on the events of the previous night. Suddenly, he recalled having concocted a map for monitoring purposes during his first year. Due to various circumstances and the fact that the map was solely functional within Hogwarts, it had never been utilized. Now seemed to be the opportune moment to put it to use. After finishing his breakfast, Ayed seized Cedric, who had also completed his meal, and they hurried outside. Fortunately, neither of them had class for the first period that morning. Given the sensitivity of the situation, Ayed led Cedric to the room of requirement. Upon entering, Ayed retrieved the Marauder's map, activating it, and together they began to examine it. "Ayed, what is this?" Cedric exclaimed, astonished as he observed familiar names moving across the map. The map, stolen by the twins from Filch during their first year, had been refined from that initial version. As Ayed spoke, his voice grew quieter. "Wait, the Marauder's map? What were those four called during their student days?" If memory served him correctly, they were referred to as the Marauders. Hence, did that mean the map was crafted by those four? It appeared to align, as he recalled the front of the Marauder's map stating, "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs present the Marauder's map." What a fitting quartet. If that were indeed the case, how did the codenames correspond to the individuals? Noticing Ayed's sudden silence and contemplative demeanor, Cedric refrained from interrupting him, opting instead to scrutinize the map. He understood that Ayed had produced this map to locate Black, and since Ayed was deep in thought, Cedric decided to investigate on his own. Returning to Ayed, he was still mulling over the connection between the four codenames and the group. It was established that Black's full name was Sirius Black, and his animagus form was the large black dog. However, he lacked information on the others. If Black corresponded to one of the codenames, which would it be? Moony, Moonface, Wormtail, Wormtail, Padfoot, Pawfoot, Prongs, Antler. After careful consideration, Ayed concluded that only Padfoot could relate to Black's animagus form. The paw pads of a dog indeed correspond to Pad. Therefore, did this imply that the other three codenames were also derived from their animagus forms? Wormtail, presumably, would refer to a small creature with a tail, which certainly did not fit the large black dog. Prongs, referring to antlers, could apply to several creatures, such as deer or moose. Suddenly, Ayed recalled Dumbledore's description of Peter Pettigrew as cowardly. His thoughts drifted to a particular animal, the mouse. In the East, there exists a saying, timid as a mouse. If Pettigrew's animagus were indeed a mouse, then Wormtail would likely refer to him. This would establish a preliminary connection, Wormtail to Pettigrew and Padfoot to Black. Yet, the remaining two connections eluded him. With the information at hand being scant, Ayed regretted not having gleaned more from Professor Dumbledore earlier. As he refocused on the map before him, he was astonished to discover that it currently displayed the name Sirius Black. "Seeing you deep in thought, I went ahead and found Black for you," Cedric remarked. "I knew you would understand my intentions," Ayed replied, gazing at the map where Black was seen meandering through the Forbidden Forest. "Wait, perhaps he is not merely wandering. What do you suppose he is doing in the Forbidden Forest?" Although a possibility crossed his mind, Ayed still felt compelled to deny it. Perhaps he was merely foraging for food. After all, he could not go without sustenance. Very well, there was no need to struggle any longer. He was not truly a dog, after all. Never mind. I shall retrieve something from the kitchen to feed him, considering I have cared for him for nearly a month. With that, Ayed stowed away the surveillance images. Unbeknownst to him, in the corner of the monitor, the name Peter Pettigrew flickered briefly. In the kitchen, Ayed gathered some lamb chops and made his way to the Forbidden Forest to find Black, guided by the small creatures of the woods. He soon discovered the large black dog, accompanied by Hermione's cat. It appeared that the cat and dog had formed a rather amiable bond. Upon noticing Ayed, Crookshanks promptly abandoned his newfound acquaintance and nuzzled against Ayed's legs, greeting him softly. Ayed crouched down to stroke Crookshanks' small head and then addressed Black. "What brings you to the school?" Upon scrutinizing the large black dog's current state, Ayed noted that he had lost considerable weight since being under his care, and the once sleek fur was now matted and tangled. Ayed sighed and set about giving him a thorough grooming. Observing the dog's somewhat cleaner appearance, he nodded in approval. "You may stay here for now. Just be sure to remain in the Forbidden Forest. Have these for now, and I shall bring you more food tomorrow." With that, he set down the lamb chops and departed. Seeing that his new companion had food, Crookshanks followed Ayed. In the ensuing days, Ayed consistently visited the Forbidden Forest to feed the large black dog. By Saturday, The day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had arrived. Hufflepuff was not scheduled to play at this time, yet Slytherin took advantage of the tempestuous weather to substitute them in. Had Marcus Flint found Cedric earlier, he would not have dared to bully Cedric in his presence, for he would have ensured they experienced the exquisite sensation of demise, metaphorically speaking, of course, through a potion he had concocted inspired by a young wizard. Due to the potion's malicious nature, he had kept its existence a secret, dismissing it previously. Now, however, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. With the match approaching, Ayed ventured to feed the large black dog, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. The woodland creatures were equally unaware of his whereabouts. Glancing at the time, Ayed realized the Quidditch match was about to commence, and he had no desire to miss Cedric's performance. After an unfortunate defeat to Gryffindor just 5 minutes into the last match, Cedric had devoted considerable effort to honing his skills and elevating Hufflepuff's overall performance. Today's weather was decidedly unfavorable for Harry, but Cedric had improved significantly. He was sure to showcase his talents today. Preoccupied with thoughts of Quidditch, Ayed decided against the hassle of searching for the large black dog and opened the surveillance images instead. To his astonishment, he found the dog near the Quidditch pitch. Was he aware that Gryffindor was playing today and had come to watch Harry? Though perplexed, Ayed proceeded to the Quidditch pitch, reasoning that the large black dog posed no real threat. Despite this, he felt as though he had overlooked something important. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, the relentless storm had deterred all but a handful of students from other houses from attending, leaving only Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students present. Ayed settled into the Ravenclaw stands, awaiting the imminent match. The conditions were indeed dire, not only for Harry but also for Cedric, although Cedric seemed to be less affected. Just moments into the match, Cedric was drenched by the downpour. Ayed watched his steadfast figure facing the tempest, a stirring emotion rising within him. After an indeterminate time, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, signaling a pause called by Gryffindor. Ayed observed Cedric gathering the Hufflepuff players under a large umbrella at the edge of the pitch, seemingly attempting to comfort his team after a significant loss of points. Indeed, Ayed had been so focused on Cedric that he had only just noticed the scoreboard indicating Hufflepuff was trailing by 50 points. The pressure on Cedric must have intensified. The match resumed shortly thereafter, and Ayed noted that Cedric's demeanor remained untroubled, which brought him a sense of relief. However, the weather continued to worsen, with wind and rain now accompanied by lightning, exacerbating the already challenging conditions. Occasionally, players were unable to evade the bludgers due to the rain, and they flew with greater caution, especially the smaller female players, who desperately lowered their bodies in an effort to maintain stability on their brooms. Another lightning bolt illuminated the sky, and Ayed suddenly spotted the golden snitch darting across the field amid the ominous weather. Damn it! How could he have forgotten about the Dementors? Hadn't it been stipulated that they were not permitted within the castle grounds? Cursing internally, Ayed quickly drew his wand and cast the Patronus charm. As the silvery leopard manifested, it soared skyward. In that instant, Ayed witnessed Cedric seize the golden snitch. While Ayed's Patronus drove away some of the Dementors, their numbers were overwhelming, exceeding 100 and scattered across the field, making it increasingly difficult to fend them off. As Cedric captured the golden snitch, Ayed departed the stands, determined to have a serious conversation with Black. Exiting the Quidditch pitch, he consulted the Marauder's map and discovered that Black was moving swiftly towards the Forbidden Forest. Ayed hurried to catch up. Upon reaching Black, he was breathless and pale. Black sat quietly, observing him. After catching his breath and consuming a stamina potion, Ayed felt rejuvenated and spoke. "Serious, Black?" The moment Ayed uttered those words, the large black dog stood, assuming an aggressive posture, baring its teeth at him. "There's no need for that. I have known your identity for some time. If I had intended to harm you, I wouldn't have waited until now to confront you," Ayed replied. After a moment of silence, Black turned away. But after a few steps, he paused and glanced back at Ayed, indicating for him to follow. Understanding the cue, Ayed nodded in affirmation, and the two, man and dog, walked forward in silence. Approaching the Whomping Willow, Ayed watched as Black squeezed through a tree hollow. Reluctantly, Ayed followed suit. Beneath the Whomping Willow lay a hidden world, and after traversing a low tunnel, Ayed entered a disheveled room filled with dilapidated furniture and stains scattered across the floor. As Ayed surveyed the room, Black transformed into his human form. The man before him appeared exceedingly gaunt, his pallid complexion and tattered clothing emanating an unpleasant odor. Ayed frowned slightly and discreetly cast a silent cleaning charm. Observing Black now somewhat tidied and devoid of the foul stench, Ayed let out a quiet sigh of relief. He then cast a powerful Confundus charm around the room, ensuring that neither intruders nor Dementors would interrupt their conversation. After completing these tasks, Ayed conjured 2 chairs, seating himself in one and inviting Black to occupy the other. Ayed pondered momentarily before speaking. I possess certain information and deductions that require your confirmation. Should my reasoning prove accurate, I shall offer you my assistance. What is your objective? Black spoke, his voice hoarse and tone somber. It aligns with that of Professor Dumbledore. So you need not regard me with suspicion. We are allies, Ayed replied casually. What do you know? Black inquired. Let me think for a moment. Where should I begin? Ayed contemplated. I shall share what I know first. Please correct me if I err. He decided to lay out his knowledge directly, allowing Black to provide additional insights. Years ago, Voldemort learned of the prophecy and selected Harry as his adversary. Professor Dumbledore proposed using the Fidelius charm to conceal the whereabouts of the Potter family, with you originally designated as the secret keeper, only to be replaced by Pettigrew. At this point, Ayed paused, noting the simmering hatred in Black's eyes. Realizing his deductions were indeed correct, Pettigrew divulged the address to Voldemort, leading to the tragic demise of the Potter family. Upon discovering this betrayal, you sought vengeance against Pettigrew. Ultimately, due to a severed finger he left behind and the deaths of 12 muggles at the scene, you were wrongfully convicted of murder and imprisoned in Azkaban. Chapter 80. The Conversation in the Shrieking Shack. Could you recount the circumstances surrounding that time? Ayed asked curiously. You are quite astute. Upon learning of James's death, I immediately suspected Pettigrew's treachery, Black replied, his voice laced with venom, his hatred unabashedly spilling forth. I rushed to confront him, and just as he transformed, I cornered him. Realizing he could not escape, he began to scream, accusing me of betraying James and Lily for all the street to hear. Before I could utter a spell, he detonated the street with his concealed wand, resulting in nearby fatalities. As Black's agitation escalated, Ayed felt compelled to interject, concerned that he might faint from his fervor. He transformed into a rat and fled? Ayed queried. Indeed, that rat left behind a finger and escaped. I thought he had perished, Black replied. How did you ascertain that he survived? Ayed continued. Black retrieved a crumpled newspaper from his ragged robes and handed it to Ayed. It was a summer edition of the Daily Prophet featuring a photograph of the Weasley family, their pet Scabbers included. Before Ayed could inquire further, Black interjected. Fudge gave me this during a visit to Azkaban. Ah, so you recognized Pettigrew, and that is why you escaped, to seek revenge? Ayed murmured. Yes. I yearned to kill that vile rat. Black's voice emerged like a growl. Ayed recognized the necessity of reshaping Black's perspective, for there were evidently more prudent courses of action available. Perhaps, rather than killing Pettigrew, there exists a more advantageous solution, such as imprisoning him in Azkaban, allowing you the chance to live happily with Harry? At the mention of a life with Harry, Black hesitated. Is that truly possible? He must despise me, he muttered. Perhaps at present, yes, for he believes it was you who caused his parents' demise. Yet it was Pettigrew who was truly responsible, was it not? Ayed continued, trust me. Harry is a good boy. He can discern right from wrong. When he learns the truth, he will forgive you. And besides, you are his godfather. He would relish the opportunity to live with you, especially since he finds little joy in the Dursleys' household. Ayed leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand, awaiting Black's decision. Can you guarantee capturing that wretched rat? Black asked. Rest assured, I can, Ayed replied calmly. Very well, I trust you, Black declared, fixing his gaze upon Ayed. Congratulations on making the right choice, Ayed responded. However, you must promise not to revert to your human form or enter the school grounds until Pettigrew is apprehended. I would prefer to avoid further encounters with Dementors. Agreed. But what of you? Black sought a time frame. A month. Within that time, I shall devise a means to capture Pettigrew, Ayed stated. Understood. Since both you and Pettigrew possess the ability to become animagi, Potter must as well. What is his form? The correlation between the four friends was nearing revelation. A magnificent and powerful stag, Black answered with a smile, reminiscing about their joyful moments together. A stag, you say? Then it seems the pronged antlers belong to Potter, while the final moon-faced figure must be Professor Lupin. But why the moon face? Ayed pondered, piecing together the clues in his mind. The pale and frail Professor Lupin upon their first encounter. The professor who had taken a leave of absence. The professor requiring Professor Snape's potions. These instances seemed interconnected. What could it be? Ayed mused, realizing it was a matter of timing. As all these events occurred around the full moon, Ayed suddenly thought of a rather unsettling creature. He pressed his tongue against his back molars, shocked by his own deduction. What a choice far worse than Grindelwald's. Dumbledore truly possessed remarkable courage. Could he guarantee the student's safety? Wait. Something dawned on him. Why was Dumbledore not the secret keeper at that time? He was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, possessing such formidable power that even Tom would be wary. Unless he willingly chose to, it was inconceivable that anyone could extract his secrets. Suddenly, Ayed's expression darkened as he contemplated some troubling possibilities. It appeared he needed to pay another visit to the headmaster's office. Once he had made up his mind, Ayed continued, for now, let us conclude our discussion. I shall arrange to deliver food to you in the Forbidden Forest at regular intervals. Remember, do not wander about, if you wish to see Harry. I will find a way to bring him to visit you." With that, Ayed rose, preparing to depart. "Oh, and you should transform back. I cannot be certain whether Dementors will come here after I lift the charm." As Ayed witnessed Black transform back into a large black dog, he revoked the charm and made his exit. The black dog was now a free spirit, as long as he did not appear on school grounds. He could roam wherever he pleased. Ayed had no authority over him. Upon returning to the school, Ayed encountered Cedric celebrating the victory of the Quidditch match. He refrained from interrupting. Recognizing it was a moment that belonged to Hufflepuff and Cedric, as a Ravenclaw, it was best he did not intrude. Remembering Harry's visibly troubled state before he left the Quidditch pitch, Ayed resolved to check on the disobedient young man. He had reminded him on the express train. Yet he was still taken aback that he had not learned the Patronus charm. Ayed had learned that Harry, having been overwhelmed with fright, was sent to the infirmary. Considering there was no pressing matter at hand, he thought it prudent to visit Harry. This way, he would have a satisfactory answer if Black inquired about it the following day. Speaking of which, it seemed Black was unaware that he could communicate with animals. Never mind. It was of little consequence. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Ayed approached Harry's bedside, observing his pallid complexion, and inquired, "How are you feeling?" "Better," Harry replied weakly. "I heard you almost fell." Harry remained silent, but Ron interjected, "Yeah, it was close." Thankfully, a silvery leopard showed up and drove away quite a few Dementors. Harry managed to steady himself and flew down on his broom. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. "Well, as long as you're okay. That leopard is a Patronus, Harry. I mentioned it on the train, right? The Dementors have a significant impact on you. You need to learn the Patronus charm to protect yourself." Ayed spoke calmly, merely stating a fact without any intent to preach. "I understand. I'll seek Professor Lupin's help to learn it later," Harry responded. At that moment, Hermione suddenly asked, "Senior Durvins, is that leopard Patronus yours?" "Indeed," Ayed confirmed, and Hermione visibly relaxed. "That's good to know. I remember you conjured a Patronus on the express. It moved so swiftly that I thought I might have imagined it." "Miss Granger has an excellent memory," Ron chimed in. "But why do you two still call each other Senior Durvins and Miss Granger? We've known each other for almost 3 years. It's a sign of respect for a senior," came the reply. "It's a courtesy to a lovely lady," they both said almost in unison. Once the words left their mouths, they exchanged surprised glances and then shared a smile. "From now on, please call me Ayed, Miss Granger. And you may call me Hermione," she responded, again in unison. Ron glanced between Hermione and Ayed, bewildered by the unexpected rapport they had developed. Sensing Ron's confusion, Ayed remarked, "This is the understanding that exists among the intelligent. You may not quite grasp it." After finishing his visit and reminding Harry to learn the Patronus charm promptly, Ayed departed the infirmary. Chapter 81. A Fractured Alliance? Upon leaving the infirmary, Ayed contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to head to the headmaster's office. The issues he speculated upon required swift resolution. Otherwise, a flicker of darkness crossed Ayed's eyes. Arriving at the statue, he adeptly recited the names of various suites, and upon guessing the password correctly, he entered the headmaster's office. At that moment, the office was empty, save for the portraits observing Ayed, pondering why this astute young wizard had come at such an hour. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the portraits, Ayed conjured a chair and settled down, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He was aware that some portrait or ghost would inform the now wandering Professor Dumbledore, wherever he might be, along with his leg pendant, of his arrival. As he awaited the headmaster's arrival, Ayed organized his questions and related clues, preparing himself to avoid being led astray by the cunning old fox. Dumbledore did not keep him waiting long, arriving within the span of a tea's brewing time, accompanied by Grindelwald. Upon seeing Ayed sitting upright with a serious demeanor, Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. Ayed's posture did not suggest a friendly approach. Had something occurred recently that he was unaware of? Although puzzled, Dumbledore proceeded to sit behind his desk, with Grindelwald taking a seat beside him. The instant they settled, Ayed opened his eyes. Gazing at the familiar yet strange old man before him, Ayed fell into a moment of silence. He had not wished for matters to escalate to this point. But Cedric was his bottom line, and thus this matter needed to be clarified. Ayed was the first to speak. 13 years ago. What was the precise content of the prophecy concerning Tom's adversary? He got straight to the point, as the root of his inquiry lay in that prophecy. Dumbledore was not surprised that Ayed was aware of this matter. He always had various means to acquire information unbeknownst to others. However, Dumbledore chose not to answer directly. Instead, he employed the pensieve, delving into Ayed's mind to extract the memory of the moment he had revealed the prophecy to him in the headmaster's office. The memory flowed seamlessly, capturing even the nuanced expressions of the characters involved. Had he not been a participant, He could easily have mistaken it for a genuine recollection. Clearly, Ayed's mental occlusion was remarkably proficient. Seeing this, Dumbledore felt reassured. Such an excellent ability for mental occlusion, along with the capacity to fabricate memories that even he could be deceived by, meant that Ayed would not allow Tom to uncover the truth through him. Having confirmed Ayed's capabilities, he no longer hesitated and directly led Ayed to the pensieve. From his own mind, he extracted the memory related to that prophecy and placed it into the pensieve. Without needing further prompting, Ayed immersed himself in the memory. The scene shifted, and Ayed found himself in Hogsmeade, at a location reminiscent of the Hog's Head Inn as Cedric had once described. He saw Dumbledore seated at a table with Professor Sybil Trelawney, who appeared visibly anxious. As Ayed surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a somewhat youthful Professor Snape nearby. He was cloaked with his hood drawn, making it impossible to discern his presence unless one got closer. Dumbledore was growing impatient. At that moment, Dumbledore remarked, "I had intended to reject Sybil outright, as my conversation with her revealed no sign of prophetic ability, despite her lineage as a renowned seer." Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Professor Trelawney fell into a trance-like state. Her gaze became vacant, and in a hoarse voice, she uttered, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to a family that has triumphed over him 3 times, born at the end of the 7th month." At that instant, Professor Snape instinctively leaned forward, inadvertently nudging a cup resting on the table. Dumbledore sensed the disturbance and immediately directed an attack towards Snape. Without hesitation, Snape vanished from sight. Dumbledore chose not to pursue him, instead waiting for Professor Trelawney to see if there were any further prophetic revelations. Indeed, Professor Trelawney continued, "The Dark Lord marks him as his equal, but he possesses a power unknown to the Dark Lord. One must die at the hands of the other. For neither can survive while the other lives. The one with the power will be born at the end of the 7th month." With the prophecy concluded, Trelawney regained her senses, and Dumbledore's expression grew complex, yet he still approved her application. The reminiscence concluded, Ayed and Headmaster Dumbledore returned to the office, resuming their original positions. Ayed pondered for a moment before speaking. Was it Professor Snape who relayed the first part of the prophecy to Tom? Indeed, Severus divulged the prophecy to Tom, who, through a series of trials, ultimately identified 2 households. Dumbledore replied in a somber tone, "Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom." Ayed asserted with conviction. Dumbledore cast a glance at Ayed, nodding in agreement. Yes, Tom was unaware of the second segment of the prophecy. Thus, he did not realize that only those he deemed worthy would become his formidable adversaries. Until he made that determination, both were equally potential contenders. Ayed analyzed. Ultimately, Tom chose Harry Potter. Upon finishing his statement, Ayed fell into deep contemplation. It was Professor Snape who imparted this information to you, enabling you to shield the Potter family in a timely manner. Furthermore, since Professor Snape revealed Tom's intentions to you, he is no longer solely loyal to the Dark Lord, but also serves your purpose, or rather, he has subtly aligned himself with you while retaining his identity as a Death Eater. Perhaps he understands why he was the one who had to kill Dumbledore in the prophecy. It was a means to garner greater trust from Tom. As Ayed meticulously recalled the imagery from the prophetic dream, the vision fixated on Dumbledore's hand. One of his hands appeared distinctly flawed, blackened. Was that a curse? If it were indeed a curse, it would explain Dumbledore's choice at that moment. His own death exchanged for Professor Snape's trust in Tom was the most advantageous option. However, such speculation weighed heavily on Ayed's heart. If his thoughts were accurate, then given Dumbledore's character, his previous assumptions were not entirely implausible. Chapter 82. Why? Ayed's mind swirled with thoughts, yet his demeanor remained composed as he continued to inquire. When you heard the prophecy, was it your intention to let Professor Snape escape? Dumbledore merely smiled, offering no response. Perhaps he himself was uncertain of the answer. Why wasn't it you who served as the secret keeper for the Potters? Ayed pressed on. This question pivotal in determining his stance towards his former ally. Upon hearing it, Dumbledore's expression darkened. Grindelwald interjected. Why do you have so many questions? Is it not obvious that no one else was suggested? It is implausible that no one was suggested. After all, the best secret keeper at that time was Dumbledore himself. Ayed asserted confidently. Indeed, someone did suggest it, but I had other considerations at the time and therefore declined, Dumbledore stated calmly. Other considerations? Do you mean to ensure the prophecy's fulfillment? Ayed lowered his voice. Dumbledore's expression remained unperturbed. Perhaps he had sensed it before. Observing the silent Dumbledore, Ayed grew anxious. Why the silence? Could it be true? If so, would he also strive to bring about the death of Cedric, as foretold in the prophecy, merely to ensure that Harry, the boy who lived, could defeat Tom? Why? By what right? What qualifications does he possess? What about Harry? If Cedric were to come to harm, he would not hesitate to see the world pay the price. Grindelwald, noticing Ayed's evident emotional turmoil, quickly spoke, "Do not overthink it. The original thread of fate has been entirely altered. Everything is now uncertain. There is no need to act upon the prophecy. Just allow things to unfold naturally, and the best outcome will be achieved. Otherwise, I would not be here beside Al." Upon hearing these words, Ayed gazed at Grindelwald, bewildered, murmuring, "The thread of fate has completely changed?" "Yes, it has completely changed. Otherwise, I would not be present at Hogwarts. You did not see me in the prophecy, did you?" Grindelwald continued. "My presence here is the most compelling evidence of the complete alteration of fate," Grindelwald stated with conviction. As Ayed absorbed Grindelwald's words, he regained his composure. What had transpired? Why had he contemplated destruction? Seeing the realization dawn on Ayed, Grindelwald sighed in relief. "Have you come to the same conclusion? This must be one of the costs." "I am not." Ayed's voice was barely audible, his unspoken thoughts unheard by others. "Do you think the cost of altering the thread of fate is trivial? That is impossible. As a variable in this new destiny, your role can shift at any moment. Meaning that if you do not pay close attention, you might become the third Dark Lord," Grindelwald teased. "So, if I encounter something that leaves me feeling hopeless or emotionally volatile, I could lose control and act against my own will?" Ayed analyzed calmly. "That is highly probable. So control your emotions. Do not allow them to consume you," Grindelwald warned earnestly. "I see." Ayed suddenly laughed, astonished that a once frivolous notion might one day become reality. "I assure you, Cedric will be just fine," Dumbledore interjected suddenly. Ayed, however, paid him no mind. His faith in the seemingly righteous white wizard had waned. Noticing Ayed's skepticism, Dumbledore sighed. "Because, at present, Tom is no longer a significant threat. To ensure the safety of the British wizarding community, the best course of action is to prevent the emergence of another Dark Lord, and you are now the most likely candidate for that role. Fortunately, you have attachments. As long as Cedric Diggory remains unharmed, you will continue to be Ayed Deverance, not the Dark Lord. Thus, for the greater good, the simplest method is to ensure Cedric's safety." Dumbledore spoke earnestly. Observing Dumbledore's expression, Ayed pondered before nodding. "I will trust you once more, hoping you will not make choices I cannot accept." "That is only natural," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Very well, there are other matters to address. However, before we proceed, summon Professor Snape and Professor Lupin. They are relevant parties and have the right to know." After speaking, Ayed leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to compose his emotions. Not wishing to disturb him, Dumbledore summoned the Phoenix Patronus to send word. In a short while, Professors Snape and Lupin arrived in succession, and to Ayed's surprise, Cedric, who should have been at the celebration, also appeared. Upon entering, Cedric walked directly to Ayed. "You came to the headmaster's office without calling for me," Cedric complained. "I saw you were at the celebration," Ayed replied, a joyful smile gracing his face. Cedric was elated to leave the celebration and seek him out. Meanwhile, having been silently observing Ayed and Grindelwald, he quietly exhaled in relief as the indistinct dark aura that had been entwined around Ayed dissipated entirely since Cedric's arrival. He exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Dumbledore, who nodded in acknowledgement. On the other side, witnessing Ayed's smile, Cedric felt no inclination to speak further, especially with so many professors present in the headmaster's office. It was clear that significant matters were to be discussed, and he did not wish to intrude. As everyone gathered, Ayed began, concerning the incarceration of Sirius Black. "I wonder how much you are all aware." Professor Snape was the first to respond, asserting, given Black's character, this was merely a matter of time. It was inevitable. Professor Lupin interjected, "Isn't it true that Sirius betrayed James and Lily, and even killed Peter?" Observing the professor, whose demeanor seemed almost beast-like, Ayed fell into silence. Perhaps Lupin's inquiry could wait. Actually, Black was not the secret keeper. That role belonged to Pyram. Moreover, Ayed paused, glancing at the unfazed Dumbledore, the visibly disdainful Snape, and the astonished Lupin, smiling slightly. "As for Grindelwald, I regret to inform you that the leg piece does not warrant such attention. Pyram is not dead, and he resides within Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present, including Dumbledore, turned to astonishment. Chapter 83, The Plan to Capture Peter. Moments later, Lupin seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze drifting. Clearly, someone had pieced it together. As Ayed's words hung in the air, the others turned their eyes toward Professor Lupin. "Is it an animagus?" Lupin whispered. "I cannot imagine it could be anything else." "Lupin, what is the matter?" Dumbledore inquired. "Peter is an illegal animagus whose form is that of a rat," Lupin replied candidly. Snape's expression darkened, revealing his disdain without restraint. "Can we ascertain who brought him here?" Dumbledore directed his question at Ayed. "It's quite straightforward. To my knowledge, Ron's pet, given to him by his brother Percy, is a rat that has lived for over a decade. Do you believe that an ordinary rat could survive for so long?" Upon this revelation, The group realized that Peter was indeed Ron's pet rat. Having lived together for so many years, there must be some bond. Forcibly taking Ron's pet would surely be inappropriate. Dumbledore stated. With a slight scoff, Ayed remarked, "Is the headmaster suddenly concerned for the students' feelings?" He recalled Professor Quirrell from the year before, Professor Lockhart the year prior to that, and now this evidently problematic Lupin. Why was it that considerations for students' sentiments were absent during other matters? Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged in response to Ayed's words. After enduring years of Snape's barbs, Ayed's words barely scratched the surface. Growing weary of Dumbledore's indifference, Ayed felt a tinge of disinterest. Cedric, standing beside him and holding Ayed's hand, recalled Ayed's previous dissatisfaction with Professor Lockhart. He glanced at the still composed Dumbledore, reflecting on the thick skin required to maintain such a position. Regardless, it is Ron Weasley's pet, Dumbledore continued. That is no mere pet. It is an adult wizard. A Death Eater at that. The killing curse is standard for a Death Eater. Is it truly wise to downplay such a matter? Ayed's patience with Dumbledore's attitude began to wane. He recognized that his emotions were somewhat askew today, yet he chose to express himself nonetheless. Grindelwald struggled to contain himself. This audacious young wizard persistently mocked Albus before him, and it was becoming increasingly intolerable. However, Dumbledore, knowing Grindelwald well, shot him a warning glare just as he seemed poised to act. I believe Mr. Devon is correct. That is not a pet, but a lethal illegal animagus. Though he has remained docile for years, who can guarantee that he will continue to do so? It was Snape who spoke. Ayed knew that Snape would never permit Peter to live in peace under his watchful gaze. Furthermore, Black's prior excursion to Gryffindor's common room was precisely for this rat. I trust you do not wish to see Black infiltrate Gryffindor's common room again. Although Ayed had reached an agreement with Black, it did not hinder him from using Black as leverage. And what of the Dementors? I assume the headmaster does not wish to have them lingering at Hogwarts. Especially after the events at the Quidditch pitch today, he added a further weight to the scales. Very well, I shall apprehend Peter post-haste. With Ayed's assertion, Dumbledore could not deny the validity of the situation. Let us hope that you do so swiftly. I trust that with your intervention, a mere rat shall not evade capture. Should such an occurrence transpire, I would be compelled to question both your competence and that of Mr. Grindelwald from Numengard. What is this cunning old fox contemplating? Does he truly intend to let Pyram escape? Within a week, I will certainly capture Peter, Dumbledore affirmed once more. I hope you can deliver on that promise. Especially with Black, who is still at large and wandering God knows where. Even if you have faith in him, who can be certain that the Black of today is still the same man you once knew after spending over a decade in Azkaban? Ayed remarked with significant implication. This topic seemed to reach its conclusion. Ayed swiftly transitioned to the next matter. Lastly, we must address Professor Lupin's situation. Lupin, caught off guard by being singled out, appeared bewildered. You have allowed an adult werewolf to teach at Hogwarts, amidst defenseless young witches and wizards. Is this an attempt to bolster the ranks of the werewolf community? Ayed's tone grew somber as he articulated the gravity of the situation. As his words settled in, Lupin's complexion paled. Remus will be fine. Severus provides him with wolfsbane each month, Dumbledore stated calmly. I sometimes question whether it was wise for Professor Snape to turn to you. Are you truly unaware of the multitude of responsibilities that weigh upon him? Ayed found it absurd. What was it that allowed Dumbledore such audacity toward Professor Snape? Was it solely due to Snape's past as a Death Eater? Or was it because he had relayed the prophecy to Tom, resulting in 2 fatalities? Ayed refused to naively believe that Dumbledore would remain idle upon learning of that prophecy. Even if it were not Snape, others would convey that information to Tom. The threads of fate are not easily altered. Yet, Ayed, this is something only Severus can accomplish, Dumbledore replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Thus, knowing that Professor Snape is such a precious talent, why would you still assign him to brew those trivial potions in the medical room, along with your monthly quota of 4-2 strengthening potions? Surely, you cannot be oblivious to the meaning of the word excessive. This is voluntary on Severus's part, Headmaster Dumbledore gently retorted. Huh? Have you truly allowed sweet confections to cloud your intellect? Or is your vision obscured by honey? Where, pray tell? Did you discern that the professor is acting of his own volition? Ayed's tone dripped with sarcasm. I can assure you, no master potion maker would willingly squander their time on a plethora of inferior concoctions. Their true value lies in invention and creation. What you are currently doing is undermining the futures of countless individuals. Ayed spoke with unwavering seriousness, as a fellow youngest master potion maker, aware that his grandfather and the professor represented 2 stark extremes. Though he had never met his grandfather, he gleaned from his grandmother's descriptions that he was an exceptionally charismatic individual who relished travel and the refinement of potions. Many of the potions he developed and improved upon are still in common use today, having saved countless lives in dire situations. Initially, Ayed's ambition was to reclaim the title of the youngest master potion maker from Professor Snape. However, he later realized that his own talents were somewhat misaligned. While his potions were commendable, they could not compete with those of Professor Snape, leading him to abandon this unrealistic aspiration. Undoubtedly, Professor Snape's life should not be consumed by such trifles, nor should his extraordinary talents be squandered. He ought to engage in endeavors that would significantly benefit the magical community. Chapter 84. The future of the potion master. At this juncture, the matter of the werewolf was no longer of paramount importance. The future of the magical world took precedence. Before Headmaster Dumbledore could respond, Professor Snape interjected. Mr. Devons, your concern for your potion professor is entirely unnecessary. However, Professor, while you may perceive me as cold-hearted, my true concern lies with the future of the magical community, rather than with you personally, Ayed replied with a chilling candor, speaking a truth that resonated. As the grandson of Eberus Connor, I am acutely aware of your worth and the potential impact you can have on the magical world. This statement struck a chord with Professor Snape, who understood well the life experiences and accomplishments of the predecessor who had succeeded Eberus Connor as the youngest master potion maker. The potions he had created and refined had rescued innumerable wizards from dire straits, undeniably shaping a generation. Once upon a time, Professor Snape had yearned to emulate Mr. Connor, utilizing his gifts and talents to attain sufficient status and respect. Yet, he had not been born into a propitious era, or perhaps his own choices had dashed his former aspirations. Perceiving the flicker of sorrow that unconsciously crossed Professor Snape's countenance, Ayed's conviction solidified. A person of such remarkable talent as Professor Snape should not squander his time in this manner. Is there truly nothing that requires Professor Snape's involvement any longer? Ayed countered. Tom has diminished into insignificance. Given that the Horcruxes he created have been largely obliterated, he cannot evade a fatal fate should he re-emerge. There is no necessity for Professor Snape to serve as a double agent. As for the potions master at Hogwarts, any wizard who graduated with an oin potions could fulfill that role. The young witches and wizards are quite amenable to instruction. The school's potions classes merely serve as an introduction and advancement. Mastery in potion making requires exceptional talent and a passion for the craft, culminating in the development of one's own unique path. There is no need for someone of the master potion maker's caliber to teach. Moreover, it is evident that Professor Snape does not relish instructing those whom he perceives as mere little trolls. What do you propose? Headmaster Dumbledore inquired, acknowledging the validity of Ayed's assertions. He had experienced the era dominated by Connor's influence in potion-making firsthand. The legacy left by Connor had indeed saved many wizards, including numerous members of the former Order of the Phoenix. Therefore, if Severus could achieve similar feats, it would undoubtedly shape the future of the magical community. It is not a matter of what I wish, even though I fervently hope the professor will improve and create more potions for the benefit of the future magical realm. Such endeavors must stem from his own willingness to yield results. Thus, my desires are inconsequential. What truly matters is what the professor wishes to pursue. Ayed stated with a light-hearted tone, having discerned the undertone of Dumbledore's words, which acknowledged that he had indeed impeded Professor Snape. Severus? Headmaster Dumbledore queried. Professor Snape pressed his parched lips together, pondering if he still had a chance to realize his past aspirations. Noticing the hesitation in Professor Snape's expression, Ayed resolutely declared, Professor, you are far greater than you presently comprehend. Past mistakes must not be forgotten, yet you must not dwell within their confines. I hope that in the future, when your name is mentioned, it will not be as a former Death Eater, nor simply as the potions master of Hogwarts, but rather as the master potion maker who defined an era, an unparalleled genius surpassing Eberus Connor. You possess that talent and capability. Ayed's emphatic words roused Professor Snape from his indecision. It seemed to be the first instance when someone had placed such unwavering trust in him. Perhaps he could endeavor to achieve what this resolute youth envisioned. No, he certainly could attain what this young man aspired for him to accomplish. Being the youngest master potion maker already placed him beyond Mr. Connor. Thus, everything else would naturally follow suit. With this thought, a faint smile graced Professor Snape's lips, akin to a gentle breeze brushing across a tranquil lake, dispelling the silence of yesteryear. I shall give it a try. These simple words conveyed a message that filled Ayed with joy. The youngest master potion maker had finally shed his shackles and was attempting to soar toward broader horizons. Since it is your decision, once Tom is dealt with, you may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. Headmaster Dumbledore sighed in relief, recognizing that such an outcome might be for the best. Well then, having concluded the significant discussion, we ought to address the less critical matters and reach a resolution. What shall be done regarding Professor Lupin? Ayed inquired. Everyone paused, taken aback by how swiftly the impassioned young wizard shifted the conversation. The speed of his transition left the others momentarily astounded. Only Cedric managed to keep pace with Ayed, having become accustomed to his method of first resolving pressing issues before swiftly pivoting to the next matter at hand. Headmaster Dumbledore sighed. What do you propose regarding this matter? Certainly, we must ensure the safety of the students. Therefore, either you or your companion must accompany Professor Lupin during the full moon, or you must oversee him while he ingests the Wolf's Bane potion. Ayed emphasized the need for someone to either restrain Professor Lupin during his transformation or ensure he retains absolute rationality. I can assure you, Professor Lupin will communicate his intentions. Ayed interrupted him. Professor Lupin, you must be an alumnus of Gryffindor, correct? Therefore, you should be well aware of the typical characteristics of young Gryffindors. Do you believe that upon maturing, one can transcend the recklessness associated with Gryffindor? Ayed inquired with a smile. Silence enveloped the room. Ayed continued, it is impossible. I assure you, if you had learned of Black's whereabouts prior to consuming the potion, you would have rushed out to seek him immediately, rather than waiting until after drinking. That is the quintessential Gryffindor nature, is it not? Hence, in order for you to teach with peace of mind, and for us to learn without concern, might we request that you submit to necessary supervision at specific intervals? Professor Lupin, for reasons he could not quite fathom, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and involuntarily nodded. Observing this, Ayed turned with satisfaction towards Professor Dumbledore. Very well. I shall have Gellert monitor Remus on the night of the full moon, Dumbledore stated, casting a glance at Grindelwald beside him. Grindelwald nodded in agreement without hesitation. That would be for the best, Ayed acknowledged. He concluded with a remark, expressing his hope to see Pyram delivered to Azkaban within the week. Following this, he took Cedric by the arm and departed. Chapter 85, Peter Captured. Since the conversation in the headmaster's office, Ayed's life at Hogwarts had returned to a state of tranquility. All bothersome issues had been resolved by others, allowing him to simply fulfill the role of a diligent student. Cedric shared this sentiment. In the previous year's OWLs, Cedric's examination results were commendable. He achieved an outstanding in the essential subjects required for an aura, defense against the dark arts, charms, potions, herbology, and transfiguration. His performance in other subjects was also predominantly exceeds expectations, with the sole exception of divination, which received an acceptable. However, this minor blemish was inconsequential. This year, Cedric successfully enrolled in advanced courses for defense against the dark arts, charms, potions, herbology, and transfiguration. The content of these advanced classes was considerably more challenging, and in pursuit of his aura aspirations, Cedric understood that he must continue to exert effort. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, for he had Ayed providing him with personalized guidance. On this day, as customary, Cedric was led by Ayed to the library for study. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus arrived, delivering a message summoning Ayed to the headmaster's office. With reluctance, the two tidied up the books they had just opened and made their way to the office. What do you suppose it is about? Cedric inquired with curiosity. The rat, Ayed replied. The only thing that necessitates our presence is that Animagus rat. Ayed's assumption proved accurate. Dumbledore had indeed summoned them because the Animagus rat had been captured. However, that was not the sole reason, as this matter had come to the attention of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who had dispatched Dementors to Hogwarts in pursuit of Black. Upon noticing Fudge's presence in the headmaster's office, Ayed felt a sense of foreboding about the situation. Indeed, Fudge's purpose was to covertly arrange for the execution of Pyram, for such a significant trial incident could not transpire on his watch. His words were veiled in euphemism, suggesting a desire to maintain the current tranquility of the magical community, but they were mere grandiloquent platitudes devoid of substance. After listening to Fudge, Ayed chuckled softly. It was evident that those corrupted by power could not be reasoned with, for their vision was clouded by their singular pursuit of authority. Do you have a differing opinion, young man? Fudge inquired amiably. Well, I harbor no contrary sentiments. Indeed, the ramifications of this matter are detrimental. Should the public begin to doubt the fairness of the ministry, it would be an exceedingly grave situation. Ayed feigned agreement. Beside him, Cedric gazed intently at Ayed's earnest profile. Ah, how charming it is to see Ayed so earnestly deceiving, he mused, despite his aversion to Fudge's rhetoric. We are grateful for your understanding of the ministry's predicament. However, Dumbledore, how can you be so obstinate when even a child grasps this? Fudge expressed his gratitude with a measured tone, yet as he turned to Dumbledore, his voice brimmed with indignation. However, Ayed pretended to hesitate, seeing Fudge's attention shift toward him. He continued, this matter has already been circulated by a fellow student. Ayed feigned concern, stating, I came to inquire with the headmaster precisely because I had heard the tumultuous rumors. Many students have shared this with their parents, especially with the holiday approaching, as many wish to return home. A minister capable of deploying Dementors to Hogwarts in pursuit of Black could hardly be expected to offer him justice. It was imperative that this information spread to apply pressure on the ministry. Cedric was somewhat astonished, having spent the past few days with Ayed. He had not discerned when Ayed had leaked the information. What? Fudge exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? I have only just received this news. And yet it has already circulated within Hogwarts, possibly beyond. He contemplated the owls that might have carried this news across the country in recent days. And beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed that tranquility was no longer an option. Thank you for bringing this information to my attention, young man. I have matters to attend to and must return to the ministry. As for Piram, I will arrange for someone to take over, Fudge stated hurriedly before departing. He needed to ensure matters were settled before the flood of letters chastising the ministry overwhelmed him. Once Fudge had left, Ayed turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "Before Black's name is cleared, Piram cannot escape. As for afterwards." Ayed and Dumbledore exchanged glances. And then he added that allowing the pitiful rat to escape might yield unexpected benefits. "And what of Piram?" Ayed inquired. Dumbledore retrieved a cage containing the rat from beneath his desk. "Is your plan to simply hand him over to the ministry? Are you not concerned about Fudge's potential malfeasance? After all, in this precarious situation, maintaining the current verdict would be the most favorable resolution for Fudge." "Oh, it is impossible for that to occur. Veritaserum must still be administered to Peter," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Since you have a plan in mind, I shall refrain from further discussion. Given the events of the past few days, I suspect many are already aware of this situation. Whether Black can shed the label of fugitive now rests upon your performance. Headmaster." With that, Ayed took Cedric's arm and left, having concluded their performance. The remaining matters were now the concern of the headmaster and the ministry officials, entirely unrelated to the two students. As they walked toward the library, Cedric voiced a question that had been on his mind since their time in the headmaster's office. "Ayed, when did you spread the news? We've been together this entire time. Such matters are best discussed in whispers within the confines of the dormitory, where the word will inevitably spread. How could that fellow Anthony possibly resist sharing such sensational news? It naturally transformed into an exaggerated tale as it circulated." Cedric wore a look of bewilderment, recalling that Ayed had a rather peculiar roommate whose laughter was unsettling whenever he was seen with Ayed. If it were indeed him, it would not be entirely surprising. With this thought in mind, Cedric followed Ayed back to the library. This year, Ayed had his OWL's exams and advanced courses to focus on. As for those trifles, since the headmaster had taken charge, they could await the outcome. Chapter 86. Peter has escaped. Since the capture of Purlum, Headmaster Dumbledore had spent considerably less time at the school. As the chief wizard of Wisengamot, he was frequently summoned to the Ministry of Magic to oversee the trial of Peter Purlum and assist in the exoneration of Black. Ironically, one of the parties involved, the large black dog known as Black, had begun to roam the school freely since the Dementors had been reassigned. Initially, timid young witches and wizards were intimidated by the dog's imposing size, but as they observed other students interacting with him without incident, their fear gradually dissipated. Among the group of young wizards enamored with furry creatures, Harry was undoubtedly the one who shared the closest bond with the great black dog. After all, they had spent a month together during the holidays, which naturally fostered a stronger connection than with others. From Black's perspective, could he harbor any favoritism towards his godson? Certainly not. Regardless of their individual thoughts, the two shared an undeniable camaraderie. Moreover, Black did not shy away from the warmth extended by the young wizards, as evidenced by his glossy coat and steadily increasing vigor. In summary, Black was thriving at Hogwarts. After witnessing yet another heartwarming scene of the black dog being affectionately fed by the young wizards, Ayed could not help but express a tinge of sympathy for Headmaster Dumbledore. The headmaster was tirelessly striving to prove Black's innocence, utterly unaware that Black was flourishing within Hogwarts, enjoying not only the affection of young wizards, but also their companionship and the closeness to his godson. At this thought, Ayed chuckled softly, eager to see the expressions of those young wizards upon discovering Black's true identity. It would surely be entertaining, especially for Harry. Cedric, with a mixture of exasperation and fondness, gazed at Ayed, who was lost in mischievous thoughts. He placed a reassuring arm around his shoulders, guiding him forward. "All right. Black has only a limited time to spend with Harry. Perhaps you should let him be just this once." Ayed protested, "But I haven't done anything yet." "True. You have yet to act, yet you have already devised your plans in your mind," Cedric replied with a smile. "Oh, how troublesome," Ayed muttered under his breath. Now, do not be upset. You are aware that Black spent over a decade in Azkaban due to a misunderstanding. For his sake, show him some leniency." "Fine," Ayed conceded reluctantly. About a week later, Dumbledore returned after concluding his busy affairs. The first thing he did upon his return was summon Ayed. Just as Ayed was about to attend Charm's class, he was called to the headmaster's office by the Patronus Phoenix. He had to ask Anthony to excuse him from class, and then followed the Phoenix to the office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk as always, and upon seeing Ayed, he spoke in a grave tone. Peter has escaped. Wasn't Perlam's escape expected? Yet, the expression on your face suggests that something unforeseen has transpired, Ayed inquired. Dumbledore's demeanor suggested that Perlam's flight should not have elicited such concern. There were still many questions left unanswered when Peter fled. Dumbledore frowned. For now, I only wish to know one thing. Has Black been exonerated? Ayed's immediate concern was whether the essential task had been accomplished. At this mention, Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Yes, he has been exonerated. The Ministry has revoked Sirius's warrant and restored his title as a hero along with the First-Class Order of Merlin. With the primary objective achieved, other details seemed less critical. Perlam had spent 12 years with the Weasleys, during which he likely possessed no pertinent information. Prior to that, as a traitor to the Order of the Phoenix, do you think Tom would have shared any information with him? Dumbledore pondered Ayed's reasoning and decided not to dwell on the question of why Perlam had betrayed Potter. In that case, what do you believe Tom will do next? Dumbledore asked. The Triwizard Tournament is next year, Ayed replied solemnly. The outcome of his nearly 5 years of efforts would soon be revealed. Although Grindelwald had claimed that the threads of fate had shifted entirely, until the last moment, no one could predict the final result. Thus, the coming year demanded vigilance. Whatever plans may unfold, I have but one request: ensure Cedric's safety. Should the need arise, I am willing to take his place. Ayed fixed Dumbledore with a determined gaze. His single request clear, if it could not be met. Noticing the darkening intensity in Ayed's eyes, Dumbledore quickly assured him. I promise that all plans will prioritize Diggory's safety. Upon hearing this, Ayed felt a sense of calm wash over him. Dumbledore exhaled. With the controller, Cedric, absent, it was prudent to exercise caution. Do you have any thoughts on where Tom might head next? Dumbledore inquired. According to the prophecy, Tom would soon appear at Riddle Manor, which would serve as his final resting place. Ayed spoke softly, his tone reminiscent of intimate whispers, entirely incongruent with the notion of designating a burial site for another. Dumbledore regarded Ayed with a mixture of complexity. The young man before him had diverged significantly from the polite, yet distant boy he had first encountered. Oh, but this was not a concern for an old man like him. As long as Ayed did not aspire to become a Dark Lord, his transformation was of little consequence to Dumbledore. It was Diggory's concern, after all. Reflecting on this, Dumbledore chuckled. There is still ample time before that juncture. I shall send someone to monitor Riddle Manor. Once we receive intelligence, we can strategize based on the information gathered. For now, you should simply enjoy this rare tranquility on campus with Diggory. I could not wish for anything more. Since there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Oh, and regarding Black, who has been causing quite a stir at school these past few days, I will defer to the headmaster's judgment on how to handle him. With that, Ayed exited the office, having made no promises to Cedric about not hindering Black. If the headmaster's revelation of Black's identity were to occur, it would be beyond his concern. As Ayed pondered, he walked lightly towards the library. He had already requested a leave from Professor Flitwick through Anthony, so he decided to spend the remainder of his time in the library. Chapter 87. The 5th year concluded. Ayed's remaining 5th year experience was rather uneventful. Aside from the sudden disappearance of the large black dog, which had caused some concern among the little wizards who adored furry creatures, nothing of particular significance transpired. This year, the potential threat posed by the defense against the dark arts professor was mitigated, as Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, kept a close watch every full moon, preventing any actions that might lead to dismissal. Ayed privately joked with Cedric that perhaps Professor Lupin was the first defense against the dark arts professor to navigate an entire school year without incident since the position had been cursed. Indeed, the likelihood of this seemed quite substantial. With the combined effects of Wolf's Bane and the supervision of the first Dark Lord, if any issues were to arise, Ayed would indeed be impressed by Tom's curse. Time swiftly passed, and Ayed's 5th year came to a close amidst the cheers of the Ravenclaw students. Upon returning home, he found himself seated on the living room sofa, staring blankly at the empty room, feeling somewhat lost. Past holidays had been filled with busyness and purpose, gathering information, training, researching, and seeking Tom's Horcruxes. However, this year's holiday felt aimless due to the impending conclusion of matters and the temporary absence of any information regarding Tom. What was he to do now? Should he pursue an intriguing alchemical project? Or perhaps attempt a more challenging potion? Alternatively, he could find a few captivating books to peruse? Before he could finalize his plans, Cedric entered the room. Upon seeing Ayed sitting on the sofa with a vacant expression, Cedric inquired, Ayed, my father just mentioned that the Quidditch World Cup will take place during the holidays this year. Would you accompany me to watch it? Ayed snapped back to attention. Looking at Cedric with curiosity, Quidditch World Cup? Yes, it's happening this year. Are you planning to watch all of it? Ayed questioned, puzzled. as he recalled that the Quidditch World Cup spanned a considerable length of time. Just come with me for the finals. Knowing you aren't particularly fond of Quidditch, I wouldn't want to impose my interests on you, Cedric replied. When is it? Ayed asked. August 22nd, right here in England. Very well, Ayed conceded. Accompanying you to the Quidditch World Cup sounds acceptable, though I must admit, I lack enthusiasm for matches that don't involve you. What were you thinking about before I arrived? Cedric leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on Ayed's eyes. I was contemplating how to spend the holiday, pondering Tom's whereabouts, and realizing that all known Horcruxes have been destroyed. It feels as though there's nothing to occupy my time, Ayed confessed, a hint of confusion in his voice. I haven't found any interesting alchemical topics yet, or perhaps I could seek out Professor Snape to see if he has any intriguing potions. Ayed mumbled. Perhaps you recall Mrs. Weasley once inviting you to stay at the Weasley household for a few days? Cedric gently reminded him. Ayed reflected on his few encounters with Mrs. Weasley, recalling a conversation from his third year when he had promised to visit with Cedric during the next holiday. It had been several holidays since then. He hoped Mrs. Weasley wouldn't hold it against him. With this thought in mind, Ayed decided to set aside his indecision and fulfill his previous commitment. With a newfound determination, Ayed activated the two-way mirror to connect with George Weasley. George, may I come over to your house during the holiday? Ayed asked directly. Oh, you certainly are a tough one to invite. Fred and I have been trying to get you to visit for 5 years now, and you finally decided to come? George teased. It seemed Fred was not present, or else he would have been the one speaking. Well, I've been a bit busy these past few years. Do you think those little gadgets of yours just appeared out of thin air? Ayed thought to himself, although he wouldn't disclose the truth. He had indeed created several interesting prototypes during previous holidays, which he had gifted to the twins. Don't you need to work on your projects this year? George inquired curiously. For now, I don't have any intriguing topics, and since you and Fred have invited me for so long, I thought I'd give you the chance to host me. I thank the Prince of Ravenclaw for gracing our humble abode. Come on over. My mother will be thrilled to have you, George replied. If I come with Cedric, will your home be accommodating? Ayed asked. Of course, we'll figure something out. George assured him. All right, Cedric and I will visit tomorrow. Great. Fred and I will be waiting for you, George concluded, and they ended the conversation. Cedric, who had been sitting nearby, remarked, I'll go inform my parents. Good. And ask your uncle what Mr. Weasley likes. We should bring something for our visit. Ayed reminded him. Understood, Cedric nodded before leaving the Scowcroft residence to inform his parents. Left alone, Ayed contemplated what gifts to prepare for the Weasley family. How many members were there in the Weasley household? Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, and it seemed there were 2 other sons who weren't home. He hadn't counted them closely before, but now he realized just how many there were in the Weasley family. As someone who previously had only a grandmother and now a father who treated him as though he were invisible, Ayed envied the Weasley household. From his few encounters, he could sense the warmth and strong bonds that united them. Then, he thought of the Diggory family next door, a smile blossoming on his lips. Perhaps he wasn't lacking. For although they shared no blood ties, they were family nonetheless, weren't they? As Ayed mused, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he leaned back against the sofa, gradually succumbing to slumber. The silver-haired youth closed his enchanting violet eyes, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle smile as he lay on the sofa, breathing softly. When Cedric returned to the Scowcroft residence after informing his parents, he was greeted by this serene scene. As if enchanted, Cedric quietly approached Ayed, leaning closer until his lips almost brushed against Ayed's. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, placing a gentle kiss on the silver-haired boy's forehead. Sweet dreams, my Ayed. Chapter 88, Preparing Gifts. When Ayed awoke, he found Cedric seated on the adjacent sofa, engrossed in a book. Ayed sat up, causing the blanket covering him to slide down. With a flick of his wand, he enchanted the blanket to fold itself neatly and return to its rightful place. Ced, how are you? Ayed asked, noticing Cedric had set his book aside and was intently watching him since he had awakened. Having already spoken with my parents, they indicated that they would take us to Diagon Alley tomorrow, where we could utilize the Flu network to arrive directly at the burrow. Quite convenient, indeed. What does Mr. Weasley enjoy? Ayed inquired, although he harbored a suspicion. Mr. Weasley has a penchant for all things Muggle, Cedric replied with a hint of amusement, evidently reminiscing about the thrilling experience from 2 years prior when they had arrived at school in that enchanted Muggle car. Ayed sighed, reflecting, if Harry and Ron were not under Hermione's watchful eye, they would certainly be prone to such impulsiveness. I had previously advised him to approach matters with rationality, yet it seems he remains as impetuous as ever. In contrast, Hermione is like a refreshing stream within Gryffindor. She would be quite suited for Ravenclaw. Moreover, don't you think the cunning of Gryffindor is predominantly embodied by the headmaster and Hermione? The headmaster claims 9/10, leaving a mere 10th for Hermione. Ayed opined. having long perceived Gryffindor's cubs as particularly prone to chaos, often complicating matters that could be resolved with relative ease. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The wizards from our house are rather well-behaved and seldom cause trouble, Cedric remarked, genuinely fond of the Hufflepuff wizards, though they may not be the most astute. Their frequent acts of kindness are truly touching. Ced, is your favorite house Hufflepuff? Ayed queried mischievously. My favorite is you, Cedric stated earnestly. Huh, I knew it was me. Just dare to claim Hufflepuff is your favorite, Ayed retorted playfully. No, my favorite can only be Ayed, Cedric replied. A tender smile gracing his face as he gazed at Ayed. Suddenly reminded of something, Ayed inquired nonchalantly, what about Miss Chong? Cedric momentarily wore a puzzled expression. Miss Chong? The seeker from our house, Ayed reminded him. Ah, her. What of it? Cedric responded, somewhat bewildered, unsure of the relevance of their prior conversation to Miss Chong. She is the only female seeker among the 4 houses. Do you not have any affection for her? Ayed pressed. Not at all. We are rivals. And she cannot best me, Cedric replied calmly. Ayed observed Cedric's serene demeanor with curiosity, pondering why he did not harbor feelings for Miss Chong, especially when he would likely cherish her next year. Perhaps that sentiment would develop in due time? Never mind, it was of no consequence to him. Ayed chose to overlook the flicker of delight that crossed Cedric's mind when he dismissed Miss Chong, opting to change the subject. What gifts should we bring to the burrow tomorrow? He pondered aloud. For Percy, a straightforward choice would be a book on management. He aspires to work at the Ministry of Magic, so it will be useful sooner or later. For Fred and George, I have plenty of trinkets. I can simply select 2 for them. As for Ron, perhaps an owl would be fitting, as he currently lacks a pet. What about Ginny? What does the young lady enjoy? Never mind. Mr. Weasley has a fondness for Muggle items, so I shall present him with some literature on Muggle mechanics. I am sure he would appreciate that. For Mrs. Weasley, a cookbook featuring Eastern cuisine would suffice. As long as she learns to interpret the term moderation, which is rather vague, the dishes should turn out quite delectable. Sitting beside Cedric, Ayed shared his meticulously considered gift ideas. Cedric listened intently, his gaze fixed on Ayed as he enumerated the various presents. Once Ayed finished, Cedric suggested, regarding Ginny, perhaps you could consult my mother. She would likely have some recommendations. Well then, this formidable task shall be entrusted to you, Ayed declared, patting Cedric's shoulder with a serious expression. It was utterly impossible for him to inquire about gifts for the young lady from Auntie Diggory. He could not bear the thought of being misunderstood. Better to leave it to Cedric. Auntie would surely be pleased. After stating this, Ayed nudged Cedric toward the door. Hurry back. I have prepared a feast for you. With a gesture of encouragement, he closed the door with a definitive click, securing it with a lock. Cedric found himself bemused, watching Ayed vanish in a flash. Well, he was not particularly concerned about any potential misunderstanding with his mother. After all, she was well aware of whom he favored. With a resigned glance at the locked door, Cedric turned to head next door, eager to complete Ayed's assigned task and share dinner with him. After Cedric departed, Ayed retreated to the study, procuring books suitable for Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, and Percy, placing them into a storage ring before descending to prepare dinner. Just as the meal was completed, Cedric arrived. Ayed brought out the final dish. Observing Cedric already seated at the table, ready to begin. You have impeccable timing. I finished just as you arrived, Ayed remarked with a smile. Indeed. My luck is quite favorable, Cedric replied, slicing into a piece of lamb and savoring it. How is it? Ayed inquired. As always, delectable, Cedric replied after swallowing. Pleased with his response, Ayed took a seat to join him for the meal. What did your mother suggest for the young lady's gift? Ayed asked, continuing their conversation over dinner. She mentioned I could give Ginny some sweets. So simple? Ayed responded, puzzled. Since she is merely a friend's sister, sweets will suffice. Very well then. I still have plenty of candies from Honeydukes, so I can set aside some for Ginny. Ayed thought of his stock and concluded that there was no need to purchase more sweets, as he had ample from previous acquisitions. With the gift situation resolved, the two began to discuss other topics. After dinner, as they needed to rise early for their trip to Diagon Alley, Cedric did not linger and soon made his way home to rest. Chapter 89, Journey to the Burrow. On the following morning, Ayed and Cedric accompanied Mr. Diggory to Diagon Alley. On their way to the fireplace leading to the burrow, Ayed instructed Cedric to purchase an owl from the Elops Owl Emporium as a gift for Ron. Subsequently, Ayed and Cedric utilized the Floo network to reach the burrow. Emerging from the fireplace, Fred greeted Ayed with an enthusiastic embrace. Ayed adeptly sidestepped the gesture. Fred halted abruptly, turning back to complain, Ayed, you are quite stingy. I merely wish to give you a warm welcome. Fred, I have mentioned before, social distancing, Ayed replied calmly. Yet you and Diggory seem to have no such distance. Fred mumbled as he approached George. You know it will surely fail, yet you still pursue it, George remarked. What if it succeeds? Fred countered. Shall we try again in the coming days? He proposed. Certainly, George agreed. Ayed chose to ignore the whispering twins as they plotted their next endeavor. As they gazed upon Mrs. Weasley standing before the fireplace, warmly greeting them, Ayed politely responded, "Good day, Mrs. Weasley. I hope you will kindly look after Cedric and me in the coming days. This is a small token for you. I trust you will find it delightful. It's a cookbook from the East." While speaking, Ayed presented the cookbook to Mrs. Weasley. "My dear child, how courteous of you. Come, come. Take a seat, and Cedric, do join us as well." Mrs. Weasley beckoned with genuine warmth, appearing exceedingly pleased by their arrival. "Thank you, ma'am." The two expressed their gratitude politely before settling onto the sofa in the living room. Fred and George soon followed, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked at Ayed. Amused by their eagerness, Ayed remarked, "Are you so certain that I have gifts prepared for you?" The twins exchanged knowing glances, and Fred replied, "Ayed, you certainly wouldn't forget us. Indeed, there are always gifts for us. So what might they be?" With a playful glint in his eye, Ayed retrieved a small crystal vial from his storage ring and handed it to them, promptly explaining its use. To achieve the desired effect, just let someone take a drop. The results are quite amusing. The twins understood immediately, and after Fred carefully stowed the vial, they continued to gaze at Ayed with eager anticipation. With a sigh, Ayed produced a pendant from his storage ring, handing it to George and stating, "This contains a concealed magical array. Activate it with your magical energy, and it can cloak all items within a 1-meter radius. It functions similarly to an invisibility cloak, but with a broader scope. However, do note that the concealment is tangible. If captured, the items will not remain hidden." Watching the twins depart with satisfaction, Ayed leaned against Cedric and mused, "What do you suppose they will use the pendant for?" Cedric adjusted his posture to offer Ayed greater comfort, replying, "Perhaps for nocturnal escapades? But they possess the Marauder's map. They need not rely on this for nighttime adventures and can avoid capture." "The Marauder's map?" Cedric inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. "Did I not mention it before?" Ayed questioned, perplexed, as he recalled using the monitoring map. Had he not explained its origins? "You previously indicated that the monitoring map was derived from the Marauder's map, yet you did not elaborate on what the Marauder's map entails." "Oh, I see. It is quite similar to the monitoring map, though its protective measures are insufficient. Anyone can view it if they possess the correct password." Ayed remarked with a hint of disdain. The Marauder Quartet either lacked skill or simply disregarded security concerns. Their protective measures are virtually non-existent. "Well then, what do you think will transpire? Once school commences, you shall see. There will undoubtedly be reports of certain items mysteriously vanishing and reappearing. Perhaps it will be dubbed the Land of Disappearance," Ayed suggested. Such certainty. Fred and George's nature would indeed drive them to such antics. While Ayed and Cedric engaged in light conversation, Mrs. Weasley cheerfully emerged from the kitchen, bearing breakfast and inviting the two to sit and dine. Not long after their seating, the younger Weasleys began to trickle down. With Mr. Weasley absent due to the chaos at the Ministry of Magic caused by the Quidditch World Cup, everyone was compelled to work overtime. Today, it was only because Mr. Diggory had been on shift for a week that he could escort them, and after dropping them off, he would return to the ministry for work. The Weasley breakfast was remarkably simple: long bread, milk, fried sausages, and eggs. Though modest, it ensured that everyone was well fed and energized for their tasks. Cedric split his bread in half, poured a cup of hot milk, added a spoonful of sugar, and placed 2 slices of fried egg onto Ayed's plate. The others at the table, aside from the twins, stared in astonishment at Cedric's actions. Noticing their gaze, Cedric smiled slightly and explained, "Ayed doesn't eat much in the mornings. He cannot finish an entire loaf." Ron muttered under his breath, "You seem rather skilled at this. We're neighbors and often share meals. Is there anything unusual about that?" Cedric asked with a grin. Ron was about to retort when the twins silenced him. "Nothing unusual at all. It's quite normal. If it weren't for George's insatiable appetite, I would do the same," Fred remarked. "As if you couldn't eat," George countered. Ayed paid them no heed. Since Cedric had prepared it for him, he simply focused on finishing his meal. This minor exchange did not disrupt the lively breakfast atmosphere at the Weasley household. Mrs. Weasley's breakfast was plentiful, yet remarkably, not a morsel remained, with even Ginny, the little girl, consuming more than Ayed. After the meal, Mrs. Weasley looked upon Ayed with a mix of sympathy and determination, vowing to do her utmost to encourage him to eat more. Afterward, she dispatched her children to their tasks, some to feed the animals, others to wrangle the gnomes, while a few tidied up the house. Even Cedric was assigned duties, leaving Ayed alone. Noting the lack of instructions for him, Ayed inquired, "Mrs. Weasley, is there anything you would like me to do?" "Oh, Ayed, you need only sit and wait for them to complete their tasks for inspection," she replied. After considering how little Ayed had eaten, she felt reluctant to burden him further. Ayed recognized Mrs. Weasley's concern, yet he was not fond of the feeling of being excluded. "Cedric, standing beside Ayed, noticed the slight pout of his lips, an indication of his displeasure. Ayed, shall we go feed the chicks together? I believe they would enjoy your company. While Ayed may not be able to perform strenuous tasks, feeding was certainly within his capabilities. In the past, Cedric's expression would have darkened, pondering whether Professor Snape might have a solution. Perhaps after this ordeal, he would seek counsel from Professor Snape. Chapter 90. Life at the Burrow. Life at the Burrow was unusually leisurely. For Ayed, it was the first time he had experienced such a lifestyle. After delivering the gifts he had prepared for everyone on the first day, he found himself largely unoccupied. This was primarily due to Mrs. Weasley, who insisted on sparing him from any chores, treating him as though he were a fragile porcelain doll. It was unclear why Mrs. Weasley held such a perception. Was it merely because he ate less? Although he initially resisted this feeling of exclusion, he soon found amusement in watching Cedric and the others being tasked with various duties. Particularly delightful was when Mrs. Weasley inadvertently discovered that Ayed was an excellent cook, leading her to request that he teach her his culinary skills. No longer idle, he could enjoy the lively atmosphere around him with greater justification. One day, once the tasks were complete, the group gathered to decide on a game to play. With the addition of Ayed and Cedric, the Weasley household now boasted a larger number of children, perfect for engaging in a variety of games. Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny voted to play Quidditch. Cedric was indifferent, but Ayed vetoed the idea. Following a brief, yet not overly heated discussion, Ayed's solitary dissent thwarted the Weasley children's hopes of enjoying a perfect game. Unmoved, Ayed was resolute. He had no intention of racing after a ball on a broomstick like a fool. In his eyes, apart from Cedric, there were no intelligent individuals playing Quidditch. Ultimately, it was Ayed who proposed a game from the Muggle world, known as Old Maid. The equipment was quite simple. Ayed conjured up 79 cards using Transfiguration, as a standard deck is typically designed for 4 players, and since they were 6, they required a half deck, which consisted of 78 cards plus 1 joker. He then explained the rules. Each player would receive 14 cards, while the others would have 13. Following a specific order, the player in the underhand position would draw a card from the player above them. If the drawn card matched a number in their hand, it would be discarded into the pile. The first person to discard all their cards would be the winner, while the one who ended up with the joker would be the loser. Indeed, after Ayed finished explaining, the others, especially Fred and George, were visibly excited. This was their first encounter with such a simple yet entertaining game. Since it was a game, Fred eagerly interjected, there should be a penalty. George added, the winner can make the loser perform a task. I have no objections, Ayed replied, noting that Old Maid was a game that emphasized micro-expressions. One could gauge whether the card being drawn was safe through the opponent's subtle facial cues. Ayed was confident that as long as he refrained from using magical means to cheat, no one could make him a loser. As the first round concluded, Ron, the silly lad, had the best luck and was the first to discard all his cards, thus becoming the winner, with George as the unfortunate loser. Ron drew a turtle on George's face, requiring him to wear it for a day before it could be washed off. What a childish punishment, typical of Ron, Ayed mused. In the second round, it was Ginny who struck luck, while Cedric found himself at the losing end. The young girl seemed to struggle, merely extracting some Quidditch advice from Cedric. Ayed was uncertain how to respond to this punishment. Given Cedric's character, he would have shared such insights willingly, so it felt like a waste. The game continued with the third and fourth rounds, where Ayed, though not lucky enough to win, managed to avoid losing. He watched with enthusiasm as they penalized one another. Ginny was less restrained with her brothers, imposing harsher penalties, such as making Fred wear a dress for an entire day. To be honest, Ayed found himself rather looking forward to that spectacle. In the final round, Cedric was the first to discard his cards, followed closely by Ron and Ginny. Fred was next, soon to don his female attire. Only George and Ayed remained. At this moment, the Joker was in Ayed's possession. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, as he held 4 cards while George had 3. With the Joker in his hand, Ayed's strategy was to prevent George from deducing which card was the Joker. Perhaps he could attempt to lead him astray? Deep in thought, Ayed failed to notice Fred quietly approaching from behind, exchanging a knowing glance with George. When George unhesitatingly drew the first card, Ayed frowned, sensing something amiss. The Joker was clearly in his hand, so why was George so decisive? When George confidently drew a second card from Ayed's hand, Ayed glanced around, noting that Fred could not see his cards. Had he been overly suspicious? Testing it would reveal the truth. Pretending to rearrange his cards in earnest before George, he observed that George feigned indifference, yet his gaze remained fixated on the Joker. He was indeed aware. However, Ayed hesitated. If Cedric won this round, what would he compel him to do? Curiosity gnawed at him, but ultimately, he was more averse to losing. As the 5th round concluded, George emerged as the loser. Ayed, unnoticed by George, discreetly swapped the position of the Joker. Though he was eager to discover Cedric's demand, it was clear he was even more reluctant to lose. With 5 rounds completed, it was nearly dinner time. Fred, as per their agreement, donned a little dress. To be fair, the twins were not unattractive, with a wig, even in women's clothing. They did not appear particularly out of place. However, Fred's antics shocked Percy when he came down for dinner. Upon learning it was Ginny's punishment, Percy quickly regained his composure. After dinner, Mr. Weasley, weary from a long day, returned home. Mrs. Weasley, visibly sympathetic towards her husband's forced overtime, hurried to the kitchen to prepare a special meal just for him. Mr. Weasley perked up, welcoming Ayed and Cedric, expressing gratitude for the gifts they had brought him. Finally, amidst the cheers of the Weasley children, he announced that they would be able to attend the Quidditch World Cup final on August 22nd, hosted in England. That evening, Cedric entered Ayed's room, observing that Ayed was still awake. "Ayed, the day after tomorrow is Father's Day, so let us stay one more day before heading back," he suggested. "Certainly. I will mention it to Mrs. Weasley tomorrow," Ayed replied. "All right. Good night, Ayed," Cedric said as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Ayed's voice. "Cedric." Cedric turned to face Ayed, inquiring, "What is it? If I were to lose this afternoon, what would you have requested?" Ayed asked curiously. Cedric paused, clearly taken aback by the question. However, he quickly regained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I would like you to give me a goodnight kiss every evening." Upon hearing Cedric's words, Ayed raised an eyebrow. He approached Cedric, gazing intently at him for a moment before slowly leaning closer. Cedric's mind went blank as he watched Ayed's starry purple eyes draw nearer. Thump, thump, his heart raced increasingly. In what felt like seconds, or perhaps minutes, Cedric experienced the soft touch against his cheek. At that moment, his heart's rhythm peaked. As Ayed gradually withdrew, Cedric regained his senses, gazing at Ayed, who stood before him, radiating warmth and joy. Cedric swallowed hard, battling the urge to kiss Ayed as he silently opened the door and stepped out. After Cedric left, Ayed slowly returned to his bed, curling up under the covers. He struggled to calm his racing heart, astonished that a mere kiss on the cheek had left him so flustered. Why? Was it just a customary peck? Or was it because of Cedric? Ayed covered his slightly flushed cheeks, lost in thought. Gradually, he composed himself. Now was not the time for such musings, as Cedric's deadly fate still loomed. With that thought, Ayed forced himself into a state of slumber. The following morning, after getting ready, Ayed went to the kitchen to assist Mrs. Weasley in preparing breakfast. During this time, Ayed also mentioned that they would be departing today. Mrs. Weasley expressed her warm welcome for their next visit, after which the two concluded the topic. As Cedric descended the stairs, he gazed at Ayed, who was bustling about in the kitchen, his heart swelling with tenderness. Perhaps he could take a chance, after all. Ayed might just grant him a goodnight kiss, wouldn't he? After finishing breakfast, Ayed and Cedric bid farewell to the Weasley family. Having arranged to attend the Quidditch World Cup final together, they arrived at Diagon Alley via the Flu Network without pausing, heading straight home. Upon returning to the Skona residence, Ayed reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about the premonition from a few years prior. While lost in thought, he suddenly heard a series of taps against the glass. Looking over, he saw Hedwig. After letting her in and feeding her some jerky, Ayed picked up the letter that Hedwig had brought. "Dear Ayed, I hope you are enjoying your holiday. I will be going to my godfather's house and cordially invite you and older student Diggory to join me. I will be waiting for you at 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry." Upon reading Harry's letter, Ayed contemplated briefly before replying that he and Cedric would visit on August 21st. After handing the response to Hedwig, Ayed began preparing dinner. As it was nearly noon and Cedric might drop by for a meal. As expected, just after Ayed had finished cooking, Cedric arrived. Taking a seat, Ayed remarked, "Harry has invited us to Grimmauld Place. I agreed to go on August 21st to visit Harry and then conveniently attend the Quidditch final." Cedric, serving himself some food, replied, "That is your decision." As they ate, Ayed inquired, "Doesn't T. and Diggory mind you coming over for dinner every day? My mother would prefer that I visit you. It saves her from cooking," Cedric responded. "Fair enough. By the way, what are your plans for the near future?" Ayed asked. "I need to study diligently for the upcoming newts. I'm worried about my grades," Cedric confessed. "Then come over to see me more often. I can tutor you," Ayed suggested. "I was planning to do just that, even without your prompting." As they chatted and finished their meal, Cedric moved all his study materials to the Skona residence, intending to spend his holiday there for tutoring. Dinner was once again prepared by Ayed, and after the meal, Cedric prepared to leave. At the door, he hesitated. Looking at Ayed, curiously, Ayed asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you heading back?" Cedric, his ears reddening, feigned composure and inquired, "What about a goodnight kiss?" Ayed met his gaze and reminded him, "I didn't lose, you know. Last night was merely your reward for honesty." Without waiting for Cedric to respond, Ayed waved him off, saying, "You should head back. Come early tomorrow for tutoring. Once Cedric departed, Ayed touched his slightly warm ears, muttering, he really is quite demanding. After a chuckle, he pondered whether Cedric viewed him merely as a friend. Perhaps that thought was misguided. After a moment's reflection, Ayed decided to let things unfold naturally, as they would not be parting ways anytime soon, affording him ample time to contemplate the matter. Moreover, if it were indeed true, how would he broach the subject with the Diggorys, considering he would be taking away their only son? Time passed pleasantly as they engaged in tutoring. Soon, August 21st arrived, the day they had agreed to visit 12, Grimmauld Place. Early in the morning, Ayed and Cedric set off using Muggle transportation. Upon arriving at 12, Grimmauld Place, they found someone waiting at the door. Surprisingly, it was the Weasley twins. Hey Ayed, you didn't expect us, did you? Fred exclaimed. We would be here, George added, as they prepared to throw an arm around Ayed's shoulders. Ayed deftly dodged their familiar antics. After another failed attempt, Fred shrugged at George. Next time, then, George said, leading Ayed and Cedric into Grimmauld Place. In stark contrast to their previous, desolate visit, the Black residence was abuzz with activity this time. Sirius Black and Harry were present. Of course, along with the entire Weasley family, including Bill and Charlie, whom Ayed had yet to meet. The final member of their trio, Hermione, was also there. Hello, everyone. Ayed greeted first. You're here, Ayed and Cedric. Come, take a seat, Mrs. Weasley warmly invited. Once seated, Ayed inquired with some curiosity, so, you all were invited by Harry as well? It was serious. Mum is somewhat related to him, Fred replied. Mother came to help clean and brought us along as labor. George added. Poor you, Ayed sympathized, imagining them at the mercy of Mrs. Weasley's directives. I was invited by Harry too. And we can all attend the Quidditch World Cup final together, Hermione chimed in. It seems a number of us are going to the Quidditch World Cup final, Ayed noted, his expression turning serious as he wondered whether Tom would cause trouble in such a setting. After a lively conversation, they all dispersed to complete their respective tasks. Once Ayed's group had left, Harry quietly approached him, saying in a hushed tone, Ayed, come with me. There's something I want to discuss. Ayed nodded and followed Harry to his room. Sitting on the bed, Harry frowned as he recounted, I had a strange dream a few days ago. I dreamt I was in a place that resembled a dilapidated villa. I think I saw Voldemort and a middle-aged man. Voldemort killed a muggle. At this revelation, Ayed's heart raced. Had Tom returned? A smile crept onto Ayed's face. It was unexpected joy to receive such news from Harry. The immediate priority was to have Harry recount every detail of the dream. With a gentle tone, Ayed prompted, Harry, take your time to remember. Was there anything distinctive about the villa you saw? No, it just looked very run down, as if no one had tended to it in ages. Harry replied after a moment of recollection. It seems Tom must have returned to Riddle Manor, the very place where the Triwizard Tournament as Portkey transported us, Ayed surmised. What was the first thing you saw? I first saw an elderly-looking man standing outside a partially opened door, and I could hear voices inside. Something about Wormtail? It appears that after fleeing, Peter sought out Tom, Ayed observed. And then what happened? Then, I slowly entered the house and approached Voldemort, informing him that there was a muggle outside. Then, I heard Voldemort mention that Nagini had brought back an intriguing piece of information, subsequently instructing Wormtail to let in the elderly muggle man waiting at the door. Harry was engulfed in memories. Ayed then caught wind of a crucial detail. Nagini, through whose perspective Harry's dreams predominantly unfolded, indicated something significant. This suggested that Nagini was indeed a living creature, and furthermore, it was likely the final Horcrux created by Tom. It was astonishing how effortlessly this revelation came about. Who could have anticipated that Tom would keep his last Horcrux so close? While Ayed pondered this, Harry spoke again. After Wormtail ushered the muggle inside, Voldemort killed him, and that night, my scar was throbbing incessantly. Do you know what that means, Ayed? Harry clutched his scar, seemingly haunted by the lingering pain of the past. Can you ascertain what kind of creature Nagini is? At this moment, Ayed was eager to discover the nature of the last Horcrux. It seems to be a snake? Harry replied uncertainly. A snake? That would indeed be the most logical explanation, given that Tom is a Parselmouth. Harry, do not fret. I am aware of this situation now. Focus on enjoying the remainder of your holiday, and I shall handle it. Should anything similar occur again, do not hesitate to inform me. Ayed had gleaned vital information and promptly reassured the somewhat agitated Harry before departing his room. Given the current circumstances, Harry could potentially communicate with Nagini, another Horcrux. But what of Tom? The possibility was equally concerning. After all, Harry had yet to master the mental occlusion technique. However, the prospect of obtaining information from Tom left Ayed in a quandary. Nevertheless, it sufficed for now. It would be prudent for Harry to learn the mental occlusion technique as soon as possible. There were indeed other means to acquire information, and this perilous method of obtaining it should be avoided if at all feasible. Resolute, Ayed retreated to a corner and summoned his Patronus, instructing it to convey the news of Tom's presence at the Riddle Manor to Dumbledore, urging him to dispatch reliable individuals for surveillance. Yes, the emphasis on reliability was paramount. Ayed was not being overly dramatic, but rather, Dumbledore's choice of associates was notoriously eclectic, comprising individuals from all walks of life, from the likes of the wealthy Blacks and Potters to the gifted Evans, and even Lupin, the werewolf, and Perlum, the traitor. There truly seemed to be no bounds to his recruitment methods. What if a traitor were sent, inadvertently alerting the enemy? Perhaps it would be wise to have Grindelwald send a trustworthy acolyte. They seemed a reliable option. Ayed stroked his chin, contemplating the likelihood of Grindelwald dispatching someone. His train of thought inadvertently veered off course. How could someone as indiscriminate in their recruitment as Dumbledore have ever defeated Grindelwald? The management styles appeared to be on entirely different planes. Thus, it was indeed because Grindelwald had defected, was it not? Leaving aside Ayed's musings, in the Hogwarts headmaster's lounge, Grindelwald was cradling a drowsy Dumbledore, who had finally been coaxed into consuming a youth potion. Upon witnessing the sudden entrance of the Patronus in the form of a leopard, Dumbledore's initially hazy gaze sharpened in an instant, preparing for action, but the Patronus spoke first. "Headmaster, urgent news. Tom has been brought back to Riddle Manor by Perlum. The Manor's guardian has been slain, and the final Horcrux has also manifested, residing beside Tom, likely a snake named Nagini. Please dispatch reliable personnel for surveillance and ensure not to alert the enemy." Having delivered this string of information, the Patronus dissipated. As Grindelwald raised his wand, poised to cast a spell, the still-dazed Dumbledore murmured, "What?" Ayed had not anticipated that it was nearly noon and that the two elderly gentlemen were still asleep, which is why he had opted for a direct communication via Patronus. Had he known, he might have sent it earlier. Meanwhile, having completed his tasks without seeing Ayed, Cedric sought him out. Spotting Ayed in the corner of the corridor, he approached and inquired, "Ayed, what are you contemplating?" Ayed replied, "I was pondering how much Grindelwald seems to care for the headmaster." Naturally, Ayed had noticed someone approaching but, recognizing Cedric's footsteps, refrained from any overt reaction. What prompted that thought? Cedric asked curiously, wondering what had led Ayed to such a conclusion. If Ayed could arrive at such thoughts, perhaps he could anticipate Ayed's understanding of his own feelings? "Nothing significant. I was merely rambling." "Why did you come up?" Ayed queried. "I didn't see you down below, so I thought I'd come up," Cedric replied. "Harry asked me a few questions earlier. Let us head down. It's rather crowded now, and it wouldn't be prudent to discuss too much with you, so I'll explain further when we get to the headmaster's office." Chapter 93, Heading to the Quidditch Pitch. As Ayed and Cedric descended, they coincidentally arrived just in time for lunch. Mrs. Weasley was busily serving the prepared dishes, assisted by the twins. Apart from Ron, Harry, and Hermione, the rest had already gathered at the dining table, ready to eat. They found a place to sit, just as Mrs. Weasley brought out the last portion of food. Noticing the absence of the three youngsters, Mrs. Weasley remarked, "There are still 3 missing?" "I asked Ron to fetch Harry and the others," Mr. Weasley responded. Just as he finished speaking, Ron and the others appeared. Ron was still calling out, "Dad, I couldn't find Ayed and Cedric." "Come over. They've already arrived," Mr. Weasley replied. With the last 3 taking their seats, a lively lunch commenced. Wherever the Weasley family gathered, merriment seemed ever present. Especially the twins, who never missed an opportunity for mischief at the dining table, primarily targeting Ron. For instance, they would snatch away his plate while he was conversing with Harry. Only when Mrs. Weasley intervened did the twins finally settle down to eat. During the meal, Ayed sensed that Black was consistently watching him. He pondered what could possibly warrant such scrutiny from the esteemed Black heir. Their connection was limited to Harry. But wasn't Harry's recent focus solely on the matter of the connection? Could it be that he wished to discuss this? No, that seemed unlikely. If Black were aware of Perlum's information, he wouldn't be so composed at the table, though he had cleared his name. The enmity towards the Potters was quite real. What else could it be? While Ayed was deep in thought, Cedric cut a small piece of lamb chop and fed it to Ayed, who opened his mouth to accept it. This prompted a charming scene of Badger feeding Leopard, as Cedric was always quick to offer Ayed another bite as soon as he swallowed the last. The unspoken understanding between them drew curious glances from the other diners, who sensed something amiss yet were unable to pinpoint the issue. Only the twins saw through the truth and began to brainstorm potential money-making schemes for the upcoming school year. Surely, many would be curious as to when Ayed would finally catch on. Perhaps placing a bet would be a splendid idea. After the meal, Black found Ayed, who was engrossed in a book in the study. He straightforwardly inquired, "Have you and Headmaster Dumbledore been here before?" "Yes, I need a defined creature for certain matters," Ayed replied. "Does it pertain to Regulus?" Black pressed. "Indeed, there exists a certain connection between them." "Tell me," Black exclaimed suddenly, his voice brimming with agitation. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. You may inquire with the headmaster, and if it is permissible, he will share it with you. Regulus had forbidden Creature from revealing anything to the Black family, and thus he would remain silent. For the one who had risked his life to defy Voldemort, I yet wished to honor his final wish. That is my brother. I have the right to know the truth. Black's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What you seek to uncover is precisely what Regulus wishes to keep from you. I respect Regulus's decision, hence I shall not disclose it. If you truly desire the answer, you must seek it out for yourself, Ayed stated resolutely, harboring little fondness for Sirius Black. While the man possessed many admirable qualities, his flaws were equally pronounced. Ayed could not comprehend why this individual could regard the non-blood-related Potter with such significance, while remaining oblivious to his own blood brother. He even suspected that Sirius might not be aware of his brother's demise, for he had never shown concern for him in the past, much like his so-called father, who would remain indifferent even if he perished in a forgotten corner. Imagining if his own nominal father were to seek information about him posthumously, Ayed shuddered. Fearing he might retch, Ayed chose to disregard Black. His convictions were unyielding, and he was certain Cedric would not speak either. To extract information from him? Not a chance. Black scrutinized Ayed for a time, realizing that Ayed had no intention of continuing the conversation, and ultimately departed, though he would not relent. He was determined to uncover the truth about Regulus. Early the next morning, Mr. Weasley, accompanied by the twins, the trio, Ginny, Ayed, and Cedric, departed from number 12. Grimmauld Place, en route to the Quidditch match. Upon noticing the absence of Bill, Charlie, and Percy in the crowd, Harry inquired curiously, "Why aren't Bill and the others coming with us?" Mr. Weasley replied, "Because they can all apparate. They will join us when the time is right." Seizing the moment as they conversed, Ayed turned to Cedric and asked, "Which portkey will Uncle Diggory be using?" "At the burrow. Do not worry, Father will await us," Cedric assured, to which Ayed nodded in acknowledgement. Following the Weasley family to the burrow, Mr. Diggory awaited them at the foot of the hill. Ayed and Cedric instinctively positioned themselves behind Mr. Diggory. "Arthur, you are rather late." "I have been waiting for quite some time," Mr. Amos remarked. "Amos, bringing along so many children naturally slows my pace," Mr. Weasley replied. After the two adults exchanged pleasantries, they began the ascent with the little ones in tow. Ayed's health had been compromised ever since the soul within the Ravenclaw diadem was destroyed, rendering the climb up the burrow somewhat arduous. Cedric consistently supported Ayed, and upon seeing that Ayed could no longer climb, he simply lifted him into his arms. The sudden elevation startled Ayed, who instinctively wrapped his arms around Cedric's neck. Realizing the situation, Ayed complained, "You scared me. You should have warned me beforehand." Cedric chuckled. "All right, I shall give you a heads up next time." Being carried by Cedric was a welcome relief for Ayed, considering his current frail state. Mr. Diggory, walking ahead, glanced back at the pair but chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, several struggling young wizards cast envious glances at the carried Ayed, particularly Hermione and Ginny. "Mr. Diggory is so kind to Ayed," Ginny remarked wistfully. "Indeed. I saw him feeding Ayed earlier. Concerned he might not be well fed," Hermione concurred. Observing Ayed's struggle, he promptly lifted him up. Glancing at the oblivious boys ahead, Ginny whispered, "Look at those insensitive ones." "Though, to be honest, it is a bit embarrassing to be carried," Hermione noted. "We're all friends here. What is there to fear?" "Look at Ayed. He is quite gracious about it," Ginny replied. Chapter 94, Arrival at the Venue. Ayed, of course, was oblivious to the admiration expressed by the two girls behind him. Yet, even if he had heard, he would not have minded, for their observations were grounded in truth. The mountain path was exceptionally treacherous, remaining undeveloped and retaining its primitive state. Occasionally, concealed rabbit holes would appear, causing the young wizards to stumble. The ascent proved particularly challenging for them, except for Cedric, who was no stranger to such environments. He had traversed these undeveloped mountain trails numerous times 3 years prior, all while remaining vigilant against the occasional ambush by small creatures. Now, he simply needed to focus on his footing to avoid dropping Ayed, which rendered the task relatively easy. As the group reached the summit, the young wizards were panting with exhaustion, while only Cedric appeared unfazed, even while still cradling Ayed. Upon reaching the top, Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch, breathlessly announcing, "We have 10 minutes left. We must now search for the portkey. It will not be very large." "A portkey? That must be a magical object," Ayed interjected. "Let us take a moment to rest. I will have the little beetles search for it. It will be swift." Upon hearing Mr. Weasley's words, Ayed produced the little beetle, Kiki, and its companions. After instructing them to seek out a magical object, Kiki and the others dispersed. Approximately a minute later, one of the little beetles returned with a location report. "It appears we have found it. Follow me," Ayed announced, proceeding in the direction indicated. Soon enough, they discovered the portkey, an old boot. A flicker of disdain crossed Ayed's face upon seeing the boot. Cedric squeezed Ayed's hand gently and whispered, "It is all right. We only need to touch it briefly." Ayed certainly understood this, yet it did not hinder his aversion to the worn boot, likely worn by someone unwashed. The Ministry of Magic indeed had little discrimination when it came to such items, much like how Professor Dumbledore selected his staff. Mr. Weasley, glancing at his watch, said, "1 minute remaining. Gather around. You merely need to touch the portkey, like this." As he demonstrated with his finger, the others encircled him, mimicking his actions to touch the portkey. With Mr. Weasley's countdown, Cedric wrapped his other arm around Ayed's waist. After a whirl of motion, they landed, with the young wizards stumbling unsteadily, several of them tumbling to the ground. Only Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, Cedric, and Ayed remained standing, albeit with their hair and clothing tousled by the wind. Ayed raised a hand to smooth his windblown hair, appearing the most composed among them. With only his hair in disarray, thanks to Cedric's constant protection, allowing him to maintain a dignified appearance. At 5 o'clock and 7 minutes, from the Weasel Mountain, a voice resonated as the crowd began to rise or tidy themselves. 2 figures stood before them. One held a large golden watch, while the other grasped a parchment and a quill. Ayed gazed in bemusement at their eccentric attire. Did that gentleman really pair a suit with knee-high boots? And was that South American cloak worn with a Scottish kilt? Good heavens, what a ghastly combination. Surely, such an appearance would lead muggles to deem them insane. "Good morning." Mr. Basil Weasley greeted the wizard with the parchment, handing over an old boot to the other. The man tossed the boot into a large trunk beside him. Ayed peered inside and was struck by the array of discarded items. Old newspapers, soda cans, everything imaginable, resembling a junkyard. No. Some items would never even be accepted by a recycling center. It was quite a feat for the Ministry of Magic to collect such an assortment. "Greetings, Arthur and Amos," Basil said wearily. "You are fortunate not to be on duty. We have to remain here all night. You should take your leave, as many more will arrive shortly." "And the campsite?" Mr. Weasley inquired. "Oh, the campsite. Let me see," he said, scanning the parchment list. After a brief pause, he directed Mr. Weasley. "Walk about a quarter of a mile. The first plot ahead is yours. Look for Mr. Roberts." He then turned to Mr. Diggory. "And for you, Diggory, your plot is the second one. Seek out Mr. Payne." Once they were informed of the campsite, the group departed, parting ways with the Weasley family and Ayed at the first sight. As they walked, Ayed glanced around. "Cedric, do you think Mr. Weasley can distinguish Muggle currency?" he asked. "Perhaps not," Cedric replied uncertainly, noting that pureblood families seemed to dwell exclusively within the wizarding world, having little exposure to Muggle matters. "Definitely not," Ayed asserted. "I pity the poor administrator. He might need a memory charm. After all, someone who cannot recognize money is indeed quite suspicious. Now, you 2 rascals, do not tease Arthur." "We are nearly there," Mr. Diggory interjected. As they approached their designated area, Ayed noted they had indeed arrived. Mr. Diggory approached to complete the transaction and soon received a layout of the campsite. While following Mr. Diggory inside, they overheard Mr. Payne, the administrator, exclaiming, "I never expected to encounter someone who actually recognizes currency this time." Ayed could scarcely believe the administrator's plight. How degraded must one feel to find joy in merely recognizing money, disregarding the overly sentimental administrator. The trio reached a vacant plot marked with a sign bearing the Diggory name. Along the way, Ayed observed a variety of peculiar tents and felt a twinge of discomfort. He had no desire to discover how a tent with a chimney functioned. "Ayed, wait here a moment while my father and I set up the tent," Cedric instructed. "I'll assist as well. After all, I am the most adept at pitching tents, am I not?" Ayed retorted. But Cedric began to protest, but Ayed interrupted him. "Huh, I am not so weak that I cannot pitch a tent," he declared, disregarding Cedric's hesitations, and proceeded to prepare the area. The 3 quickly erected a modest 2-person tent, which appeared the most normal of all. Of course, it was merely a facade. Wizarding gear could never truly mirror that of genuine Muggle items. Inside, it comprised a simple 3-room layout, perfectly accommodating each of them. Having organized their living space, it was time for a meal. "Mr. Diggory, shall we go find the Weasleys?" Ayed inquired. "That group seems utterly inexperienced in the wild. They should be fine, right?" Mr. Diggory pondered for a moment before responding, "We can go. We'll return later tonight, and it would be splendid for you youngsters to play together." Chapter 95, Leisure Before the Final After Deciding. The trio made their way to the Weasley family's site. Upon arrival, they beheld 2 lopsided tents. Ayed nudged Cedric and whispered, "Do you think those tents will collapse tonight?" Cedric, equally concerned, replied hesitantly, "Perhaps. They want tea?" In stark contrast, Mr. Diggory was quite direct. "Arthur, will your tent not collapse? Who set this up? It appears far too hazardous." It was Harry and Hermione who taught us to pitch it. Is something wrong?" Mr. Weasley replied. "Is something wrong, you ask? It's evident to the naked eye that there are issues. Are you not concerned it might collapse tonight? Mr. Diggory frowned. Then why don't you teach us how to set it up properly? Mr. Weasley tentatively suggested. Allow me to demonstrate our tent pitching prowess. Cedric, come help, Mr. Diggory declared, taking charge of the task. This time, the two displayed noticeably greater skill, swiftly erecting the Weasley family tent. Amos, I didn't realize you could pitch a tent. Had I known, I would have asked you to teach me sooner, Mr. Weasley chuckled, admiring the finished tent. Mr. Diggory felt a bit sheepish, having only recently learned the skill himself. Before he could respond, Harry and his companions returned from fetching water. They paused, astonished at the sight of the tent. Is this the tent you set up? Did someone use magic? This tent was pitched by Mr. Diggory, came the explanation from the twins, each chiming in. We set up ours far too unsafely. This one looks splendid and secure. Oh, you're back. Did you bring the water? Mr. Weasley inquired. We did, Harry replied. Have Ayed and the others arrived? Indeed, and thankfully they did. Ayed is truly knowledgeable about Muggle matters. He ignited that fire in an instant. It was simply remarkable. Mr. Weasley exclaimed, leading the trio to where Ayed was preparing food ingredients. Upon seeing them approach, Ayed instructed, place the pot over the fire. Hermione noticed the makeshift stove Ayed had constructed from bricks and set the pot atop the flame. The fire isn't lit yet. We must wait a moment. Perfect timing for boiling some water, Ayed said, finishing his food preparations before sitting beside Cedric to watch him tend to the fire. Suddenly, Ayed smiled. Cedric turned to him, and Ayed remarked, it just feels so warm and comforting. A group of us playing and laughing, devoid of any worries, eagerly anticipating an extraordinary tournament. No Horcruxes, no Voldemort, no impending threats of death. Such a life is truly splendid, he mused, gazing dreamily at the dancing flames. Cedric turned slightly, embracing Ayed, and whispered in his ear as if making a vow, Ayed, what you yearn for will ultimately come to fruition. I shall do everything in my power to help you achieve it. After a short while, the water began to boil, and the fire blazed brightly. Ayed took the prepared beef, sausages, and other food items and began to cook. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air. The twins, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, dashed over, their eyes fixated on the skewered meat in Ayed's hands. Noticing their eager gazes, Ayed admonished them. Go fetch the two young ladies first. Let them eat before you. No matter how much you yearn for it, this meat is not yours. Reluctantly, the twins cast a few lingering glances at the grilled delicacies before sprinting off to summon Hermione and Ginny. When they returned, they were trailed by a throng of people. Ayed, observing that everyone had gathered, sighed in resignation, relieved from the task of calling others. He distributed the perfectly roasted meat among the two young girls and their two elders before embarking on a new batch to grill. By the time everyone, including Bill and his companions, had their fill, Ayed had already consumed 2 bottles of stamina potions, feeling only slightly less fatigued than he had while grilling for Victor. Cedric, watching Ayed with concern, offered to massage his hands, murmuring softly, next time, refrain from cooking for so many. It's a joyous occasion today, but it won't be the same next time. Ayed flashed a playful smile at Cedric, who affectionately tapped his forehead, choosing to say nothing further. After the meal, Ayed settled outside the tent, observing the bustling wizards around him. Suddenly, he heard Mr. Weasley's excited voice. Turning to see the Weasley family encircling a middle-aged man clad in a Quidditch robe, Ayed recognized him as Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Finding little interest in Bagman, Ayed shifted his attention elsewhere, though he still kept a portion of his focus on their conversation, as it might yield unexpected information. Cedric, noting Ayed's interest, approached Mr. Weasley to eavesdrop on their dialogue. The conversation, however, was largely mundane, revolving around betting and gambling, until a piece of information piqued Ayed's curiosity. Bertha Jorkins, a member of the Ministry, had been missing for quite some time, with no leads on her whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, another figure arrived, Barty Crouch, whom Percy greatly admired, director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He had once been a formidable candidate for the position of minister but lost that opportunity due to the misdeeds of a Death Eater's son. His son, also named Barty Crouch, reportedly perished during his imprisonment in Azkaban. This man possessed considerable ability, yet his misfortune was undeniable. Had it not been for his son's affiliations, he might well have been the current Minister of Magic. The conversation continued, revealing yet another crucial tidbit. An event was set to take place at Hogwarts. Though details were still being finalized, it seemed the Triwizard Tournament was on the horizon. Among the 5 individuals he had previously suspected, these 2 were indeed contenders. Yet given the current circumstances, it appeared they lacked the capacity to influence events. Bagman struck Ayed as somewhat dim-witted, making him an unlikely choice for covert operations, certainly not a primary candidate. but rather a last resort when no other options were available. As for Barty Crouch, his long-standing enmity with Tom Riddle implied a low likelihood of betrayal. Thus, these two candidates seemed to be eliminated from consideration. As for the remaining three, it appeared Ayed would have to await the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament to glean further insights. Chapter 96, The Quidditch World Cup Final. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as the time for the match drew near, the Wizards grew increasingly restless. Many astute entrepreneurs among them set up stalls to sell various wares. Ayed, however, held little interest in this, with Cedric naturally following his lead. The twins and the trio, on the other hand, were highly intrigued and ventured off to explore. When the trio returned, one of them held a telescope in hand. Ayed took a glance at it, and found it quite functional for a telescope. How much did it cost? He inquired with curiosity. 10 galleons, Harry replied. That's exorbitant. With 10 galleons, he could craft 10 identical ones, Ayed mused, reflecting that Harry needed not only to enhance his skills, but also to learn financial management, as he could not afford to squander his inheritance from his parents. As Ayed pondered this, the distant sound of a gong echoed from the woods, and lanterns hanging from the trees illuminated the path to the stadium. It's time. Let us hurry, Mr. Weasley exclaimed excitedly. Following him, Ayed noticed the expressions of the surrounding wizards were all aflame with excitement as they conversed animatedly with their companions. He turned to see Cedric beside him, equally animated, his enthusiasm palpable. It seemed those attending the Quidditch World Cup, like himself, were in the minority when it came to disinterest. As they moved with the throng, Ayed beheld an enormous stadium, clearly a testament to the British Ministry of Magic's efforts for this Quidditch World Cup. At the entrance, the Weasley family diverged from Ayed and his companions, holding first-class tickets while they possessed only standard ones, leading to different seating areas. After locating their designated section, Ayed and his friends settled in, already surrounded by a number of other spectators engaged in lively discussions. Cedric positioned Ayed in the center to shield him from the rowdy wizards beside them. Ayed then produced the glasses he had used during previous Quidditch matches, sharing them with Cedric and Mr. Diggory. Upon donning them, Mr. Diggory marveled. Ayed, these glasses are remarkable, far superior to that telescope. Quality was assured with anything Ayed produced, especially since these glasses had undergone several upgrades over the years. Though he did not share Cedric's passion for Quidditch, he would make an effort to watch a few matches for his friend's sake. At that moment, a nearby wizard, noticing their glasses, borrowed Mr. Diggory's for a moment, exclaiming in astonishment before inquiring whether they were for sale. Ayed happened to have a few slightly inferior pairs that were now redundant. If someone was willing to buy them, it would be fortuitous. Thus, he produced the older pairs, explaining they were previous models, and offered a discount if they were interested. The wizard tried one on, and, despite lacking some features, deemed it more than adequate for watching Quidditch. He generously purchased all 4 pairs for a total of 150 galleons. Throughout the transaction, Cedric observed Ayed with admiration. Confident, radiant, no words could adequately capture Ayed's essence. Such was the nature of his dear friend, who might one day become his beloved. He felt profoundly fortunate to have crossed paths with someone like Ayed. After concluding the sale, Ayed cast a puzzled glance at Cedric, who wore an oddly contemplative expression. What's the matter? Ayed queried, intrigued. It's nothing, really. It's just my first time witnessing you sell something. I'm a bit curious, Cedric replied. How peculiar. Never mind. The match is about to begin, and I believe there will be a mascot show beforehand, Ayed remarked. As the two continued their idle chatter, Bagman's voice resonated through the air. With that, the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final commenced. Next came the mascot performance. And the mascot of the Bulgarian team was the enchanting Maiva. To be honest, this was the first time Ayed had laid eyes on Maiva. 100 Maivas glided onto the field, initiating their captivating dance. Maiva was indeed breathtaking, so beautiful that she seemed almost otherworldly, and their dance was irresistibly alluring, as if they sought to ensnare the very souls of all present. Ayed gazed ahead, noticing that many little wizards were eager to leap onto the field, merely to admire Maiva's performance from a closer vantage point. At that moment, Ayed felt a profound sense of disconnection from those around him. The expressions of obsession and fervor on their faces stirred a deep-seated revulsion within him. How revolting! These people! How vile! These gazes! Reminiscent of something he had seen before. Those sticky, invasive stares that seemed to cling to his skin through his clothing. How utterly nauseating! How he longed to vomit. To obliterate this entire scene. Just as Ayed found himself ensnared in his tumultuous thoughts, he felt a warm grip on his right hand, from which he drew a sense of solace. It was Cedric. Ayed turned to see Cedric gazing at him with concern. Cedric had been watching over him, even amidst the dance of Maiva. For reasons unknown, Ayed suddenly felt the urge to weep, perhaps out of joy, perhaps out of emotion, or perhaps due to some feelings he had yet to comprehend. Under Cedric's astonished gaze, Ayed leaned in slowly and gently brushed his lips against Cedric's. A fleeting touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Cedric's pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated being kissed by Ayed in such a moment. And all the surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only the unmistakable warmth lingering on his lips. This was both his first kiss and Ayed's, the reality diverging from his expectations. Yet, the sensation of that kiss was precisely as he had envisioned. So sweet, it resonated deep within his heart. As the competition continued, both Ayed and Cedric found themselves disinclined to watch. Ayed had snapped back to reality from his earlier impulsiveness, feeling a surge of panic over his recklessness. How could he have acted so impulsively without fully understanding his own feelings? Cedric, on the other hand, was elated. This time it had been Ayed who took the initiative. Regardless of the reasons behind it, that single action signified that Ayed harbored feelings for him, however slight they might be. Yet, what did it matter? As long as Ayed liked him, endless possibilities lay ahead. The external clamor ceased to concern them. Even Cedric's beloved Quidditch failed to pique his interest. It was only when a massive cheer erupted around them that they regained their senses. Unbeknownst to them, the Quidditch World Cup final had concluded. Although Victor Crumb had captured the Golden Snitch, the Bulgarian team had lost to Ireland by a margin of 10 points. Chapter 97, The Dark Mark. Even as they exited, others continued to discuss the thrilling match. However, this was of little consequence to Ayed and Cedric, who had scarcely paid attention. Upon returning to their tent, they exchanged few words before retreating to their respective bedrooms to rest. Of course, whether they truly rested was known only to them. Ayed certainly did not find sleep. He was preoccupied with thoughts of his impulsive kiss with Cedric, wondering how Cedric felt about it. Did he despise him? Ayed mused that this must be the second time. The first being that goodnight kiss. And perhaps, through these impulsive acts, he was indeed fond of Cedric. Otherwise, he would not have acted so brazenly. Just as Ayed was lost in contemplation, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Outside, there were sounds unlike the previous celebratory cheers. There were screams. Startled, Ayed sprang up and rushed to awaken Mr. Diggory, and just as he was about to call Cedric, he emerged. As a member of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Diggory hurried out to assist, instructing Ayed and Cedric to find a place to hide. Stepping out of the tent, Ayed and Cedric witnessed numerous people emerging. Some looking around in confusion, while others sprinted toward the nearby woods. They followed the crowd, spotting a group of wizards, each pointing their wands skyward and gradually advancing toward the field. Death Eaters, Ayed thought. Recognizing the organized and disciplined activity of the Death Eaters, Tom was about to make his move. With the source of the commotion confirmed, Ayed ceased to concern himself with it, continuing to run alongside Cedric. Halfway through, his stamina waned, prompting Cedric to scoop him up. This time, Ayed could not comfortably allow Cedric to carry him. He whispered, "Put me down, I can drink a stamina potion." "What are you saying? In an emergency like this, it's far safer this way," Cedric replied as he ran. Ayed had no choice. Cedric was indeed correct. The situation was far too perilous for him to let his own feelings jeopardize their safety. Cedric carried Ayed deeper down the dark path until they reached the heart of the woods, where they found themselves alone. Cedric set Ayed down and, visibly agitated, asked Ayed, "Why did you want me to put you down just now? It was so dangerous. What if something happened to you?" Ayed, at a loss for words, felt embarrassed to have Cedric carry him. Seeing Ayed in such a state, Cedric took a deep breath, suppressing his desire to confess his feelings. He had promised his mother not to declare his love for Ayed until he turned 20. Yet he was on the verge of breaking that promise. Ayed had kissed him, clearly indicating that he understood his feelings. Why couldn't he confess? Ayed had initiated the kiss. They merely needed to articulate their feelings to be together. After a lengthy internal struggle, Cedric ultimately suppressed his emotions, wishing for his father and mother to approve of their relationship. "Ayed, don't do that again. It worries me. In times like this, staying alive is the most important thing, I assent it," Cedric stated. "I understand," Ayed replied softly, still uncertain of how to face Cedric. He had kissed Cedric. What did he think? Would he despise him? Or perhaps, given Cedric's current demeanor, it seemed he wished to pretend nothing had happened. That made sense. After all, he was interested in girls, and being kissed by a friend might warrant a desire to forget the incident altogether. If Cedric didn't want to address it, then perhaps it was best to act as if it had never occurred. However, despite this rationalization, Ayed felt a prickling sensation in his heart. A bittersweet discomfort he could not express. At that moment, Ayed heard footsteps. Disregarding his feelings, he grasped his wand and prepared himself, warily watching the direction from which the sound originated. It appeared to be a single person. Cedric and Ayed shared the same instinctive response, both alertly focusing on the source of the footsteps. "Who is there?" Cedric called out sharply. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" came the response, revealing it to be Ludo Bagman. "Mr. Bagman, How did you end up here? Ayed inquired, noticing the pallor and tension etched across Bagman's face. A multitude of wizards has gathered at the camp, inciting considerable turmoil. The other members of the Ministry of Magic have proceeded to restore order. As the director of the department, what brings you here at this moment? Ayed inquired, having previously cleared Ludo Bagman from suspicion. However, given the current circumstances, this gentleman appears far from innocent. What role has he played in this affair? Damn it, Bagman muttered, vanishing with a disapparition. Upon witnessing his departure, both Ayed and Cedric exhaled in relief, sheathing their wands. Leaning against a tree, Ayed regarded Cedric, contemplating. Well, let it be. This situation is acceptable for now. Let us wait here until things settle down over there, Cedric suggested. Yes, let us remain here. It appears relatively safe, Ayed replied. The ensuing atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, this time unmistakably belonging to more than one person. The two quickly assumed a defensive stance. Moments later, Harry and his companions materialized before them. Why are there only the three of you? Where are the others? Ayed asked. Relieved to see the trio. We got separated from the others, Harry replied. Then come closer. Do you have your wands? Ayed continued his inquiry. Both Hermione and Ron affirmed that they were indeed armed. Harry sheepishly admitted that his wand was missing. Harry, a wand is akin to a wizard's very essence. A vital extension of oneself. Surely, you would not be so careless as to misplace something so crucial? Despite Harry's explanation that it might have fallen during a moment of panic, Ayed was not convinced. As a fledgling wizard, Harry's wand was his sole safeguard. He could not have carelessly lost it amidst the chaos. It must have been misplaced under different circumstances. As Ayed pondered this, he heard footsteps once more. He and Cedric shielded the trio behind them, remaining vigilant. No figure was visible, only the sound of staggering steps, which abruptly ceased. Ayed's apprehension peaked. This individual bore ill intent. If they were untroubled, they would not halt at the sight of a group of young wizards. In a hushed tone, Ayed cautioned the trio. Stay silent and remain alert. Amidst the silence, a voice declared, the Dark Mark returns. Ayed recognized the incantation that summoned the Dark Mark. As the green light erupted from the tip of a wand, Ayed cast a stunning spell in swift response. Within mere seconds, screams erupted around them. Ayed could not ascertain if his spell had struck its target. He dared not confirm whether the assailant had fallen. Ron gazed at the sky, where a giant skull was depicted, a serpent slithering from its mouth. What is this? He murmured. Stay vigilant. Beware of attacks. Ignore everything else. Ayed commanded sharply. With an unknown Death Eater lurking nearby, how could the trio afford the luxury of observing the Dark Mark? Clearly, the training imparted by Professor Dumbledore left much to be desired. Chapter 98. The Suspicious Individual. The trio snapped back to attention at Ayed's reprimand, refraining from looking elsewhere and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Just as they remained on high alert, a series of popping sounds pierced the air, causing Ayed's pupils to dilate in shock. Whether from the Ministry or the Death Eaters, an immediate assault was inevitable. Without time to elaborate, Ayed said. He hoped Cedric would grasp his intent, gambling on their unspoken bond. As anticipated, 20 wizards descended from above, encircling them, their wands trained upon the group. Protego! Protego! Ayed and Cedric shouted in unison, casting a shield charm as the 20 wizards unleashed their stunning spells simultaneously, protecting themselves and the 3 young wizards behind them. Spells collided, some rebounding into the darkness, while others negated one another. Stop! 2 voices rang out together. It was Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory, both looking alarmed as they approached the trio and Ayed. Mr. Weasley grasped Ron, exclaiming, "This is my son." Ayed and Cedric remained on guard, while the trio visibly relaxed upon seeing Mr. Weasley. "Stand back, Arthur, Amos," came the frigid voice of Mr. Crouch. He, along with other ministry officials, closed in on them. "Who among you is responsible? Who summoned the Dark Mark?" Mr. Crouch demanded, his tone severe. Ayed raised a hand to silence the trio, who were about to speak. "The Dark Mark was not conjured by us. In fact, someone not far from us unleashed it. Although I cast a stunning spell in time, the surrounding chaos left me uncertain as to whether I struck the individual, as I did not hear any sounds of collapse. That person may have used some form of invisibility. We could hear them, but could not see anyone," Ayed elucidated. "Do not lie. You were at the scene of the crime," Mr. Crouch retorted, his anger palpable as his wand pointed accusingly at Ayed, his eyes nearly bulging. However, Ayed noticed a fleeting glimmer of doubt and gravity in Mr. Crouch's eyes at the mention of an invisibility cloak. It seemed he recognized the individual, which added an interesting twist. A witch attempted to interject, but Ayed interrupted. "Did you believe we were on guard against you? Certainly not. We were vigilant against the individual who might be a Death Eater. After all, we are merely a group of underage wizards, easily susceptible to harm, are we not?" Ayed spoke slowly. Furthermore, shouldn't you investigate? Perhaps my spell did hit that individual. We are not equipped to confront them, but you should be able to. Be mindful. That individual likely employed an invisibility cloak or something similar. Please conduct a thorough examination, leaving no suspicious area unchecked. Ayed deliberately emphasized the need for a meticulous search. And sure enough, he detected a flicker of anxiety in Mr. Crouch's gaze. Upon finishing his explanation, the other ministry members began to believe them. Deciding who would investigate the area in question, a group of 5 wizards approached, and moments later, one exclaimed, "There is someone unconscious here. We have captured them." Mr. Crouch, incredulous, inquired, "You captured someone? Who is it?" The wizards inside did not respond. Instead, they emerged carrying a house elf. The ministry officials recognized it instantly as the house elf belonging to Mr. Barty Crouch. Ayed, unaware of its significance, turned to Harry, who clearly recognized the creature. Harry recounted the events from the tournament, enlightening Ayed. Ayed regarded the unconscious creature thoughtfully, observing Mr. Crouch's incredulous expression as he approached the spot where the elf had been discovered. Internally, Ayed clicked his tongue. He initially believed they could eliminate 2 suspects. Yet it now appeared they each harbored their own issues. This little house elf could not possibly be the one who conjured the dark mark. Its height was evidently inconsistent. And its voice. The incantation had been pronounced in a deep tone, reminiscent of a man's voice. House elves cannot produce such sounds. Before long, Mr. Crouch returned. His hands empty, devoid of any findings. Ayed observed with keen interest as several members of the Ministry of Magic engaged in a discussion with Mr. Crouch regarding whether the dark mark had indeed been released by a house elf, particularly since they had discovered Winky holding a wand at the time. Upon hearing this, Mr. Diggory approached and remarked, "If this little elf was indeed wielding a wand, then she has violated the wand use guidelines. According to procedure, I must take her to the ministry for questioning." Mr. Crouch replied in a grave tone, "Let me awaken her first and inquire about the situation." He pointed his wand at Winky and said, "Innervate." Winky stirred awake, her gaze dazed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around her. Slowly, she turned her eyes skyward, caught sight of the dark mark, and gasped in terror, bursting into tears. Ayed then listened as the ministry officials and Mr. Crouch sternly interrogated the poor elf. Observing Mr. Crouch assertively dismissing the chaos by releasing the elf, Ayed turned to Cedric and said, "Let us head back. This seems to be winding down." "All right. My father likely has matters to attend to. I'll just say my goodbyes, and then we can return to rest," Cedric replied. He then approached Mr. Diggory to inform him that they would be heading back to their tent. After Cedric had spoken, the two departed. As they walked, Ayed reflected on the intriguing information he had gathered, eager to share it with Professor Dumbledore. He hoped the headmaster was still awake. He could hardly contain his excitement to relay this intelligence. Unbeknownst to Ayed, Dumbledore was currently in the staff room, being incessantly disturbed by a certain leg-mounted ornament. Upon returning to their tent, Ayed and Cedric exchanged goodnights before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Though Ayed was keen to share the news with Professor Dumbledore, the atmosphere was far from suitable. It was crowded, and Death Eaters might be lurking, making it an ill-timed moment for communication. Thus, he suppressed his desire to divulge the information, deciding instead to allow the headmaster a peaceful night's sleep before conveying the news the following day. Chapter 99. The formal attire and the start of term. A quiet night passed, and the next day, Ayed and Cedric returned home, while Mr. Diggory had been conscripted. Upon their arrival, Ayed's first task was to summon his Patronus to relay the news to Professor Dumbledore. Thus, Grindelwald once again encountered the familiar sight of the Patronus leopard. This time, he was swift, wand in hand, ready to cast a spell, but was halted by the weary Professor Dumbledore. The Patronus, unperturbed by their convoluted exchanges, diligently executed its master's instructions. "Professor, the Quidditch World Cup campsite witnessed the emergence of the dark mark last night. I suspect young Barty Crouch may not be deceased. I hope you can arrange for an investigation. Additionally, Ministry employee Bertha Jorkins has reportedly been missing for quite some time, and I suspect there may be a connection to Tom. If possible, could you also initiate an inquiry into this matter?" Having conveyed the messages, the Patronus dissipated, leaving behind a disgruntled Grindelwald and an exhausted Dumbledore. Ayed, oblivious to the fact that he had again interrupted Grindelwald's affairs, found himself confronting a dilemma. The preparation list for the upcoming school year included formal attire. However, he possessed none. After Cedric reported back home, he sought out Ayed. Observing Ayed deep in thought upon the sofa, he approached and inquired, "Ayed, what troubles you? This year, we need to prepare formal attire for the start of term. Do you have any?" Ayed asked. "I do. My mother prepared some for me. Are you worried about your formal wear?" Cedric replied, "Indeed. What else could possibly trouble me?" Ayed shot Cedric a glance, knowing full well the answer. "Actually, My mother has prepared one for you as well. Would you like to see it? Cedric asked. Really? Ayed exclaimed, surprised that Mrs. Diggory had prepared one for him as well. Of course, would I deceive you? But why did she prepare one for me too? Ayed queried. Puzzled. Since Mrs. Skeeter's passing, my mother has been buying clothes in pairs, for both of us. She simply hadn't found the right opportunity to give you yours until now. Knowing you would need it, she's thrilled, Cedric explained. Then I shall go take a look, Ayed said hesitantly. Come on, Cedric urged, pulling Ayed toward the Diggory residence. Upon entering the Diggory living room, Mrs. Diggory was seated on the sofa, perusing the Daily Prophet. Mother, for the next academic year, we need to bring formal wear. Could we try on the outfits you previously bought for both of us? Cedric suggested. Mrs. Diggory looked warmly at the two boys and, upon hearing Cedric's request, replied, Have the dresses I bought finally found a purpose? Just a moment, I will fetch them. With evident delight, she ascended the stairs to retrieve the garments. Ayed whispered, How did your mother come to buy formal wear? She enjoys purchasing clothing and seeing us in them. She buys what she finds appealing. But previously there hadn't been an appropriate occasion to wear them, Cedric responded. As they conversed, Mrs. Diggory returned with several formal outfits in hand. She handed one to Ayed, urging him to change. It was a black tailcoat adorned with gilded, subtle rose patterns, bestowing upon Ayed an air of elegance and nobility. Upon emerging from the changing room, Cedric was left speechless. It was the first time he had seen Ayed in formal attire, and he was taken aback by how stunning he looked. Mrs. Diggory, evidently pleased with the ensemble, suggested, It feels like it still lacks something. Let us try another. Ayed, having no objections, took another suit to try on. This time, it was a pristine white tailcoat, devoid of excess embellishments. The pure white attire, coupled with Ayed's silver shoulder-length hair and refined features, made him appear like an ethereal being that had wandered into the earthly realm. This outfit was undeniably remarkable. However, Mrs. Diggory wished to see more. Without seeking a reason, she promptly selected the next set, directing Ayed to change again. After trying on 4 or 5 ensembles, they finally completed the selection process. Ultimately, Ayed decided upon the second outfit, the white tailcoat. As for Cedric's choice, he did not disclose it to Ayed, leaving him in anticipation until the evening banquet. Despite the chaos within the ministry, Ayed and Cedric's remaining holiday was markedly pleasant. Soon, the day of the new term arrived. Due to the incident involving the Dark Mark, there was a palpable sense of unease among some in the wizarding community. Mr. Diggory, worried for their safety, took time off to accompany Ayed and Cedric to King's Cross Station. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Mr. Diggory murmured, I surmise you shall not return for Christmas. This year's Hogwarts promises to be particularly captivating. I shall take a leave to witness it, and I hope you will be chosen. Although Mr. Diggory did not divulge any crucial information, Ayed discerned that he was alluding to the Triwizard Tournament. It appeared that this year's competition would unfold as foretold in the prophecy. Although he had known beforehand, the confirmation brought an involuntary sigh of relief from Ayed. With the Triwizard Tournament set to commence, the most pivotal moments were fast approaching, filling Ayed with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Initially, his desire to save Cedric stemmed from their friendship, but now it was tinged with a flicker of hope, as long as Cedric remained alive. Perhaps there was still a chance for them, especially since he was not yet with Cho Chang. Mr. Diggory, having spoken in an enigmatic manner, ushered them through to platform 9 3/4, watching as they entered the carriage before hastily departing. Cedric proceeded to the prefect's compartment, while Ayed chose a seat at the rear of the train. This year, Ayed was joined by his roommate, Anthony. As soon as Anthony entered the compartment, he inquired, Devons, did you attend the Quidditch World Cup final? I did. Why do you ask? Ayed replied, Isn't it obvious? The Daily Prophet reported the Dark Mark appeared. Did you encounter he who must not be named? Anthony's voice was hushed, clearly terrified to utter the name. How could that be? If I had met him, I certainly wouldn't be sitting here calmly, Ayed responded. What exactly happened? Anthony asked, intrigued. It was merely a deranged Death Eater. Do not dwell on it. As long as we are at Hogwarts, we are safe. The Dark Lord would not dare act in the presence of the headmaster, Ayed reassured him. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Their conversation continued until the express arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 100, The Triwizard Tournament. Disembarking from the train, Ayed gazed at the tempestuous weather, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the first-year students who would have to traverse the lake in such conditions. He hoped they wouldn't capsize. Climbing into a carriage, Ayed and Anthony were swiftly transported to the foot of the stone steps. Taking a deep breath, Ayed exited the carriage and sprinted into the castle. Once inside, he settled at the Ravenclaw table, regaining his breath after the exertion. Suddenly, he heard Professor McGonagall's irate voice calling for Peeves, and upon glancing towards the entrance, he saw Peeves launching water balloons at the young witches and wizards. Poor Ron was the first to suffer, getting drenched by a water balloon that struck him squarely. his already rain-soaked clothes becoming utterly saturated. Despite McGonagall's admonitions, Peeves continued his antics until she threatened to inform Professor Dumbledore, at which point he hurled his final few water balloons before scampering away. Next came the Sorting Hat song, which varied each year, followed by the sorting ceremony, nothing particularly noteworthy, as Gryffindor and Hufflepuff always boasted the largest numbers. After the feast, it was time for the headmaster's address, which piqued Ayed's interest, for he anticipated the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament. Initially, the headmaster spoke of this year's forbidden items and important notices, including an extended list of prohibited objects from Filch and the perennial reminder of the perilous Forbidden Forest. Nothing new there. It was only when Dumbledore declared that there would be no Quidditch Cup this year that Ayed perked up, sensing the moment had arrived. Indeed, Dumbledore continued, this is due to a grand event commencing in October, which will occupy much of the faculty's time and energy throughout the academic year. However, I believe you shall find it immensely enjoyable. I am delighted to announce that this year, Hogwarts at that moment, the doors of the Great Hall swung open, revealing a man leaning on a cane. As everyone turned to look, he removed the hood of his travel cloak and began walking towards the staff table. This man was no stranger to Ayed. He was Alastair Moody, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and also a name on Ayed's list of suspects. A retired Auror, it was said he had incarcerated half of the inmates in Azkaban. A formidable wizard indeed. Logically, he should not be suspected, given his illustrious history. But in the wizarding world, impersonation was not an insurmountable challenge. Among all of Hogwarts, only Dumbledore was well acquainted with Moody, making him an excellent candidate for disguise. Moody's arrival interrupted Dumbledore's impending words, prompting the headmaster to graciously introduce the new professor to the bewildered students. Once the introduction concluded, Dumbledore redirected the conversation. In the coming months, we are privileged to host a spectacular event that has not taken place for over a century, the Triwizard Tournament. Upon hearing this, Ayed lost interest in listening further. He only needed to confirm that the tournament would indeed occur. As Dumbledore elaborated on the tournament's nature and the reasons for its previous suspension, namely, the excessive fatalities, Ayed sighed at the excitement surrounding the event, noting the younger students who seemed oblivious to the dangers involved. Dumbledore continued with additional remarks, but Ayed's attention waned. He spoke of the arrival of students from the other two schools in October and emphasized that only those over the age of 17 could participate. While the current students were certainly not in a position to interfere, it was evident that adult wizards would possess more avenues to influence outcomes. Otherwise, Harry would not have been selected as one of the champions. Ayed pondered whether he should enter the Triwizard Tournament. Ultimately, he sighed and relinquished the alluring choice. Cedric would be disheartened if he knew. This was Hufflepuff's honor, and it belonged to Cedric. He could not impede Cedric's rightful glory due to events that had yet to unfold. Moreover, he yearned to witness once more the incredulous yet joyous expression on Cedric's face upon learning he was to be Hogwarts champion. As Cedric stepped into the waiting area amidst the blessings of the Hogwarts students, radiating confidence and brilliance, Ayed would forever remember that sight. The glory foretold for Cedric in the prophecy must surely be his, and the fate that befell Cedric would not repeat itself. His Cedric need only bask in the triumph, with Ayed ensuring the rest. Sitting beside Ayed, Anthony observed the gentle, tender expression on his friend's face and felt a chill run down his spine. What had he thought of to evoke such a look? Mr. Principal did not say much, yet what could possibly evoke such a reaction from Devons? Anthony pondered, signaling his other two roommates to observe Ayed's expression. Kevin and Matt, receiving the cue, turned to look and were equally taken aback. It was indeed the first time they had witnessed such an expression on Ayed's face. The three exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued regarding Ayed's thoughts at that moment. Anthony whispered, Devons, did the principal say something incorrect? Why do you look like that? Ayed turned to Anthony, inquisitively asking, what expression? Anthony, running his fingers through his hair in frustration, contemplated before responding, it's like the expressions often seen on young couples at school. Devons, are you in love? No, Ayed replied decisively. Really? It doesn't seem that way, Anthony mumbled. I genuinely am not. Cedric doesn't fancy me. It's impossible for me to be in a relationship alone. Observing Ayed's seemingly sincere expression, Anthony resignedly realized that Ayed was indeed telling the truth. The other two roommates, having no interest in the unfolding drama, chose to focus instead on the Triwizard Tournament, especially considering this academic year. Students from two other schools would be attending Hogwarts together, a unique experience that had not been encountered in over a century. Experiencing such an event during their schooling was truly fortunate, wasn't he? Chapter 101, The Peculiar Moody. On the first day of school, Ayed found himself exceptionally comfortable, as all subjects involved material he had already studied, requiring merely a few adjustments in class. The assignments given by the professors were refreshingly simple. demanding only a small investment of time to complete. After finishing the day's classes, Ayed had arranged to dine with Cedric. Upon arriving at the dining area, they found a long queue, having just finished their lessons, and stood at the back, gradually moving with the crowd. Suddenly, Malfoy's voice echoed from behind them. "Weasley, your father made the papers." Ayed turned to see Malfoy brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet while shouting at Ron, who stood at the end of the line. Noticing the attention of most bystanders drawn to him, Malfoy appeared quite pleased, reading aloud from the newspaper. Ayed listened intently as the article detailed Mr. Weasley's efforts to assist Mad-Eye Moody in confronting a horde of aggressively enchanted rubbish bins, ultimately leading to a false alarm, as Mr. Weasley had modified the memories of the authorities involved. Contemplating the implications regarding Moody, Ayed noticed the argument nearby escalating in intensity. He approached, intending to mediate. Fighting in school was never advisable, especially with 2 other schools sharing Hogwarts this year. Such behavior could tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. As Ayed advanced, he sensed a surge of magical energy behind him and instinctively cast a shield charm to protect himself. The spell whizzed past him, ultimately striking Malfoy, who was transformed into a white ferret. "Ah, no, not like this, lad." Moody's voice rang out behind Ayed, followed by the sound of his footsteps. Ayed chose to disregard the approaching noise, positioning himself in front of the white ferret and observing the limping Moody, wand in hand. "Professor Moody, I believe as an educator. Headmaster Dumbledore must have informed you that transfiguration should not be used as punishment," he remarked with a smile. "He might have mentioned it. But what does that have to do with you? Don't touch him." Moody initially answered Ayed's question with indifference, but suddenly barked a command. Ayed, somewhat bewildered, realized he could not afford to lose focus. After all, he stood before an auror, or perhaps something else entirely, but one thing was certain. This was a seasoned adult wizard. Facing such an opponent, even knowing he wouldn't act foolishly to remain at Hogwarts, one could never be too cautious. What if he lost control? Behind Ayed, Crabbe, who was about to seize the white ferret, was petrified into inaction. Moody began to stride toward Ayed and the others. "Stay still," Ayed warned, pointing his wand at Moody. "Before other professors arrive, I would appreciate it if you remained there without moving, as your current behavior exceeds the authority permissible for a professor. Therefore, we must await the headmaster or deputy headmaster to resolve this matter," he stated firmly, while Cedric had already ventured off to find Professor McGonagall, trusting she would arrive shortly. "Blake, keep an eye on Malfoy. Do not let him run off. Professor McGonagall will arrive soon to lift the curse," Ayed instructed without turning back. Just then, Cedric emerged, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, descending the marble staircase. Professor McGonagall surveyed the scene before her and remarked, "Mr. Devons, how can you point your wand at a professor? Put it away." Of course, Professor McGonagall. Now that she had arrived, he felt it unnecessary to maintain his caution against Moody, trusting she would manage the situation adeptly. "Professor Moody, I hear from the students that you transformed Mr. Malfoy into a ferret?" Upon noticing Ayed sheath his wand, Professor McGonagall began her inquiry. "Yes, I was teaching that little scoundrel a lesson for attacking from behind," Moody replied nonchalantly. Acknowledging his admission, Professor McGonagall glanced behind Ayed, spotting the trembling white ferret at his feet. She drew her wand and, with a sharp crack, reversed the transfiguration, restoring Malfoy to his original form. Ayed subtly distanced himself, noting that having a ferret at his feet and a person lying down were entirely different matters. "Moody, we never use transfiguration as punishment. Surely Professor Dumbledore has informed you of this?" Professor McGonagall asserted. "That little wizard asked the same question earlier. He must have mentioned it," Moody replied casually. "For such matters, we could impose detention or report the incident to the head of the respective house." "I will indeed do that." Moody glared at Malfoy. Malfoy seemed poised to retort, but Ayed kicked him lightly. This child, clearly at a disadvantage. Why is he still being obstinate? Can his father rush to his aid immediately? The Malfoy family has undeniably spoiled this young master. Despite having received assistance, Malfoy recognized right from wrong. After being kicked, he refrained from further protest. "Professor Moody, regardless of your reasons, your treatment of a student is inappropriate. You are now a professor, and your audience comprises young wizards who have yet to come of age, not the notorious dark wizards you once faced. I hope you will reconsider your methods," Ayed articulated. "Malfoy, regarding your earlier provocation of your classmates and your intention to resort to violence, Professor McGonagall will inform Professor Snape, and you may prepare to face the consequences," Ayed added, casting a meaningful glance at Malfoy. "Professor McGonagall, I suggest that until Professor Moody comprehends the appropriate way to interact with students, it would be prudent to refrain from allowing him to be alone with students outside the classroom. What do you think?" There was something decidedly off about Moody, and the news Malfoy had shared was troubling. It appears that he must pay a visit to Professor Dumbledore. There are quite a few uncertainties this academic year. Mr. Devereux is correct, Mr. Malfoy. You shall accompany me to seek out Professor Snape and Professor Moody. I hope you will also visit Professor Dumbledore, as he will surely elucidate these matters for you. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she led Malfoy away. I yet approached Harry and admonished, Harry, how could you dare to turn your back after mocking someone? When confronting an enemy, do you intend to face away from them as well? Where is your vigilance? I'm sorry, Ayed. I didn't know, Harry replied. You didn't anticipate that Malfoy would act this way? Or did you believe that this is Hogwarts, where no one dares to cross boundaries? What of Quirrell? What of the Dementors? Has it not been long since those events, and you have already forgotten? Harry's complexion paled slightly, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. Ayed observed Moody's retreating figure and remarked, remember, do not easily trust anyone. Keep your wand within reach at all times. And never turn your back on those who harbor ill intentions toward you. I hope you will remember today's lesson, rather than dismissing it as merely another jest from Malfoy. With that, Ayed joined Cedric for dinner. Chapter 102, Suspicion. After their meal, Ayed said to Cedric, I wish to speak with the headmaster. Today's events were utterly dismal. I shall accompany you, Cedric replied. Professor Moody's actions were indeed inappropriate. The two agreed to meet later that evening at the headmaster's office, after which they parted ways to return to their dormitories. In the dormitory, Ayed conjured a Patronus to inform the headmaster that he and Cedric would be visiting his office that night. When Ayed left the dormitory in the evening, he spotted Cedric waiting at the astronomy tower and suddenly smiled. Cedric, noticing Ayed's approach, inquired curiously, what brings about this sudden smile? I was just contemplating how your adoring little witches and wizards would react if they discovered that their esteemed Cedric, their senior, was breaking the rules by wandering about at night. Perhaps they would follow suit? Cedric responded with utmost seriousness. Professor Sprout would be furious. You might cease to be her favorite little wizard, Ayed chuckled. Well, let us hope we remain undiscovered. Now shall we? Ayed declared, leading the way toward the headmaster's office. Upon arriving at the office, they effortlessly conjured chairs and took their seats. This visit felt routine, yet Ayed noted that Grindelwald shot him particularly fierce glares upon their entrance. Have I offended him in some way? After some introspection yielded no answers, Ayed dismissed the thought. After all, with Dumbledore present, Grindelwald was merely a paper tiger. Headmaster, regarding the matter I mentioned during the holidays, is there any progress? Ayed inquired. I have dispatched individuals to monitor Riddle Manor, and there are indeed signs of activity. A large serpent has also been spotted nearby. Tom should currently be there, Professor Dumbledore replied. Based on Harry's description, it should be Purlum accompanying Tom. Purlum's animagus form poses complications for surveillance. It might be prudent to focus on the less mobile Tom and the rather conspicuous Nagini, Ayed suggested after some contemplation. As for your assertion regarding Barty Crouch Jr. not being deceased, my investigations confirm that he indeed succumbed to illness in Azkaban. Did Barty Crouch exhibit any actions prior to his demise? Ayed inquired thoughtfully. Before Barty Jr. passed, he did visit him alongside his wife. His wife? Yes. Barty Crouch held profound affection for her, and she too succumbed shortly thereafter, Dumbledore sighed. She passed as well. What a coincidence, Ayed murmured. Perhaps, Ayed continued slowly. Only the wife died. What do you imply? Dumbledore asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Just as you surmise, this could indeed be a possibility, could it not? Ayed replied. If this is the case, it would certainly clarify Barty Crouch's demeanor during the Quidditch World Cup final, as well as the individual responsible for casting the dark mark, Ayed stated. Indeed, if that were the case, it would make sense, Dumbledore acknowledged. Clearly aware of the detailed circumstances surrounding the event, suggesting that he still had allies within the Ministry of Magic. How unexpected is that Mr. Crouch, renowned for his disdain and animosity toward dark magic, would go to such lengths for his son, Ayed remarked with a note of sarcasm. Is this not a contradiction of character? Even the most cold-hearted individual cannot escape the bonds of familial affection? Let us not jump to conclusions. This remains merely a conjecture. Dumbledore cautioned. That is reasonable. Let us set this aside for now. What are your thoughts on Alastor Moody? Ayed transitioned to the next topic, which was the primary reason for his visit that day. Oh, Alastor is a trustworthy individual. He possesses extensive experience in combat and in confronting dark wizards, making him exceptionally suited to teach defense against the dark arts. Furthermore, my invitation to him at this juncture serves to protect you, Dumbledore explained. Protection that involves transforming students into ferrets? Ayed retorted. Ayed, one cannot solely attribute blame to Alastor. While his actions were indeed excessive, it is worth noting that, were it not for him, Harry might have sustained injuries, Dumbledore stated calmly. I believe he ought to have been injured. Do you not think you are overprotective? He lost his wand during the Quidditch World Cup and, after mocking Malfoy, immediately turned his back on him without a shred of caution. Are you truly comfortable allowing him to participate in the final confrontation? Ayed voiced his agitation, recognizing Harry as an indispensable presence in the battle, being one of Tom's Horcruxes. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps Harry should indeed undergo some rigorous training. I hope you genuinely commit to toughening your golden boy. If you lack the resolve, I believe Mr. Grindelwald would be more than willing to assist, Ayed continued. Moreover, Harry must learn the art of mental occlusion post-haste. During the holidays, he encountered Nagini and discovered Tom's location. We cannot yet ascertain whether he might communicate with Tom. Should that be the case, it could pose significant complications, as Tom could glean information from us at will. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression turned grave, fully grasping the enormity of the implications if Ayed's suspicions proved true. I shall take this matter seriously. For now, this is all the information we possess. However, I remain skeptical of Alastor Moody. And I advise you to exercise caution in placing your trust in him, Ayed remarked, suddenly recalling his surveillance map. He promptly retrieved it, stating, allow me to lend this to you for a time. It will facilitate monitoring Moody. As he infused the map with magic, granting Dumbledore access, he opened it. Navigating to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He was taken aback when two names appeared on the map, Barty Crouch and Alastor Moody. Barty Crouch? Why is this individual present at Hogwarts? I shall send Xiao Yi to investigate. Ayed found himself perplexed. However, with Moody's magical eye being exceptionally powerful, sending someone else might lead to detection. Therefore, Xiao Yi would be the more discreet option. Upon noticing the two names appearing together on the surveillance monitor, Headmaster Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he nodded at Ayed. Chapter 103, Exposure. Seeing Dumbledore's nod, Ayed promptly released Xiao Yi, directing it towards the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Meanwhile, Grindelwald gazed at the map displaying a love letter from Owl, his ears subtly reddening. Ayed retrieved the receiver and observed the image displayed. Xiao Yi was currently en route to the professor's office. Given that it was already past curfew, the corridors were largely deserted, with only the occasional encounter with patrolling professors or Filch. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Xiao Yi finally arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. It slipped through the crack of the door and perched upon the doorknob. Ayed and his companions watched the imagery transmitted by Xiao Yi. Moody, seated behind the desk, evidently noticed the little insect, but dismissed it upon realizing it was merely a fly. He was engrossed in examining something, while Xiao Yi's perspective scanned the room, revealing no sign of a second person. Nevertheless, the map indicated the presence of two individuals within the office, both motionless. Perplexed, Ayed murmured, where could the other person be? The scene that Xiao Yi had just surveyed replayed in his mind, ultimately fixating on a box nestled in the corner. It was a chest secured by 7 keys. Perhaps it could conceal a person? Headmaster, do you have a way to lure Moody out of the office? Ayed inquired. The names of the two individuals on the map were nearly overlapping, suggesting their proximity. Only by separating them could they hope to locate the individual who had eluded Xiao Yi's view. Fox, assist me in sending a message to Moody, Dumbledore instructed, swiftly pinning a note that summoned Moody to the headmaster's office in half an hour. You three must ascend to the second floor quietly, Dumbledore cautioned as Fox took flight. Ayed nodded, his focus unwavering on the receiver. Fox soon appeared on the device, dropping off the headmaster's letter before taking his leave. After reading the note, Moody furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then rose and exited the office, with Xiao Yi trailing behind. Once Ayed observed Moody's departure, he prepared to check the surveillance monitor. Cedric, who had been studying the monitor, uttered a soft sound of confusion. Was it Moody that the headmaster called for? But the monitor shows Barty Crouch leaving. The imagery transmitted by Xiao Yi confirmed Moody's exit, yet the monitor displayed Crouch's departure, an intriguing discrepancy. It appears the Moody we encountered is not the genuine article, Ayed lamented. His instincts had proven correct once again. Evidently, Dumbledore overheard Ayed and Cedric's exchange. His brow furrowed in contemplation. There is no need for further deliberation. Our earlier hypothesis must be accurate. Young Crouch is alive and currently at Hogwarts. Assuming Moody's identity through Polyjuice Potion, which explains his constant possession of that flask. A smile crept across Ayed's lips. He had not anticipated unearthing the source of the problem so effortlessly. With their discovery unveiled, they now possessed the upper hand in the unfolding game. Their chances of success had significantly increased. As young Crouch approached, Ayed and Cedric reluctantly pulled Grindelwald upstairs, concealing themselves in a location unseen from the first floor. Shortly thereafter, the imposter Moody arrived. Albus, what do you require of me? Young Crouch inquired. Alastor, I apologize for summoning you at this hour. But a matter of great importance has arisen that only you can address, Dumbledore replied, having resumed his usual demeanor. I have observed some peculiar behavior from Severus lately. Could I trouble you to keep an eye on him when you have a moment? Of course, Albus. You know I am always willing to assist you, young Crouch responded. Thank you, Alastair, Dumbledore replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, young Crouch took his leave. Once he had departed, the three descended from the second floor. Ayed raised an eyebrow, remarking, So you've given him a reason to visit Professor Snape's office? Indeed, he requires Polyjuice Potion, Dumbledore acknowledged. So, you have been selling the professor's potion ingredients to young Crouch without his knowledge? Ayed queried. I shall inform Severus, as his assistance will be necessary, Dumbledore replied. Very well. But what of Moody? He will not fare well under young Crouch's control. However, there is no need to worry for his life, as young Crouch still requires the potion. Ayed noted. We must not raise any alarms, Alastair. We cannot rescue him just yet, Dumbledore stated solemnly. I leave the decision to you. I can have Showy monitor Moody's condition, but beyond that, I cannot do much for now, Ayed admitted, feeling a weight of melancholy. It was a disheartening feeling to know that one of their own was suffering, yet they were compelled to endure such circumstances. Ugh, this is dreadful. Cedric took Ayed's hand, gently rubbing it to comfort him. Taking a deep breath, Ayed said, Now that young Crouch has been exposed, we can closely monitor his movements. However, until the Triwizard Tournament concludes, we cannot take action. We still need him to transport us to Tom and Nagini. It was becoming increasingly clear that young Crouch's mission was to escort Harry from Hogwarts to Tom's location. You must gather a team quickly. We have less than a year before the final battle commences. I understand. You will need to devise a method for us to reach Tom's location, Dumbledore instructed. Very well. I shall endeavor to formulate a large-scale teleportation circle swiftly. Having concluded our discussion, Cedric and I shall take our leave, Ayed stated. After receiving Dumbledore's nod of agreement, he took Cedric's hand and departed the headmaster's office. As they made their way back to the dormitory, Ayed's spirits remained somewhat subdued. Aya, everything will soon come to a close, Cedric reassured him. Turning, Ayed embraced Cedric. After a moment, he spoke in a hushed tone, said, If you are chosen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, you must take great care of yourself. Yes, I am aware. This year's Triwizard Tournament is fraught with peril, and we may even confront Voldemort in the end. Knowing this, I shall certainly protect myself, so do not worry. Aya, Cedric's gentle voice soothed Ayed, lifting his spirits. Ayed released Cedric, stating, All right, we should return to rest. We have classes tomorrow. With that, Ayed waved his hand and walked ahead. Cedric glanced at Ayed's departing figure and smiled before following suit. Chapter 104. The Arrival of the Delegation. Ever since Ayed discovered that Moody was actually Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, their encounters had become infrequent. He was reluctant to confront a false persona cloaked in another's skin. Aside from the unavoidable defense against the dark arts classes, one must concede that Crouch Jr. conducted his lessons commendably well, proving to be a rare practical instructor, albeit compelled by the need to maintain his masquerade. His teaching surpassed that of both Kettleburn and Lockhart, with only the werewolf professor, Lupin, managing to hold a candle to him. However, Ayed had heard that he dedicated considerable attention to the fourth years, ensuring they grasped the 3 unforgivable curses, even casting the Cruciatus curse upon each student, with Harry being the only one to withstand it to any degree. Could this be construed as aiding the enemy? Perhaps he perceived Harry as somewhat feeble at present and deemed that additional training was requisite for him to navigate the Triwizard Tournament successfully, thus going to great lengths to provide extra lessons for the fourth years. Nevertheless, it posed little concern. Cedric was bound to triumph. The brief training period could not possibly rival Cedric's years of diligent effort. Harry was not the prodigious talent that would alter the course of history. A week before Halloween, a notice was erected at the foot of the marble staircase. Taking advantage of his height, Ayed discerned its contents. The representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive on October 30th, with classes concluding half an hour early that day. After reading it, Ayed turned to Cedric with a smile, inquiring, How do you feel? Only a week remains. Are you nervous? I am fully prepared, Cedric replied confidently. If chosen, I shall surely emerge victorious. Observing Cedric's unwavering confidence stirred something within Ayed. He found him even more radiant and appealing. Suppressing his burgeoning emotions, Ayed replied with a slightly elevated tone, Then I shall await your triumphant results. The day of Halloween arrived swiftly, and the great hall was adorned anew, with banners representing the 4 houses draping from the walls, while the school's crest hung behind the staff table. After finishing breakfast, Ayed departed. Although the delegations from the 2 schools were arriving, classes must continue. Following the afternoon lessons, Ayed donned his cloak alongside others and proceeded to the entrance hall, where the heads of houses were organizing their respective students into lines. Once arranged, the heads led the young witches and wizards to stand before the castle, prepared to welcome the representatives from the 2 schools. As the chill of late October began to settle in, Ayed, sensitive to the cold, had astutely inscribed a warming charm upon his cloak, which diligently provided him with a measure of warmth. The younger eagles beside him were whispering amongst themselves, speculating about the manner in which the representatives from the other two schools would make their entrance. As time passed, even the magic of his cloak could not entirely fend off the autumnal chill. Ayed felt his hands growing cold, and he found himself yearning for Cedric's warmth. Recalling how, in previous years, Cedric would have instinctively taken his hand to offer comfort. Regrettably, they now stood among their respective houses. At that moment, Ayed noticed a dark shape materializing above the forbidden forest. "Ah, if I am not mistaken, the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived," exclaimed Professor Dumbledore. A carriage drawn by 12 magnificent Abraxans approached, drawing closer as the younger wizards in the front rows retreated, wary of being struck by the oncoming vehicle. With a resounding thud, the carriage came to a safe halt before the castle. The door swung open, and a boy clad in a light blue robe leapt down, unveiling a golden spiral staircase. Following him was a female half-giantess, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Olympe Maxime. Dumbledore led the applause, and the young witches and wizards readily joined in, with many in the back rising on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the Beauxbatons students. Dumbledore performed a courteous gesture, and soon, a dozen or so Beauxbatons students, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, descended from the carriage, making an earnest effort to control their shivering bodies. They appeared somewhat cold, yet strove to maintain their composure. Following a brief exchange between the two school heads, Madame Maxime shared some instructions regarding the care of the Abraxans before leading the Beauxbatons students into the Great Hall. As soon as the Beauxbatons students departed, Ayed keenly sensed that something else was approaching from the lake. Before long, an imposing ship surfaced from the depths. The Durmstrang delegation had arrived. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, appeared to be a warm individual, yet he harbored a chilling demeanor. Ayed had long harbored suspicions about him, given that he had once been a Death Eater, and after Voldemort's demise, he had testified against many of his fellow Death Eaters during the trials, ultimately evading a life sentence in Azkaban. He was certainly not a figure of integrity, which had fueled Ayed's prior mistrust. However, with Barty Crouch Jr. now present, Karkaroff's suspicion had diminished somewhat. Nonetheless, Ayed's disdain for him remained unchanged. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Durmstrang students joined their Hogwarts counterparts in the Great Hall. Following Karkaroff's summons of Victor Krum, many Hogwarts students clamored for his autograph. Ayed found this perplexing. After all, he was merely a Quidditch player, albeit one claimed to be among the finest seekers in the world. Ignoring the starstruck students, Ayed made his way directly to the Ravenclaw table, where the Beauxbatons students also took their seats. The Durmstrang students opted for the Slytherin table, which made sense, as the numbers at Ravenclaw and Slytherin were considerably fewer compared to the crowded Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. Even with an additional dozen students, there would be ample space, and the pure-blooded Durmstrang students shared common ground with Slytherin. At this moment, Filch added 4 chairs to the staff table, placing 2 on either side of Professor Dumbledore. Besides the 2 schools, representatives from the Ministry of Magic would also be in attendance at Hogwarts today. Students had settled at their respective house tables, and the professors had entered, taking their seats at the staff table. The last to enter were the heads of the 3 schools. Upon Madame Maxime's arrival, the Beauxbatons students promptly stood, only resuming their seats once she was seated. Ayed marveled at Madame Maxime's authoritative control over her students. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore, who had remained standing, began to speak. "Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and ghosts. It is with immense joy that I welcome you to Hogwarts. I trust you will find comfort and delight during your stay here." Dumbledore beamed at the assembly. "The Triwizard Tournament shall officially commence at the conclusion of this feast. Now, I invite you all to indulge in the banquet." With that, Dumbledore took his seat. Chapter 105, The Goblet of Fire. The feast unfolded amidst the delectable dishes meticulously prepared by the house elves. Once everyone had finished their meals, Dumbledore rose once more. "The moment has finally arrived. The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. First and foremost, let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Bartemius Crouch, the esteemed director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, the distinguished director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." The hall erupted with resounding applause. "It is my great honor to announce that the judging panel for the Triwizard Tournament will consist of the 2 directors, myself, Mr. Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime, as we strive to impart fair judgments on the valiant efforts of the champions. Now, I kindly request Mr. Filch to bring forth the box." Ayed had long noticed Mr. Filch lurking in the corner, holding what appeared to be an expensive box, which was presumably home to the Goblet of Fire. Following a series of introductions by Professor Dumbledore, he extracted a large, crudely carved wooden chalice from the box, which seemed to be of lesser value than the box itself. Professor Dumbledore closed the box and placed the goblet atop it, ensuring that the young wizards could all behold it. After that, Ayed lost interest in Dumbledore's words, for he was already privy to the ultimate selection outcome. As Professor Dumbledore concluded his address, the young wizards began to leave in droves. Anthony turned to Ayed and asked, "Ayed, are you going to participate?" "Why do you ask?" "I have yet to turn 17, Ayed replied. "What are you talking about? You're the top of your year. This minor detail shouldn't pose a challenge for you," Anthony exclaimed, raising his voice. The nearby young eagles, hearing Anthony's remark, turned to him with expressions of agreement. Ayed, momentarily speechless, chuckled helplessly. "You all have such faith in me. Indeed, I possess a method to circumvent the age restriction. However, I choose not to compete as there are more suitable candidates." Anthony, observing the softened gaze and gentle smile on Ayed's face, suddenly had an epiphany. Diggory. Indeed. Cedric shall emerge as the finest champion from Hogwarts, Ayed stated with a calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a sense of pride. "Well, having an impressive childhood friend is remarkable, isn't it?" "Quite so. It seems we too desire such a connection." Although the young eagles believed Ayed to be the rightful champion, they conceded that Hufflepuff's Diggory was equally exceptional, having already reached the age of 17. Since Ayed endorsed Cedric, they resolved to support him wholeheartedly. The young eagles had unwavering faith in Ayed's judgment, as countless instances had proven his infallibility. If Ayed proclaimed that Cedric would be Hogwarts champion, then it was undoubtedly true. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Ayed was met with the irate voice of young Crouch. Turning his head, he spotted Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, fixated on the scar on Harry's forehead. With a glance, Ayed lost interest and walked away. In such a public setting, no trouble would arise, especially with the professors still present, rendering any concern unnecessary. The following morning, Ayed awoke early as usual to partake in breakfast in the Great Hall, only to discover an unexpectedly large crowd. Typically, Saturdays at this hour were devoid of students. It appeared that the young wizard's interest in the Triwizard Tournament exceeded his anticipations, as, despite most being ineligible to participate, they were eager to witness who would throw their hat in the ring. Ayed leisurely savored his breakfast while observing the throngs gathered around the Goblet of Fire. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed as bodies hit the floor. Ayed witnessed the Weasley twins being flung out, evidently having attempted to challenge the age restriction imposed by Professor Dumbledore, only to fail. The consequence of their failure was that both twins sprouted white beards, a premature glimpse of their elder selves. Laughter erupted around them, and the twins, seeing each other's appearance, could not help but join in the merriment. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore appeared, aware that there would undoubtedly be some undeterred young wizards wishing to test their luck. After sending the twins to the hospital wing for treatment, many gathered around the Goblet of Fire dispersed, as they were eager to seize the opportunity for breakfast. Ayed had nearly finished when he overheard Harry and his companions discussing potential candidates from Hogwarts for the goblet. Intrigued, he decided to approach and listen in. However, halfway there, he heard a Gryffindor student remark that Cedric would not risk his handsome visage. Ayed quickly strode over, his gaze icy as he addressed the Gryffindor. The champion of Hogwarts shall undoubtedly be Cedric. With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of Harry and the others and departed without a backward glance. On his way to the library, Ayed encountered Cedric, who had chased after him. "You've already signed up, haven't you?" Ayed inquired. "Yes," Cedric affirmed. "Then let me witness an extraordinary performance, for you alone can provide me with such a spectacle." "I shall, Ayed. I will triumph in the tournament," Cedric declared, casting a glance at Ayed, who walked with purpose. In his heart, he mused, "After winning the tournament, I will declare my feelings for you with pride." After finally convincing his mother that winning the tournament would allow him to forego the arranged betrothal, Cedric felt elated. He would finally confess his long-held affection for Ayed, and the years of unreciprocated love would soon reach a resolution. Subsequently, the two fell into a comfortable silence as they busied themselves in the library. As evening approached, Ayed closed the book in hand, feeling it was time to attend the Halloween feast, which would also unveil the list of champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Upon arriving at the Great Hall with Cedric, they found that a significant number of students had already gathered. Shortly after settling at their respective house tables, the feast commenced. The young wizards seemed particularly restless. The previously enjoyed festivities were overshadowed by their anticipation for news of the champions. Anthony, seated beside Ayed, would glance toward Professor Dumbledore after every bite of food. Not just Anthony, but many students from other houses shared the same eagerness to learn the identities of the Triwizard champions. At last, the golden plates returned to their pristine state, and Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. The once boisterous hall fell into an expectant silence as the young wizards anxiously gazed at Professor Dumbledore. "The Goblet of Fire is about to render its decision. I estimate it will take one more minute. Listen closely. For those whose names are called will need to proceed to the adjoining room, where they will receive initial guidance. With that, Professor Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it, extinguishing all the candles except those in the pumpkin lanterns. The hall was plunged into darkness, lit only by the faint glow of the lanterns and the exceptionally bright flames of the goblet, which became almost blinding. The occupants waited with bated breath for the goblet to declare its final selections. Suddenly, the flames within the goblet shifted from their original blue-white hue to a dazzling red, followed by a flame shooting skyward, from which a parchment unfurled. Professor Dumbledore caught the flying parchment, holding it at a distance to decipher the text, while the flames returned to their previous blue-white state. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum, Professor Dumbledore announced. Krum, seated at the Slytherin table, rose and walked toward Professor Dumbledore before turning to the right and proceeding to the adjoining room. As Krum made his way forward, the young wizards from the three schools engaged in hushed discussions while fervently clapping their hands. As Krum entered the adjacent room, the applause and chatter gradually subsided, and all eyes returned to the goblet of fire. Moments later, the flames of the goblet transformed into a brilliant red, and a second parchment was ejected amidst a burst of fire. The champion from Beauxbatons was revealed to be Fleur Delacour. Ayed observed as the half-blood beauty, seated not far from him, rose gracefully, gliding between the tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff before making her way along the professor's table into the adjoining room. Ayed paid little heed, focusing instead on Cedric, determined to watch intently. Next, under Ayed's concentrated gaze, the crimson flames expelled the third parchment, upon which the name inscribed was none other than Cedric Diggory, the champion from Hogwarts. At that moment, Ayed beamed with a radiant smile, although he was aware from the prophecy that Cedric was to be the Hogwarts champion. Witnessing it firsthand bore a different weight. Amid the cacophony, Ayed's eyes precisely caught Cedric, who had just stood, and at that instant, Cedric turned his gaze toward Ayed. Their eyes met amidst the bustling crowd of young wizards, as if they were the only two souls in the grand hall. Ayed's smile grew even brighter, and Cedric reciprocated with a gentle grin directed at Ayed. Following this, amidst the exhilarated gazes of the Hufflepuff students, he strode toward the room behind the professor's table. Ayed's gaze followed Cedric until his figure vanished beyond the door. As the home crowd, the cheers for Cedric resonated longer than those for the previous champions, and it took a considerable while for Professor Dumbledore to restore calm among the exuberant young wizards. Now, we have selected our 3 champions. I have every confidence in you all, including the other students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, Dumbledore declared, only to abruptly pause, directing his attention toward the goblet of fire, which had once again ignited into a vivid red, ejecting yet another parchment. Dumbledore instinctively reached out, grasping the parchment, and after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered the name, Harry Potter. Ayed couldn't help but admire the cunning of the old fox. Dumbledore was indeed masterful in his theatrics, making it seem for a fleeting moment that he was oblivious to the unfolding events. Oh, one must never underestimate a cunning old fox who has lived for over a century. Ayed watched as Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, appeared completely stunned, clearly unable to comprehend the gazes of those around him. Not a single person applauded. Instead, the hall buzzed with whispered speculation. Observing the scene before him, Ayed felt an inner calm. Harry might struggle to accept this turn of events, but it was merely an obstacle on his path to maturity. If he could overcome it, he would emerge all the stronger. On the professor's table, Professor McGonagall appeared anxious as she approached Dumbledore, speaking fervently. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore stood and instructed Harry to proceed to the adjacent room. Once Harry had entered, the Minister of Magic, the heads of the 3 schools, and several professors followed him into that room. Anthony, sitting beside Ayed, exclaimed in astonishment, "For champions? Isn't it supposed to be one from each school? There's nothing unusual about it." Others submitted their names along with their schools, while Harry's parchment likely only bore his name. Ayed replied nonchalantly. After pondering for a moment, Anthony remarked, "So, the goblet assumed Potter was the school's representative? Thus, Harry's name was selected?" "Precisely, though achieving that is no simple feat after all. Convincing the goblet to believe there are 4 schools participating is not something just anyone can accomplish. Young Barty Crouch is indeed quite remarkable." But Anthony furrowed his brow. How did Potter manage to submit the parchment? There's clearly an age restriction that's simple enough. You can have someone over 17 submit it on your behalf. The goblet doesn't concern itself with whether the person submitting the parchment is the same as the name inscribed upon it. However, whether the parchment would be accepted is uncertain. After all, no one knows if the goblet has any specific criteria for acceptance. Indeed, it's as straightforward as that. As long as an adult assists in submitting the name, there's no need for any elaborate schemes. Dumbledore deliberately led the young wizards to believe they must submit their own names, but in reality, only the name itself matters. who submits, it is irrelevant. The time was simply too short, and most of the young wizards were distracted by the age restriction, which is why they didn't think of it. Given a few more days, many would surely have realized this. With that, Ayed decided it was time to leave the Great Hall and return to his dormitory. The young wizards within the hall began to depart in small groups. Though their conversations revolved around how Harry had circumvented the age restriction to submit his name to the goblet. As Ayed walked, he reflected on how Harry had managed to stir up quite the trouble. At the very least, the Hufflepuff students would likely begin to harbor animosity towards him. As half of the honor that rightfully belonged to Cedric had been usurped by Harry, it was only natural for the Badgers to be upset, given their strong sense of unity. Moreover, it was likely that Professor Sprout would also be displeased, as she was fiercely protective of her students. Contemplating the rumors and gossip that awaited Harry this term, Ayed couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. One cannot grow rapidly without facing adversity, with Dumbledore providing protection. It would only be beneficial for Harry to endure a few trials. However, Ayed recalled noticing an odd expression on Ron's face earlier. In a moment when everyone was doubting Harry, one of his closest friends lacked faith in him. Would Harry be able to navigate this hurdle unscathed? He hoped fervently that Harry would manage to come through it well. Chapter 107. The pre-competition on Sunday morning, Ayed awoke and headed to breakfast, eager to see Cedric. He was curious about what had transpired the previous night. Upon entering the Great Hall, he found it relatively empty, which was typical for a weekend. Yesterday's crowd had been the anomaly. Leisurely enjoying his breakfast, Ayed awaited Cedric's arrival. It was evident that Cedric, aware of Ayed's curiosity, made his way directly to the Ravenclaw table. Observing Ayed, who had nearly finished his meal, Cedric smiled. He briefly recounted that the first task would take place on November 24th and would test their courage, though the specifics of the challenge remained undisclosed. Furthermore, it was stated that this task could only be undertaken with wands. Cedric succinctly summarized the information he had received the previous night. Ayed suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Don't worry, someone will inform you of the relevant details. Young Crouch wouldn't allow Harry to enter the arena completely unprepared. Once Harry learns of the challenge, he will undoubtedly share it with you, considering your relationship. In the days that followed, as Ayed had anticipated, Harry found himself enduring an exceptionally arduous time. The Hufflepuffs naturally began to harbor animosity towards him, and as for Slytherin, it went without saying that they would despise him regardless of this incident. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw, having been privy to the remarks he had made to Anthony, remarks that Anthony had not disseminated, were led to believe that Harry had employed some underhanded tactic to have the Goblet of Fire accept his name. Thus, although the Eagles maintained their previous demeanor towards him, their allegiance remained firmly with Cedric. Perhaps, even had Harry been chosen in an entirely above-board manner, they would still support Cedric simply because Ayed was in his corner. One day, after lunch, Ayed intended to seek out Professor Snape with some inquiries, and Cedric accompanied him. Suddenly, Ayed overheard someone uttering Harry's name. Upon approaching, he discovered it was Malfoy. With a sigh, Ayed lamented the fact that this Malfoy had truly been spoiled by his privilege. Having recently been taught a lesson by Moody, he was quick to provoke Harry once again. Just as they drew their wands and faced off, Ayed signaled Cedric with a glance, and Cedric understood, stepping in to halt the impending confrontation between the two. Malfoy, Harry, do you believe that the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang find their school life too mundane and wish to provide them with some gossip? Ayed remarked in a nonchalant tone. Harry, filled with indignation, retorted, it was Malfoy who mocked me first. Malfoy instantly countered, huh? Isn't it because you cheated to become a champion? As Harry prepared to respond, Ayed raised his hand to silence him. Malfoy, the veracity of whether this was solely Harry's doing remains unproven. What you are articulating now is mere conjecture. The Triwizard Tournament is a perilous contest, and I trust Harry would not gamble with his life. Hearing Ayed's words, Harry looked at him with gratitude. Ayed, disregarding the moment, continued, moreover, regardless of this matter, we are not the only students present at this school. I expect all of you to exercise restraint. Surely no one desires their embarrassing moments to reach the ears of the British public, especially with students from other schools that include members of foreign wizarding families. Upon hearing this, Malfoy paused, contemplating the consequences if foreign wizarding families were to discover his actions. Causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back, he removed the badge pinned to his chest and subtly gestured to the others, who followed suit in removing their badges. Ayed nodded in satisfaction and, ignoring the group, sought out the potions master, only to turn and encounter Professor Snape approaching. Ah, splendid, I'm still late. Good day. Professor Snape, Ayed greeted. Mr. Devons, I trust you won't trouble your potions master with queries that even a troll would know the answers to. Especially when he is burdened with a multitude of duties, Snape replied with his usual acerbity. Ayed discreetly gestured for the young wizards, who had been confronting one another. to hasten to their classroom. Snape observed, but did not comment. In the brief moments before class commenced, Ayed's questions were satisfactorily addressed. Well, being mocked is still preferable to being a troll, he mused, though he was accustomed to being less favored than trolls in Snape's class. After dinner that evening, Ayed took a stroll by the Black Lake, with Cedric naturally trailing behind. This afternoon, we had our photographs taken and checked our wands, Cedric began. Photographs? For the Daily Prophet? Ayed inquired. Indeed. Who is the journalist? Rita Skeeter. Ayed clicked his tongue, visibly displeased. That individual? 90% of her reporting is fabricated, merely sensationalism. However, Cedric, you needn't worry too much. With Harry in the spotlight, the three of you aren't her primary focus. If you receive a mention in tomorrow's article, it will solely be due to your participation in the Triwizard Tournament. I'm not concerned. This afternoon, Harry was pulled into a conversation with her. I wonder what they discussed, Cedric remarked. Pay it no mind. These are experiences Harry will inevitably face. With his reputation as the boy who lived, he will always be a focal point wherever he goes. Experiencing it sooner rather than later isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least he has the headmaster safeguarding him. Ayed replied nonchalantly. After concluding this topic, the two engaged in light conversation about other matters before returning to their dormitories. On the Saturday before the first task was set to commence, the school permitted students in their third year and above to visit Hogsmeade. Ayed, who had never shown much interest in such outings, opted not to attend this time either, and Cedric chose to stay with him. Having not ventured into the Forbidden Forest for quite some time, Ayed resolved to explore it, hoping to encounter the elusive Avel. Speaking of Avel, due to an incident several years prior, the unicorns had rarely ventured out of the valley, yet this year, for reasons unknown, sporadic sightings of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest had occurred. Previously, Avel had conveyed through Yo-Yo that it could occasionally emerge, prompting Ayed to take a chance. As they wandered through the Forbidden Forest, Ayed teased, the recent Daily Prophet has nearly turned into a series of interviews with Potter. You haven't been mentioned at all. That's fine by me. At least I won't be subjected to her sensationalist fabrications, Cedric replied calmly. Having witnessed the portrayal of Harry and Hermione, and wishing to avoid such scrutiny. Nonetheless, you've been faring quite well, haven't you? I've seen many young witches pursuing you, Ayed remarked with a feigned indifference. I've been cornered by them. Today, it's just the two of us. So let us not dwell on them, Cedric pleaded. Very well. Ayed clearly felt reassured by Cedric's words. Suddenly, Yo-Yo sprang out from nearby, now a fully grown fox. Though not particularly formidable in strength, Yo-Yo had maximized its social skills, able to converse with any creature in the Forbidden Forest, barring the most ferocious. Thus, Yo-Yo enjoyed an exceptionally prosperous life within the woods. Ah, Ayed, come with me. I'll show you something marvelous. Yo-Yo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Cedric, let us go. Yo-Yo has found something interesting. If Yo-Yo deems it worthy of attention, it must be worth seeing. Following Yo-Yo, the two ventured deeper into the woods, gradually reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, far from the castle. Chapter 108, The Fire Dragon. From a distance, Ayed heard sounds emanating from the forest's edge, piquing his curiosity. This area had previously been untouched, even by Hagrid, so the presence of others here was indeed intriguing. Ayed and Cedric did not approach too closely, reasoning that anyone in such a secluded location at this hour was likely connected to the Triwizard Tournament. If that were the case, they would certainly refrain from speaking, especially with Cedric present. Nevertheless, Ayed resolved to investigate. Perhaps it was a prop for the first task? He might glean information to relay to Cedric. Cedric, wait here. I'll go take a look. Without waiting for Cedric's response, Ayed pressed the connected two-way mirror into Cedric's hand and proceeded forward. Though most of the wizards were resting, a few were inspecting the thick wooden barriers that enclosed the area. Ayed had hardly approached when he was noticed. Who goes there? A wizard inquired warily. Who are you, and how did you come to Hogwarts? Ayed did not draw closer nor respond to the wizard's inquiry. Instead, he opted to pose a direct question. It appeared that someone among them recognized Ayed, for he overheard them whispering amongst themselves. After a brief moment, one of them spoke up. Is that you, Ayed? Come over here. I am Charlie Weasley. Upon hearing this name, Ayed's understanding crystallized. Indeed, it was the dragon for the first task, as Charlie specialized in the study of dragons. With Charlie's presence, it was evident that this location served as the temporary abode for the transported dragon. Ayed approached to find several adult wizards observing him intently. At that moment, Charlie stepped forward, inquiring, Ayed, how did you end up here? I accompanied Yo-Yo for a stroll, Ayed replied, as Yo-Yo dutifully trotted over and affectionately nudged Ayed's leg. Upon sighting the white fox, the adult wizards subtly relaxed their scrutiny of Ayed. Charlie, what brings you here, and who are these individuals? Ayed queried. They are my colleagues. I am here to prepare for the first task, Charlie explained candidly. Ayed felt a twinge of surprise at Charlie's apparent lack of wariness. It seemed the Ministry of Magic had indeed invested considerable effort into this competition, even going so far as to transport a dragon. Raising an eyebrow, Ayed remarked, "I suspected you would discern that at a glance. Yes, it is indeed a dragon." "Indeed," Charlie replied with a hearty laugh. "It seems the task will not involve vanquishing the dragon, as even adult wizards are incapable of such feats. Thus, it must involve escape. Yet, the likelihood of that is slim, for provoking a dragon poses considerable risk. What, then, could it entail?" Ayed pondered aloud. Charlie and his colleagues listened with keen interest to Ayed's deductions. What could instill caution in a dragon, yet provoke it to attack, without mercy? Food? Treasure? Or perhaps dragon eggs? Ayed mused. Ah, it must be the dragon eggs. Thus, we are dealing with 4 dragons currently nesting. Correct, Ayed, you truly are remarkable. Charlie expressed his genuine admiration. Feeling somewhat bashful, Ayed was aware of the answer. He merely wished to inform Cedric, who was currently using the two-way mirror. After all, Charlie would surely advise him not to divulge this to Cedric. He had no intention of revealing it, but whatever Cedric overheard was beyond his concern. So, what breed of dragon has been transported? Ayed inquired. If memory served him correctly, the dragons for the first task, according to the prophecy, were the Welsh Green, the Swedish Shortsnout, the Chinese Fireball, and the Hungarian Horntail. As expected, Charlie confirmed these 4 dragon types. In that case, I should offer a moment of silence for the brave soul who chooses the Hungarian Horntail, Ayed commented. Do not worry, Ayed, should circumstances turn dire. We will intervene promptly to ensure no irreversible harm befalls the champions, Charlie reassured him. Will you all be present at the first task? Ayed asked. Yes. We will be on site and ready at all times, so rest assured, Diggory will be just fine. In fact, I worry more about Harry, you see. Once our mother learned that Harry was a champion, her concern for him heightened considerably, Charlie admitted with a hint of exasperation. Charlie, have faith. Harry is not as fragile as you presume. He possesses his own strengths, and as long as he can leverage them effectively, the first task should pose no significant challenge. Ayed replied with an upbeat tone. I hope so, Charlie responded. Well then, I shall take my leave and not disturb your preparations further, Ayed declared. Wait, Ayed. You must not reveal the nature of the first task to Diggory, Charlie instructed. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. I am quite eager to witness the expressions of the champions when they discover that their first task involves dragons, Ayed replied, waving goodbye to Charlie as he turned to depart. Upon reaching the spot where he had concealed himself with Cedric, Ayed smiled and called out to the hidden Cedric behind the tree. Did you catch all that? Yes, I did, Cedric replied, though he appeared somewhat hesitant. Ayed discerned Cedric's hesitation. He was undoubtedly concerned about the other competitors, fearing they might remain oblivious to this critical information. If he were the only one aware, his potential victory would feel unearned. However, since the Triwizard Tournament commenced, it was not solely their contest, but a competition among schools. And the ultimate glory belonged not only to the individual, but also to their institution. Therefore, the heads of the other 2 schools would surely take measures to ascertain the nature of the first task. Understanding this, Ayed reassured Cedric, do not fret. The other competitors will be informed as well. You must realize that the Triwizard Tournament is not merely a contest among a few, but rather a competition between 3 schools. The heads of the other 2 institutions will find ways to learn about the first task. Hearing this, Cedric exhaled in relief. As long as he was not the sole bearer of this knowledge, he could still aspire to win honorably. After all, the outcome of this competition was pivotal to his intentions of confessing his feelings. He desired to do so with integrity. Come, let us return. It appears we will not encounter Avel, Ayed suggested. Thus, the 2 departed the Forbidden Forest and returned to the school. Chapter 109, The First Task. After a delightful weekend, brimming with anticipation, the young wizards welcomed a new week. This Tuesday marked the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament's first task, and the young wizards were abuzz with excitement. Although they could not participate directly, witnessing the champions' valiant performances was sufficient to ignite their enthusiasm. The young wizards speculated about the contents of the first task. Upon overhearing their discussions, Ayed chuckled softly and approached them. The day swiftly passed amidst the eager expectations of the young wizards. By noon the following day, classes were suspended, and the young wizards were escorted to the arena housing the dragons. Ayed, filled with anticipation, seated himself in the front row, eager to witness Cedric's spectacular display. His spirits soared, for his emotions were entirely different from those during the prophecy. He was not merely observing a dear friend, but someone he cherished deeply. A mere change in perspective altered his feelings profoundly. The waiting period was brief, and with the sound of a whistle, Cedric emerged onto the field. Ced, let me see what kind of performance you will deliver, Ayed thought to himself. Cedric, unnoticed by the Swedish Shortsnout, skillfully transformed several stones into Newfoundland dogs. The dragon's attention was piqued, yet it remained steadfast, evidently remembering its duty to hatch the eggs. When the dogs failed to draw the Swedish shortsnout away, Cedric morphed additional stones into sheep, a favored prey of most dragons. The hounds herded the sheep in a frantic escape, and upon spotting its preferred meal, the Swedish shortsnout could no longer resist. It abandoned its nest to chase after the lambs. Seizing this opportunity, Cedric sprinted forward and snatched the golden egg. His physical prowess exceeded expectations, and although the Swedish shortsnout attempted to return and exact vengeance upon the egg thief, Cedric deftly evaded it and made a swift escape, sustaining no injuries. Ayed was quite satisfied. Cedric's proficiency with spells and physical prowess far surpassed the prophecies. The years of training had not been in vain. His Cedric was now more formidable and dazzling than the Cedric foretold. Suddenly, Ayed turned his gaze towards the distance and spotted Xiao Zhang, who was indeed looking at Cedric with sparkling eyes. Ayed bit his lip, wondering if Cedric would fall for this little witch with an Eastern charm. Recalling the moments he had witnessed this academic year when Cedric and Xiao Zhang had been alone together, a sense of confusion washed over him. Was Cedric, like the prophecy suggested, enamored with Xiao Zhang? What was he to do about it? Should he wish them well? Ayed let out a scoff. He realized he was no different from those other little witches who secretly admired Cedric. Suppressing his inappropriate thoughts, Ayed focused his attention back on the competition. With the second whistle, the warrior from Beaux Batons, Fleur Delacour, made her entrance. She chose to put the Welsh green dragon to sleep, although the slumbering fire dragon caused her some minor trouble by singeing her dress. Nevertheless, she successfully retrieved the golden egg. The third to enter was Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, who opted for a more aggressive approach. He struck the Chinese fireball dragon in the eye with a spell and successfully acquired the golden egg. Though the real egg was unfortunately crushed by the dragon's foot, Ayed could see Charlie, waiting off to the side, looking pained and regretful. After all, these were genuine dragon eggs, potentially capable of hatching into baby dragons. Crumb would likely lose a significant number of points for that. Lastly, it was Harry's turn, and, true to the prophecy, he chose to use his rocket launcher, likely a suggestion from young Crouch, for otherwise Harry would not have thought to employ the summoning charm alongside the rocket launcher, as neither Cedric nor Crumb had considered it. Those involved often fall prey to fixed patterns of thinking. For instance, when the rules specify the use of wands, they struggle to conceive of alternative tools, unless prompted by someone else. Young Crouch had indeed gone to great lengths for Harry. As the scoring commenced, Cedric did not manage to secure the top position in the first task, perhaps due to the extended duration. Ayed was unaware of the judges' criteria for scoring, and even if he did know, it would be of little use, as their personal feelings would undoubtedly cloud their judgment, rendering fairness a moot point. Ayed departed as the warriors retreated to their tent. Although he longed to congratulate Cedric, he felt a twinge of discomfort and needed a moment alone. Moreover, that insufferable Rita Skeeter would likely be lurking nearby, and he wished to avoid being featured in the Daily Prophet for any reason. With the conclusion of the first task, the campus resumed its usual atmosphere, though many young witches and wizards continued to discuss the thrilling competition. The following day, Ayed took the initiative to approach Cedric. Congratulations, he said with a light chuckle. Finally, I hear your congratulations. I thought you had forgotten, Cedric replied, also smiling. How could I forget? Yesterday, you were the Cedric belonging to Hufflepuff, and it was not the right moment for me to appear. Now, you are my Cedric, hence my presence. Ayed spoke in a casual tone, as if discussing something quite ordinary. However, the phrase my Cedric stirred profound emotions within Cedric. Did it mean what he hoped it did? Ayed must have feelings for him too, so was it possible for him? A tingling sensation rose within Cedric, and his gaze softened. Yes, I understand. I belong to you, and Cedric is Ayed's, he thought to himself. So, what did you discuss in the tent yesterday? Ayed asked, pursing his lips. In the tent yesterday, Bagman announced that the second task will take place on February 24th at 9:30 a.m., and the clue for the second task is within the golden egg, Cedric explained. The golden egg? You opened it? Ayed inquired. Yes, I opened it briefly. A sound emerged, but that sound, Cedric's face contorted with discomfort. That sound is truly difficult to bear. Oh, seeing Cedric's expression piqued Ayed's curiosity. He knew Cedric had a high tolerance. So what kind of sound could provoke such a reaction from him? Noticing Ayed's inquisitive expression, Cedric sighed in resignation. Wait here, I'll fetch the golden egg. Since Ayed was interested, listening once more wouldn't hurt, although he hoped Ayed wouldn't find the sound too distressing. Chapter 110, The Eve of the Christmas Ball. Before long, Cedric returned with the golden egg. Given the unpleasantness of the sound, Ayed decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest to torment some small creatures. As they reached the lakeside of the Forbidden Forest, Cedric looked at Ayed and said, Ayed, you should cover your ears, it will lessen the sound. Seeing Cedric's serious demeanor, Ayed nodded in agreement. After all, Cedric would not harm him, so following his lead was reasonable. Once Ayed had covered his ears, Cedric took a deep breath and pried open the golden egg. The moment the egg cracked open, a terrifying, shrill wail erupted, even through his hands. Ayed could hear it clearly. Noticing Ayed's understanding expression, Cedric promptly closed the egg again. Rubbing his ears to alleviate the torment inflicted upon his hearing, Cedric asked, Ayed, do you know what that was? Yes, I do, Ayed replied, wearing an expression that suggested, ask me. What is it? Can you tell me, Ayed? Cedric inquired, fully engaged. Whatever Ayed wanted him to do, he would not refuse. I won't tell you, but I can offer you a hint. The key to deciphering it is water, Ayed said. Cedric fell into deep thought. Said, you can ponder it for a while. If you can't figure it out, feel free to come back to ask me. I will tell you, Ayed said cheerfully, clearly looking forward to Cedric seeking him out for answers regarding the golden egg. All right, Cedric understood the implication. Since it was Ayed's wish, even if he came up with the answer, he would still ask. Having already experienced the golden egg, there was little reason to linger in the forbidden forest, so the two departed together. A week passed quietly. One day, Ayed was attending Professor Flitwick's charms class when, just before the bell rang, Professor Flitwick announced, Ravenclaw students, please stay behind. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's words, the little eagles, who had been packing up to leave, obediently settled back down, while the Hufflepuff students quickly gathered their things and exited the classroom. Soon, only the Ravenclaw students remained. I am honored to inform you of something. Due to the Triwizard Tournament, this year's Christmas will feature a Yule Ball. All fourth-year students and above are welcome to attend. And of course, younger students may also participate if invited by older students. Professor Flitwick, observing the eager expressions of the young students, chuckled knowingly and continued. During the Christmas ball, you are all required to don formal attire. The ball will take place in the Great Hall on Christmas Eve at 8 o'clock and will last until midnight. Now, make haste to find your dance partners. For if you delay, the most sought-after partners may be claimed by others. With a playful tone, Professor Flitwick elicited laughter from the assembled students. That is all I wish to convey. You may now depart, he concluded, prompting the young students to leave in a steady stream. As they walked, Anthony curiously inquired of Ayed, Devins, who do you intend to invite as your dance partner? Ayed replied thoughtfully, well, perhaps I need not seek a partner. Professor Flitwick merely stated that students in fourth year and above could attend. He did not specify that a partner was mandatory. What about Cedric? Surely he will attend. Considering the ball is in honor of the Triwizard Tournament, champions must be present, Anthony remarked. Huh, you, the pride of Ravenclaw, cannot possibly sit this one out, Anthony exaggerated. His expression animated. Just as Ayed was about to respond, Kevin, who had been trailing behind, interjected, indeed, anyone from Ravenclaw can opt out, but not you. If you fail to attend, how will we outshine Hufflepuff and Gryffindor? It's merely a ball, and even if I go, we cannot overshadow the two houses with champions. Ayed replied nonchalantly. That's irrelevant. Your presence or absence changes everything. Otherwise, why not invite Diggory? You two are quite close, and if he joins us, we can claim to have a champion in Ravenclaw. Matt chimed in unexpectedly as he caught up. How did I not think of that? It does seem feasible, Anthony agreed. But two boys dancing, don't you think that is odd? Kevin questioned skeptically. That depends on which two boys. You and Matt dancing would indeed challenge the limits of visual aesthetics, but Ayed and Diggory, that would be quite a sight, Anthony replied, casting a disdainful glance at Kevin. Both Kevin and Matt had more robust physiques and a rugged appearance, making them an unusual pairing for a dance. In contrast, Ayed and Cedric, although both tall, possessed one handsome and the other delicately featured, making their pairing aesthetically pleasing. Upon hearing Matt's suggestion, Ayed felt a flicker of inspiration. Perhaps he could, Ayed pondered, struggling to reach a decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ayed resolved that if he did not encounter Cedric before anyone else invited him, he would ask Cedric to attend the ball together. With this decision, Ayed's steps felt lighter as he walked. Cedric was likely in class downstairs. Perhaps he should seek him out now. As Ayed strolled down the corridor, a small witch with her head bowed approached and stood before him. Ayed politely halted, observing the nervous little witch before him. Is there something you need? He inquired. Senior Devins, may I ask you to be my dance partner for the Christmas ball? The little witch asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Upon hearing her words and recalling his earlier resolution, Ayed felt a pang of disappointment. Was it possible he could not even complete this brief journey? Meanwhile, Cedric stood in a similar situation just below, as Qiu Zhang stood before him, extending a dance invitation. Cedric frowned slightly, contemplating refusing, but ultimately swallowed his words. He felt he was not yet worthy of inviting Ayed as a partner. In that case, what difference did it make who his partner was? After a moment of thought, Cedric replied, all right. Simultaneously, Ayed echoed in unison, all right. Thus, their partners for the Christmas ball were decided. In the days that followed, many little witches approached Ayed with invitations, only to depart in disappointment upon learning he had already secured a partner. Time passed slowly, marked by the various emotions of the little witches: anticipation, frustration, and regret. Chapter 111, The Christmas Ball. Before long, the young witches welcomed the Christmas holidays. Ayed, now a sixth-year student, faced the upcoming NEWT's exams next year. Consequently, even during the holidays, the professors assigned a considerable amount of homework. With an unexpectedly high number of students remaining at school during the Christmas break, many young witches indulged in merriment, disregarding their assignments. Even some of the Ravenclaw eaglets chose to temporarily set their homework aside. Ayed, however, was not among them. In the few days leading up to the break, he had taken Cedric to the library, where they completed their assignments, and afterward, he insisted they review together. On Christmas Day, Ayed refrained from dragging Cedric back to the library. A balance between work and leisure was necessary, and today was a time for relaxation. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Ayed strolled by the Black Lake, where delicate snowflakes floated down, landing softly on him before melting away. Cedric soon joined him, observing Ayed's whimsical walk through the snow with a hint of exasperation. "Ah, your health is delicate. You really ought to avoid being out in this weather," Cedric expressed with a tone full of resignation. "But the snow is beautiful. I wish to walk a little longer," Ayed replied, smiling as he gazed at the falling snowflakes. Cedric sighed. "Very well, but you must return shortly to take your potion, understood?" "Understood," Ayed affirmed, taking Cedric's hand as they continued their leisurely stroll. Their footsteps crunched softly in the snow, leaving a series of varying impressions behind them. After a short while, Ayed glanced at Cedric and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ced, you've got white hair now," he exclaimed, noticing the snowflakes that had settled in Cedric's dark locks. Not just Cedric. Ayed himself bore a light dusting of white snow upon his hair. Suddenly, Ayed recalled a fitting phrase: to grow old hand in hand. Realizing that Cedric had accepted Qiu Zhang's invitation, Ayed fell silent, pondering why he should entertain such thoughts. Suppressing his wandering imagination, Ayed checked the time and said, "Let us head back. Lunch should be soon." Cedric, noticing Ayed's sudden quietness, wanted to inquire further but ultimately said, "All right, let us return quickly." After lunch, many young witches chose to venture outside to play in the snow, but Ayed, having walked earlier, returned to the dormitory. He needed to take his potion and rest properly. Falling ill would be disastrous. Around 6 o'clock that evening, Ayed's roommates returned, only 2 hours remaining before the evening feast commenced, and it was time for them to change into their formal attire. Amused by their fervor, Ayed remarked from his spot in the dormitory, "It's just a change of clothes. Is it really necessary to be this early?" Anthony looked at Ayed in astonishment, replying, "Oh, Devins. It's certainly more than just changing clothes. We must also groom our hair and faces. After all, it's a rare occasion for a grand ball." Ayed tilted his head in confusion, clearly not understanding their grooming intentions. Upon witnessing this scene, Anthony placed a hand over his heart and exclaimed dramatically, "All right, I understand. You truly do not need to, as you have no comprehension of the helplessness we endure." Kevin and Matt nodded in agreement beside him. Although they were roommates, they still found themselves blushing and their hearts racing at Ayed's inadvertent gestures. Ayed, though perplexed, chose to respect their feelings and replied, "Well then, I wish you all the best." After waving his hand dismissively, he returned to his book, unhurried, as changing clothes was a swift endeavor for him. Once the three realized Ayed was no longer engaging with them, they each went off to change and prepare themselves. Approximately an hour later, the trio emerged, fully attired, and were taken aback by Ayed, who had donned a formal suit. "I bet tonight's most dazzling figure will undoubtedly be Devins," Kevin suddenly proclaimed. "It feels like we are merely wasting time, considering all eyes are on Devins," Matt quipped. "Not to worry, we can appreciate him ourselves," Anthony retorted stubbornly. Upon hearing their remarks, Ayed's lips curled into a slight smile. "You three look exceptionally dapper today," Ayed complimented. Indeed, the trio appeared far more polished than usual. The difference between being well-groomed and otherwise was significant. The three chuckled at this. After chatting for a while in their dormitory, the four made their way to the hall together. They did not arrive particularly early, as many elegantly dressed young witches and wizards were already waiting inside. The young witch who had invited Ayed was waiting for them on the way and now walked alongside him. She was adorned in a strapless white princess gown, making her a suitable match beside Ayed. Ayed's presence drew the attention of numerous young witches, who blushed quietly at the sight of him, resembling an ethereal elf. Shortly after their arrival, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, "Brave ones, please come this way." Following the sound, Ayed spotted Cedric, clad in a black tailcoat, standing beside Qiu Zhang, who was wearing a cheapao. It seemed Cedric sensed Ayed's gaze and looked over. Their eyes met across the crowd for a brief moment before Ayed averted his gaze, while Cedric continued to gaze at him. My Ayed, you are exceptionally radiant today. Cedric etched Ayed's image into his memory before averting his eyes. He had specifically chosen a suit of the same style as Ayed's. As the banquet was about to commence, the champions and their partners took their seats at the main table. Glancing at the menu beside him, Ayed picked it up and after a moment declared, lamb chops. Instantly, lamb chops appeared on his plate. The surrounding young witches and wizards began to mimic him, placing their own orders. As they finished their meals, Ayed heard Professor Dumbledore instruct everyone to stand. With a wave of his wand, he cleared the hall, revealing a stage adorned with musical instruments. As the music began to play, the ball commenced. The champions and their partners entered first, gracefully dancing. Ayed observed the seamless coordination between Cedric and Qiu Zhang, smiling slightly, lost in unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Ayed's partner whispered, Senior Devons, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Ayed replied softly, of course. The two glided into the dance floor, joining the others in a waltz. Chapter 112, The Second Challenge. The scene in the hall could only be described as a chaotic revelry, with some young witches and wizards clearly inexperienced, their movements awkward as they frequently stepped on their partner's feet. Ayed also noted that Professor Dumbledore was dancing the waltz with Madame Maxime, pondering whether Grindelwald was aware of this moment and what emotions it might evoke, envy or admiration. Soon, Ayed found himself too preoccupied to contemplate further as he watched Cedric, the handsome youth, twirl the beautiful girl around the dance floor. The sensation of witnessing it up close was entirely different. As Ayed brushed past Cedric, their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they hurriedly parted ways. The subsequent events became a blur to Ayed. He merely danced mechanically, song after song, until fatigue compelled him to leave the festivities. Exhausted, he lay on his bed and succumbed to slumber. Time passed swiftly, and as the second challenge approached, Cedric appeared disheartened, clutching the golden egg as he sought out Ayed. Ayed, I seem unable to solve it. Cedric's voice was laden with disappointment. Ayed regarded Cedric with a steady gaze. He had indeed solved it, hadn't he? He had already informed Harry, so why was Cedric seeking him out? Had his joy with Miss Cho caused him to forget this matter entirely? Ayed replied calmly, it's simple, just place it in water and open it. I have research to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Ayed turned on his heel and departed. Following the Christmas feast, Ayed seldom sought out Cedric, unwilling to intrude upon the blissful couple, nor did he wish to witness the heartwarming scenes of their togetherness. Moreover, time was of the essence, as he had the teleportation array to study, a matter of life and death that demanded his undivided attention. The second event came as scheduled, yet Ayed chose not to attend. He had no desire to witness anything involving Cedric and Qiu Zhang, and the second challenge did not seem particularly noteworthy. However, Ayed's roommates, Anthony, Kevin, and Matt, did attend the competition. Upon their return, Anthony incessantly complained. The second challenge was utterly tedious. There was no sense of engagement for the audience. Kevin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the only moments we saw the champions and their treasures were at the beginning and the end. The rest was a complete void, an entire hour of boredom. I can't imagine what others thought, but I found it exceedingly dull. Devons was quite wise to skip it, Anthony sighed. What were the results? Ayed inquired in a dispassionate tone. The first to complete the task was Diggory, who rescued our own Zhang. The second was Crumb, who saved Granger from Gryffindor. The third was Harry. He managed to save both remaining individuals. Although he placed third, Harry's total score ranked second. As he was the first to locate the hostages and ensured their safety before rescuing his own, Anthony recounted, lamenting, Harry is so kind-hearted. He delayed his own escape out of concern for the hostages' safety. Ayed refrained from looking at them as he retorted, you mean to say he is foolish? He genuinely believed that a tragedy would unfold before Professor Dumbledore. Haha, Devons, you are too blunt. Besides, Harry is a Gryffindor. It's only natural he would believe such things, Anthony laughed. Devons, what have you been busy with lately? We haven't seen you after class, Matt suddenly asked. I am striving to fulfill a senior's bequest, Ayed responded, tinged with melancholy. He had indeed been quite occupied, not only with the teleportation array but also with the final gift bestowed upon him by Nicholas, the alchemical master's recommendation for assessment. The Alchemy Association deliberated for over a year, ultimately deciding to grant Ayed an opportunity for assessment. The letter arrived shortly after Christmas, coinciding with his own restlessness, providing him with a means to occupy himself and divert his thoughts from the intricacies of emotional dilemmas. However, the second round of the competition had concluded, leaving only 4 months until the final showdown. The teleportation array was nearly complete, expected to be finalized within a month. Once finished, he would need to confer with Headmaster Dumbledore regarding the specific details, hoping that no unexpected issues would arise. With a sigh, Ayed resumed his experiments. The subsequent days passed languidly within the confines of Ayed's research. A month later, the teleportation array was completed, and he promptly made his way to the headmaster's office to meet Dumbledore. The teleportation array is ready. I can draw it whenever you wish. Now we can discuss the matters pertaining to the final confrontation, Ayed stated as he entered. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, expressed his satisfaction, saying, I knew you could do it. Ayed, you are indeed a worthy alchemist, recognized by Nicholas himself. However, this is not the time for such praises. Let us finalize the details. The last battle cannot afford any mistakes. Very well, we are all aware of the content of the final challenge, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. If things proceed as expected, Harry and Cedric will be transported away by the portkey, and we must arrive at the scene after Tom's resurrection, Dumbledore remarked while observing Ayed. Do you have a method to ascertain whether Tom has indeed returned? Ayed inquired. The array could be inscribed on Harry, allowing him to decide when to activate it. Ayed suggested. Harry? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. You must not coddle him any longer. He is grown and must possess the courage to confront these matters. Very well. Let Harry determine the course of events. I have faith in him. I shall take responsibility for inscribing the protective arrays on all the champions. This task will require your orchestration, Ayed replied with a calm demeanor. 1 person per day? Is that feasible? Dumbledore asked, aware that the array inscribed upon a human body would demand an extraordinary amount of mental energy, and he needed to ascertain the extent of Ayed's capabilities. Certainly. Cedric will be scheduled for the first day. The array I have prepared for him is the most intricate and offers the strongest protection, necessitating application when his mental faculties are at their peak. Given that we are allowing Harry to choose the timing, many uncontrollable situations may arise, such as an influx of Death Eaters. Thus, you will need to gather sufficient personnel, considering the distance from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. A party of 20 would suffice, Ayed advised. 20 is ample, Dumbledore affirmed resolutely. With him and Gale present, an additional 10 would be more than adequate. The Death Eaters are a cowardly lot. Once Tom is vanquished, the others will pose no threat. Arrangements must also be made on the school's end, Ayed reminded. Oh, with Minerva in charge, there will be no issues. Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. Once you have selected the teleportation point at Hogwarts, inform me, and I will prepare the array in advance. After contemplating briefly, Ayed felt confident that nothing had been overlooked and prepared to leave the headmaster's office. At that moment, Dumbledore interjected, Ayed, what of your own arrangements? I am uncertain, but I wish to remain with Cedric until he is safe, Ayed responded. Since you have made your decision, so be it. I also wish to extend my congratulations on becoming the youngest Master Alchemist. Thank you, Headmaster. With that, Ayed departed from the office. Chapter 113, Old Crouch. Since confirming the plan with Headmaster Dumbledore, Ayed felt a measure of relaxation, as he now merely needed to complete the work required for his Master Alchemist assessment to achieve a sense of complete ease. The school had been unusually tranquil in recent months, and soon the date of May 24th arrived. The day the Ministry of Magic would announce the third task to the champions. Being privy to the details of the third task, Ayed naturally paid little attention to the proceedings. He had finally completed his assessment project a few days prior and sent it to the Alchemy Association. As for whether he would pass, he merely awaited the results, feeling indifferent. Had it not been for Nicholas's endorsement, he might have applied around the age of 20. That evening, unable to find sleep, Ayed ascended to the astronomy tower, gazing aimlessly at the stars above. Generally, few young witches and wizards ventured to the astronomy tower at night. Thus professors rarely conducted night patrols, allowing Ayed the freedom to ponder without concern. His musings revolved around matters he had been diligently avoiding, namely, Cedric, Cho Chang, and the complexities of their relationships. He felt as though he had reached a dead end, devoid of hope or escape. Having spent 13 years with Cedric, from the ages of 3 to 16, it was only natural that Cedric had stealthily embedded himself within Ayed's heart. It was only to be expected that he would harbor feelings for him. Yet Cedric was different. His affections lay with girls. Had the circumstances been otherwise, perhaps Ayed might have taken a chance, but the immutable reality of their respective genders rendered any such possibility futile. Ayed let out a bitter laugh, lowering his gaze to the tranquil campus below. Suddenly, he noticed a small figure darting towards the castle at a rapid pace. Who could it be at this hour, coming from the direction of the Quidditch pitch? A champion of the Triwizard Tournament, perhaps? What urgency drives them? Has something happened? Ayed decided to investigate, concluding that anyone moving with such haste within the school must be dealing with pressing matters. Following the direction of the small shadow, Ayed soon found himself near a secluded spot in the Forbidden Forest, where no one else was present. As he prepared to move aside, he inadvertently kicked something. A flicker of light. Ayed illuminated his wand to inspect his feet, revealing a curled-up Victor Crumb, having inadvertently kicked his leg. Observing Crumb's condition, Ayed crouched down to examine him. discovering that Crumb had merely succumbed to a sleeping curse. Ayed cast his wand about the vicinity, noting the absence of any other presence. Awaken quickly, he commanded, pointing his wand at Crumb. Crumb opened his eyes, bewilderment evident within them, and at that moment, Harry and Headmaster Dumbledore arrived. Upon seeing Ayed, Harry's face registered clear astonishment, while Dumbledore appeared unperturbed, knowing that Ayed had just completed his experiments and was likely enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Ayed, what is the situation? Dumbledore inquired. I saw Harry rushing into the castle and came to investigate. By the time I arrived, Crumb had already been struck by a sleeping curse. There was no one else nearby. I had just revived Crumb when you both arrived. Ayed succinctly recounted the events. Seeing Dumbledore approach, Crumb struggled to rise, but Ayed placed a hand on him, saying, "Do not move just yet. You can speak while lying down." Crumb ceased his struggle, lying back on the ground, one hand cradling his head, muttering, "That old madman struck me from behind while I was watching Potter." Old madman? Ayed inquired, confusion evident. Are there others here? It was Barty Crouch, Harry replied. The Crouch who is a judge of the Triwizard Tournament? Ayed confirmed. Yes, that's him, Harry affirmed. Strange. Wasn't he ill? How could he have come running over? Ayed remarked. The contents of the Daily Prophet suggested as much, although not entirely credible. It was undeniable that Crouch was in trouble. Wait, it seemed he had previously overlooked something. On the night of the Quidditch final, young Crouch had unleashed the Dark Mark and was subsequently taken home by old Crouch. How had young Crouch arrived here? Had Tom assisted young Crouch? At the Crouch residence. Old Crouch must have been under Tom's control, which explained his absence during this time. It was infuriating that such an obvious conclusion had escaped him until now. Ayed thought in frustration. Now it was too late. Old Crouch had broken free from his restraints and had come to Hogwarts in search of Professor Dumbledore. And the situation was surely dire. But who had taken action? It couldn't possibly be young Crouch. After all, they were father and son. Suddenly, Ayed recalled their earlier speculation regarding the demise of the Riddle family. Morphin Gaunt was innocent, and the true perpetrator must be Tom. Well, it was hardly surprising. Considering the servant had slain the master, if Tom had committed patricide, it was not shocking that young Crouch could do the same. However, to actually go through with it, if old Crouch hadn't been there, young Crouch would have surely perished long ago. While Ayed was lost in thought, Dumbledore had already set everything in motion, instructing Hagrid to find Karkaroff. Shortly after Hagrid left, young Crouch appeared, disguised as Moody. Crouch, Snape called out Moody. Oh, now Barty Crouch seems to have vanished, but we must locate him. Dumbledore addressed young Crouch. I shall go find him, young Crouch replied, raising his wand and heading into the Forbidden Forest. Ayed watched the scene unfold, marveling at young Crouch's remarkable composure. Having just committed patricide, he maintained a calm demeanor and meticulously portrayed Moody's role, truly a formidable character. Before long, Hagrid returned with Karkaroff. Upon seeing the situation, Karkaroff exclaimed, "What has happened?" "I was attacked by someone named Crouch." Crumb, rubbing his head, slowly sat up. Just as Karkaroff was about to unleash his fury, Ayed interjected. "Mr. Karkaroff, the two most pressing matters at hand are ensuring Mr. Crumb's health and safety and locating Mr. Crouch. Unfounded accusations will only exacerbate the situation, and I trust you do not wish for further incidents. What business is it of a mere young wizard? Who permitted you to speak?" Karkaroff appeared quite incensed. Indeed, Ayed is correct, Karkaroff. One must prioritize appropriately. At present, Mr. Crumb's safety is of utmost importance, Dumbledore added. I trust you can safeguard Mr. Crumb during our search for the assailant? Humph, you needn't tell me. I would do so regardless. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation soon. Karkaroff concluded, departing with Crumb. Chapter 114, News of Harry. After sending Karkaroff and Crumb away, Dumbledore turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, please escort Harry back to the castle. Of course. Professor, Hagrid replied, leading Fong and Harry away. Once certain they were alone, Ayed quietly shared his earlier conjecture with Dumbledore. The headmaster nodded, acknowledging his understanding. I suspect young Crouch has gone to dispose of old Crouch's body. Given his caution, we likely won't find any trace. To avoid complications, he will surely keep this matter under wraps, Ayed remarked, looking at Dumbledore. For now, it appears to be safe, Dumbledore replied softly. Even so, we must remain vigilant. Ayed cautioned. I will make the necessary arrangements. Then I shall take my leave, Ayed said, departing as it was already late, and he needed rest. The night passed without incident, and the following day, shortly after breakfast, Ayed was intercepted by the twins. They made their way to the room of requirement, and Ayed, observing their somewhat troubled expressions, inquired, what matter could cause such distress for both of you? Ayed was genuinely curious, as the twins were not typically prone to such awkwardness. Ayed, we wish to open a joke shop, Fred declared. However, we lack sufficient funds, George added. Regarding such matters, Ayed said, inspecting the contents of his storage ring and estimating their worth, would 2,000 galleons suffice? That is more than enough. Fred exclaimed, elated. Thank you, Ayed, George sincerely expressed. Do not rejoice too soon. I have conditions. I shall retain 49 ownership of the shop, while you two will hold 51. I shall not interfere with your operations. But a portion of your annual profits must be shared with me, Ayed asserted, naturally seeking to maximize his interests. The twins had many intriguing ideas, and the shop would likely prosper. That is only fair, Fred replied. Ayed produced a bag containing approximately 600 or 700 galleons and handed it to the twins, followed by several potions of significant value that he had no immediate use for. I do not have much galleon left, but how much you can sell these potions for depends on your skill. I anticipate they could fetch at least 1,400 galleons. That will suffice. It's up to us now, Fred said. Since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. Class is about to begin. With that, Ayed ignored the excited twins and exited the room of requirement. Another uneventful day passed. Although the search for Old Crouch yielded no progress, Ayed was reassured that young Crouch would not undertake any further actions. In fact, the entire affair concerning Old Crouch should not have transpired in the first place. The very notion of Old Crouch escaping from under Tom's supervision was perplexing. Perhaps Tom truly had no one left to rely upon? Just as Ayed believed he could wait calmly for the arrival of the third task, Dumbledore's Patronus found him, summoning him to the headmaster's office. Upon arrival, Ayed discovered Dumbledore and Harry engaged in conversation. Noticing Ayed's entrance, they paused their discussion. Ayed, you're here. Harry has encountered some issues, and I believe you should hear about them, Dumbledore stated. All right, what has Harry encountered this time? Ayed asked, turning to Harry. During divination class today, Harry began to recount his experience. After listening to Harry's account, Ayed gleaned the situation. It aligned closely with his suspicions. Perlum had been tasked with overseeing Old Crouch, but had allowed him to escape. Young Crouch had dealt with Old Crouch and relayed the information to Tom. Ayed, what is your perspective? Dumbledore inquired. It aligns with my expectations. It seems Perlum has been managing Tom quite well, Ayed responded. Noticing Ayed's calm demeanor, Harry instinctively relaxed. Ayed exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, signaling that he could now disclose some details about the final confrontation to Harry. Dumbledore gently shook his head. Harry's proficiency in occlumency was still inadequate, leaving the possibility of Tom acquiring information from Harry unmitigated. They could not afford such a risk. Harry, do not worry. You have many upperclassmen and professors, including the headmaster, behind you. The concerns you harbor will find suitable resolutions. What you need to focus on now is to strengthen yourself as much as possible and prepare for the third task, said Ayed. All right, I understand, Harry replied obediently. Is there anything else to discuss? Ayed inquired. Harry hesitated for a moment before asking. Headmaster, during the interrogation of Barty Crouch Jr., were they referring to Neville's parents? Dumbledore fixed a sharp gaze upon Harry and replied, Has Neville never told you why he was raised by his grandmother? Harry shook his head. They had never thought to inquire. Indeed, they were Neville's parents, Dumbledore sighed. They were both remarkable wizards. Then are they dead? Harry asked hesitantly. No, but they are both at St. Mungo's. Dumbledore's voice carried a tone of sorrow. Harry, if Neville is unwilling to speak on the matter, do not press him, nor bring it up. He may not wish for others to know, Ayed advised. All right, I understand, Harry responded. Well then, the QA session is concluded. Harry, you should return and rest well. This matter is entrusted to Headmaster Dumbledore. Should he require your assistance, he will inform you. For now, concentrate on enhancing your abilities, so that when the headmaster needs help, you will be capable, Ayed jested. Harry nodded earnestly. I will make the most of my training and ensure that I am of assistance when the headmaster requires it. Observing Harry's earnest demeanor, Ayed smiled. You are already aware of the nature of the third task. Hagrid's little creatures are not to be taken lightly, and you are at a disadvantage, having 3 fewer years of experience than the other 3 contestants. If your energy is excessively diverted, your disadvantages will only grow. To emerge triumphant in the third task, you must exert great effort, Ayed remarked, giving Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Very well, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Ayed said, leading Harry out of the headmaster's office. Chapter 115. The third task. As June arrived, the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts began to buzz with excitement. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of the third task, Ayed had already prepared the teleportation circle within Hogwarts, positioned where Dumbledore and the others would be seated during the event. Furthermore, protective enchantments had been arranged for the 4 champions, courtesy of Dumbledore's instructions to Ayed. As the 24th of June approached, the atmosphere among the young wizards grew increasingly restless, their discussions echoing throughout the halls. After breakfast, Cedric was called away, reportedly to receive a visit from family. Ayed considered for a moment, but chose not to follow. The Diggorys' visit was not one he should intrude upon. Meanwhile, upon meeting Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, Cedric felt a mix of joy and anxiety. Mrs. Diggory quickly noticed her son's unease, and, casting a glance at the other 3 champions and their families, led Cedric aside. "Cedric, what troubles you? Are you worried about the competition?" she softly inquired. "No, Mother, it's just that since the Christmas feast, Ayed has been rather distant," Cedric replied, a profound sense of disappointment lacing his voice. "He didn't come to my second task. Has Ayed mentioned anything to you?" Mrs. Diggory asked. "He said he was busy with experiments, but even during his busiest times, he would still have meals with me when I sought him out. Now he seems to be avoiding me," Cedric explained. "What happened at the Christmas feast?" Mrs. Diggory pressed. "I didn't do much, just danced the opening dance with Cho," Cedric answered, looking bewildered. "You danced with others?" Mrs. Diggory exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, champions must have a partner for the opening dance," Cedric clarified. Mrs. Diggory pondered, recalling some of Cedric's previous remarks. Has Ayed finally realized his feelings? If that is the case, it would certainly explain Cedric's recent neglect. With a hint of exasperation, Mrs. Diggory remarked, "Did you not say you would confess?" "I intend to confess when I win the Triwizard Tournament. Ayed deserves the best," Cedric said, his voice imbued with anticipation. Observing Cedric's obliviousness, Mrs. Diggory sighed silently. Regardless, the confession was imminent. If her suspicions were correct, the situation would resolve itself without further intervention. "Therefore," she said, "since you feel this way, do your best in the competition." She patted Cedric's shoulder and returned to Mr. Diggory's side, thinking, what a foolish child. Afterward, Cedric guided the Diggorys around Hogwarts. It was not until dinner that the Diggorys spotted Ayed seated at the Ravenclaw table. Ayed clearly sensed their gaze and nodded in their direction before continuing with his meal. Mrs. Diggory smiled with resignation, since both children harbored mutual feelings. It would be unwise for the parents to play the villain. After the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will ask everyone to proceed to the Quidditch pitch to witness the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Now, champions, please follow Mr. Bagman to the arena." The 4 champions stood, departing the hall to the applause and cheers of the young witches and wizards, as well as their families. Ayed observed Cedric's retreating figure, pursed his lips, and ultimately decided to follow his instincts. He retrieved the Felix Felicis he had brewed earlier and consumed half a bottle in one go. Guided by his intuition and the potion's influence, Ayed discreetly cast an invisibility charm upon himself, transforming into a small leopard cub. The cub nimbly maneuvered through the throngs of people, making its way to the entrance of the maze. Upon arriving at the entrance, the little leopard cub glanced around before boldly darting inside. Once within the maze, it ventured towards the direction it sensed. Outside, a cacophony erupted, and after a minute or two, the third task commenced. Due to the cub's inherent charm, the magical creatures it encountered did not attack. Instead, they allowed it passage through their guarded territories. The cub swiftly reached the location of the trophy, where it settled beside the trophy, waiting for Cedric and Harry to arrive. The ensuing events unfolded largely as foretold in the prophecy. Though Cedric proved to be significantly stronger than predicted, Barty Crouch Jr. had summoned an array of powerful magical creatures, leaving Cedric in a precarious situation. Perhaps due to the narrative's inexorable momentum, Harry proposed they touch the trophy together. Cedric recalled Ayed's words from the headmaster's office at the beginning of the term. This trophy was likely the key to the portkey. Should he refrain from following? As Cedric hesitated, Harry seized his hand, and together they touched the trophy, while the small leopard cub extended its paw in synchrony to make contact as well. A whirlwind of vertigo enveloped them, and the trio found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The moment Cedric steadied himself, he grasped his wand, alert to their surroundings. He was acutely aware that the Dark Lord was lurking nearby. Their only recourse was to safeguard themselves, by time, and await Ayed's arrival to transport them back to Professor Dumbledore and the others. Harry clambered to his feet and whispered, "Where are we?" "I have no idea. But it seems we are no longer at Hogwarts. Be cautious." Mr. Bagman did not mention anything about this in the details of the third task, Cedric replied. A tightening sensation gripped Harry's heart. Disregarding his wounded leg, he brandished his wand, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. The 2 boys proceeded cautiously as they explored their surroundings until Cedric suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is approaching." A figure emerged from between the tombstones. Although they could not discern the person's face, their movements suggested they were cradling something. The small leopard cub stealthily crept closer to Cedric, fixating its gaze on the approaching figure. Unlike the others, it recognized that the newcomer was Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort. Cedric's anxiety heightened as he observed the stranger. Ayed's words had never been erroneous, so he surmised that the individual was indeed Voldemort. This conjecture caused his grip on the wand to grow clammy with trepidation. He glanced at Harry, noting his look of confusion, and felt a pang of envy. Ignorance, it seemed, had its own merits. At least Harry was not as anxious as he was in that moment. Chapter 116. The final battle. As the shadow drew closer, Harry's scar throbbed painfully, compelling him to clutch his head with both hands and collapse to the ground, as if his skull were fracturing under the strain. The small leopard cub cast a brief glance at Harry before redirecting its focus to Cedric. The effects of the Felix Felicis potion lingered, and the cub sensed that any lapse in vigilance at this critical moment could lead to a lifetime of regret. Even if Ayed could not pinpoint what he might have overlooked, his instincts had always been reliable, especially under the influence of the potion. Cedric's body tensed to its utmost as he beheld the figure standing before a large marble tombstone. A chilling voice commanded, "Eliminate the nuisance. Avada Kedavra." At the sound of this incantation, Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the small leopard cub leap towards him. With a thud, the cub landed on his face, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. The lethal green light swept past his fallen form. Ayed. Cedric felt the soft touch of the cub's belly against his face. The small leopard, confident that others could not perceive him, gently patted Cedric's cheek with a paw, signaling him to remain still. Obediently, Cedric kept his eyes shut, lying motionless as if he were already a corpse. Harry, terrified, opened his eyes to see Cedric sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, utterly still. Is he dead? In his disorientation, Harry failed to notice Cedric's subtly rising chest or the small leopard cub peering curiously at Cedric's face. The cub, cloaked in invisibility, was visible only to Cedric. Under the watchful gaze of the cub, Harry was hoisted by Pettigrew, firmly bound to the tombstone, his mouth gagged to stifle any cries for help. He could only gaze ahead at Cedric's body, lying 20 feet away. Suddenly, he heard a rustling at his feet. Looking down, he saw a large serpent slithering through the grass, circling the tombstone to which he was bound. The small leopard cub contemplated playfully teasing the snake, but Cedric discreetly restrained him, aware of the potential danger. The cub bared his teeth in a playful snarl, but refrained from making any further attempts to escape. As retribution, he flicked his tail across Cedric's face, knowing that if Cedric erupted into laughter, he would risk being discovered. However, the cub had activated several protective charms, including one for silence, so he felt secure in his antics, merely seeking to retaliate against Cedric for curtailing his fun. While the small leopard and Cedric engaged in their light-hearted exchange, the sound of Pettigrew's labored breathing echoed nearby. Moments later, the cub watched as Pettigrew placed a stone cauldron beside the tombstone. Next came the process of igniting a fire to boil water, and the cub gazed with wide, curious eyes as Pettigrew unwrapped a bundle he had previously carried, revealing a grotesque creature to be submerged in the steaming water. The cub turned away, fixating on Cedric as if to say, having seen something ghastly, now we shall cleanse our gaze. As the cub indulged in this moment, Pettigrew proceeded with the next step, raising his wand and closing his eyes, uttering, "Father's bone, unwittingly offered, can grant your son rebirth." The small leopard observed as the tomb beneath Harry cracked open, releasing a wisp of dust that floated into the cauldron. Ah, a true son indeed. He's capable of disturbing graves. Following this, Pettigrew's panicked voice rang out as he drew a dagger, declaring, "The servant's flesh, voluntarily given, can restore your master." With that, he severed his own hand, which fell into the cauldron, and his scream echoed through the night. Such a display hardly seems voluntary. It reeks of coercion. Immediately after, Pettigrew, suppressing his agony, approached Harry and said, "The enemy's blood, forcibly offered, can resurrect your foe." With that, he plunged the dagger into Harry's arm, blood oozing down his robes and pooling in a glass vial he had produced. He poured the blood into the cauldron and collapsed to the ground, sobbing in distress. What a brazen act of thievery, the small leopard commented internally, observing this so-called resurrection ritual. Then, under Harry's fearful gaze and the curious eyes of the small leopard, the once roaring flames extinguished, and a white steam rose from the cauldron. Soon, a skeletal figure emerged from the cauldron's depths. Ah, a veritable skeleton clad in flesh. The cub quipped. Unbeknownst to the cub, Harry's terror reached its zenith as he recalled Dumbledore's earlier words, mumbling incoherently. "It is finally commencing." The small leopard mused with eager anticipation as he watched Harry chant incantations. Voldemort cast a glance at Harry before commanding, "Drape me in my robes." As Pettigrew adorned Voldemort with his robes, several magical sigils materialized around Harry, expanding and revealing familiar figures stepping forth from within. Leading the procession were Dumbledore and Grindelwald, followed closely by Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Kingsley, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and even Moody, who had only recently been rescued. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Dumbledore immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Tom, I never imagined our reunion would occur under such dire circumstances," he spoke. "Dumbledore," Voldemort stammered, visibly unsettled by the sudden appearance of these figures. As the two opposing bosses confronted each other, the individuals brought by Professor Dumbledore began to spring into action. Mr. Weasley rushed to rescue Harry, while Mr. Diggory stumbled towards Cedric's side. Before Mr. Diggory could make any move, Cedric quickly rose, seizing the nearby small leopard and dragging Mr. Diggory away, for the danger was too great. They needed to find a safe haven. Mr. Weasley also guided Harry to a safer location. Upon noticing that only two individuals and a serpent remained nearby, Moody cast a lingering glance at the small leopard nestled in Cedric's arms before retreating to a distance, as his current physical condition rendered him unfit for such a high-level battle. Meanwhile, the two bosses continued exchanging harsh words. However, Black could hardly contain himself. Furious at the audacious rat that had fled and was now aiding Voldemort, he yearned to slay him on the spot. Although Lupin shared the same indignation, he retained his composure, understanding that now was not the time for rash actions, and thus he restrained Black from charging forth. Voldemort attempted to disapparate, only to discover that this location was impervious to such magic. He glanced at Dumbledore before him, realizing that he might not escape unscathed, but he remained resolute, thinking that he still had an opportunity, unaware that his Horcruxes had been nearly obliterated. Chapter 117, The Final Battle 2. Suddenly, Voldemort unleashed a killing curse, striking Harry with astonishing swiftness before anyone could react. The onlookers watched in horror as Harry slowly collapsed, Mr. Weasley frantically supporting his faltering form. Professor Dumbledore immediately cast a water prison spell, signaling the commencement of the battle. With this, Lupin no longer impeded Black, and the two surged towards Wormtail, while Grindelwald, with a displeased expression, sought to confront the serpent. Each had been assigned crucial tasks before their arrival. Grindelwald was responsible for dealing with the Horcrux. The three battlefields erupted into chaos, fervently engaged. Nearby, Mr. Diggory quietly inquired Cedric about something, while Mr. Weasley, with a face full of concern, assisted Harry. And Moody observed the battlefield with crossed arms. The first to conclude was Grindelwald's skirmish, as a serpent devoid of any special abilities posed no threat to him. In an instant, as the serpent fell, a shadow emerged from its body, attempting to flee. Having encountered this entity before, Grindelwald swiftly incinerated it with a burst of flame. On the other side, Voldemort, engaged with Professor Dumbledore, roared in fury upon witnessing this scene, casting another killing curse. Grindelwald effortlessly deflected it, and began to watch the valiant display of his ally, Albus. The next battle to conclude was that of Black and his companions. Outnumbered 2-1, Wormtail stood no chance, especially after losing a hand. Even in his rat form, he struggled to adapt to Three Paws. Ultimately, he was struck by Black's killing curse, ending his life filled with deceit and betrayal. At last, only the battlefield between Professor Dumbledore and Voldemort remained. All eyes were riveted upon this confrontation. Harry, having been struck, had already regained consciousness. The magic of love enveloped him, rendering Voldemort's curse ineffective, for it claimed only the remnants of Voldemort's soul within Harry. In a reckless abandon, Voldemort pressed on, aware that he was alone against many. Failure could cost him dearly. As he conjured a silver shield to deflect Dumbledore's assault, he scanned the surroundings for a weak point to escape. Suddenly, he noticed Moody observing the fray. Gradually, he redirected the battle toward Moody's position. Dumbledore perceived his intentions and discreetly signaled Grindelwald, who unobtrusively positioned himself in Voldemort's path. Blocked, Voldemort disregarded any notions of weakness. He simply needed to break free. He carelessly chose a direction and prepared to move. Grindelwald, growing impatient, glanced at Dumbledore, received his approval, and joined the fray. With Grindelwald's involvement, Voldemort, already at a disadvantage, found it increasingly difficult to sustain his position. After approximately 10 minutes, he was struck by a killing curse from Grindelwald and disintegrated into ashes. Voldemort was officially declared dead. The wizarding community need not be privy to the details of this battle. It sufficed for them to know that the wizarding world was now safe, for Voldemort had perished. As he vanished, those who had accompanied Dumbledore approached, requiring the magical array to return. Harry was eager to ask a multitude of questions, but found himself at a loss for where to begin. Dumbledore, with a smile, reassured him, "Harry, do not fret. You shall uncover the truth in due time." Once everyone had gathered, Dumbledore activated the magical array, instantly transporting them back to Hogwarts, the charred gravestone alone bearing witness to the events that had transpired. Upon returning, Mr. Diggory intended to escort Cedric to the infirmary for examination, only to be met with Cedric's refusal. Mr. Weasley took Harry to the medical wing, followed closely by Black and Lupin. The remaining members of the Kingsley group exchanged farewells before departing. Left behind were Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Moody, the Diggorys, and the small leopard. The small leopard leapt from Cedric's embrace, transforming into human form and dispelling the invisibility charm. Dumbledore regarded the suddenly materialized Ayed and said, "It is all over now. You can rest easy." "I have always been quite at ease," Ayed replied. Harry's call may have been premature. Tom had yet to summon his followers. Ayed sighed, expressing disappointment at not being able to capture any Death Eaters this time. "Huh, the rest will come in due time," Dumbledore chuckled. "That's for you to take your time. I shall take my leave, for my objectives have been achieved," Ayed remarked, casting a glance at Cedric. "Are you truly going to make an old man toil so?" Dumbledore jested. "The remaining ones are a disjointed lot, whether or not they are gathered. They shall not pose a threat," Ayed stated. "Such is the nature of Death Eaters. They could accomplish something while Voldemort was alive, but now that he is dead, they dare not emerge. However, one matter requires your earnest attention. Next academic year, you will need to hire not just a defense against the dark arts professor, but also a potions master," Ayed added, referencing their prior agreement that upon Voldemort's demise, Professor Snape could pursue his true desires rather than remain confined to Hogwarts. "Must you bring this up on such a joyous occasion?" Dumbledore joked, clearly elated by Voldemort's death. "I merely wish to remind you. After all, Professor Snape's talents are truly wasted at Hogwarts," Ayed replied. "I shall first seek Horace and have him fill in for a few years," Dumbledore assured with seriousness. "As for the defense against the dark arts position, surely we can find someone reliable now that Tom is gone." "I shall do my utmost," Dumbledore replied evasively. "Since there was nothing else to do, we shall take our leave for now," Ayed remarked, glancing at the waving hand of Professor Dumbledore, who urged them to hasten their departure, before turning to leave. Chapter 118, perhaps in the future. As for Cedric, who cared for him? Let him seek out his Cho-Chang. It was evident that Leopard still recalled that during the Christmas ball, Badger had been Cho's partner, and during the second task, it was also Cho that Cedric had rescued. Ayed was still uncertain about how to confront Cedric, considering he was someone he cherished yet could not possess. In his small beast form, it was one matter, but in human form, he feared that his true emotions might betray him, leaving Cedric in a state of confusion. However, Ayed wished to depart, yet Cedric was unwilling to let him go so easily. Their unresolved issues required attention, and he had yet to confess his feelings. Thus, just as Ayed had taken a few steps, Cedric abruptly grasped his hand and dashed toward the Forbidden Forest. Ayed contemplated breaking free, but found himself reluctant to do so. "Let us see what Cedric has to say," he thought, allowing Cedric to lead him away. After a brief run, Cedric swiftly lifted Ayed and hurried to the lakeside of the Forbidden Forest. Upon arrival, Cedric gently set Ayed down. "What are you up to?" Ayed feigned annoyance. "Ayed, why have you been avoiding me lately?" Cedric inquired softly, genuinely concerned about the matter. "I haven't tea," Ayed replied calmly, explaining that he had merely been busy and had not intentionally ignored Cedric. "Did I do something wrong?" Cedric asked cautiously, convinced that Ayed was indeed evading him. "Not at all. I've just been quite occupied, and since you're with Cho, I didn't want to intrude on your time together," Ayed said in a nonchalant tone, though only he knew what truly lay in his heart. "Cho?" Cedric questioned, puzzled. Wasn't this about their issues? Why had she suddenly entered the conversation? What did she have to do with it? "I'm not with Cho," he clarified earnestly. Even though he found it perplexing that Ayed had brought her up, Ayed looked at Cedric, bewildered. "Aren't you the one who invited her to be your partner at the Christmas ball?" "Ah, you mean that. She asked me to be her partner because the champions were required to dance first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to dance," Cedric confessed honestly. "Then why did you rescue Cho during the second task? Was it not because you were together?" Ayed's confusion deepened. If they weren't together, then why had Cedric saved Cho? This led him to believe they were indeed a couple. Cedric appeared even more puzzled than Ayed, as he had always thought he was meant to save Ayed. In fact, he had searched for Ayed in the audience before the task began, but had found no sign of him. Ayed had not even attended to watch his performance that day. Seeing the bewildered expression on Cedric's face, Ayed realized he was oblivious to the truth. He pondered who might be orchestrating this misunderstanding. "Oh, it must be that crafty old fox, Dumbledore," he mused bitterly. Always entangled in his love games with Grindelwald, and now crafting misunderstandings between him and Cedric. It seemed he would have to devise a way to retaliate. Meanwhile, back in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had just returned and was preparing to rest when he suddenly sneezed twice. Grindelwald, seated nearby, observed him anxiously, fearing that tonight's confrontation would take a toll on him. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, recalling the last image of Diggory running off with Ayed toward the Forbidden Forest, and smiled softly. Those young ones, entangled for so long, should take this opportunity to confess their feelings. His decision to change the second task as participants was not in vain. After all, matters of the heart often require a nudge to blossom fully. Just as Ayed contemplated his schemes of revenge against the headmaster, Cedric suddenly grasped Ayed's hand and earnestly declared, "Ayed, I like you." Ayed froze at Cedric's words. What had Cedric just said? "Ayed, I like you." in a way that I wish to spend my life with you. I want us to support each other, hand in hand, through our days ahead. So Ayed, will you be my boyfriend? Cedric gazed intently at Ayed, his sincerity palpable. As Ayed looked into Cedric's violet eyes, a myriad of emotions, confusion, surprise, joy, flashed across his features, ultimately settling on elation. Of course, Ayed replied, his voice slightly choked. It turned out he was not the only one harboring feelings. They both shared a mutual affection. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, pondering if there was anything more delightful than discovering that the person you love reciprocates those feelings. Noticing the pink hue in Ayed's cheeks, Cedric leaned in slowly and tenderly kissed Ayed's lips, a gentle meeting of mouths that did not progress further. At that moment, the previously bustling forbidden forest fell into a serene silence, the moonlight casting reflections upon the lake, immortalizing their figures in an unbroken embrace. Chapter 119, The Final Battle, 1. As the figure approached slowly, Harry felt a sharp pain radiate from his forehead scar. Unable to withstand it any longer, he collapsed to his knees, cradling his head in his hands, as if his mind were on the verge of explosion. Beside him, the small beast glanced at Harry, who was clearly in distress, before diverting its attention. Its focus was now entirely on Cedric. The effects of the Felix Felicis potion still lingered, and he had a foreboding sense that if he let his guard down now, he would regret it for a lifetime. Even though Ayed could not fathom what he might have overlooked, he decided to trust his instincts, which had always proven accurate, especially with the potion's influence. Cedric, too, had no time to spare for Harry. His body was taut with tension, eyes fixed intently on the figure standing before the marble tombstone. Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from the direction of the tombstone. Eliminate the nuisances. Moments later, a chilling incantation echoed through the air. Avada Kedavra. As the words escaped the caster's lips, Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched in horror as the green light hurtled towards Ayed, who was leaping to intercept, and instinctively reached out to grasp him, but felt his consciousness begin to fade. Ayed's outstretched hand fell limply to his side, as Cedric's body crumpled heavily to the ground. Harry, having regained some composure, opened his eyes in terror to see Cedric sprawled on the ground nearby, limbs splayed and utterly still. He thought, is he dead? In his daze, Harry failed to notice that Cedric's chest was still faintly rising and falling, nor could he see Ayed, just a short distance away, still cloaked in invisibility but devoid of breath. As the chilling incantation of the killing curse echoed in the air, Ayed instinctively transformed into human form, leaping towards Cedric, intent on shielding him from the malevolent spell. In that fleeting moment of his dive, Ayed activated all the protective runes inscribed upon his body. Yet it proved futile against the deadly curse. It dawned upon Ayed that the singular method to save Cedric lay in a harrowing exchange, life for life. The cosmic balance never engages in transactions of loss. The prior weakening of Ayed's body and the apparent lack of control over his mind were mere stratagems to lower his guard. Had Ayed merely drawn protective sigils upon Cedric, the latter would have faced certain demise today. Although such wards could typically thwart the killing curse, they were utterly inadequate against this particular spell. In the instant Ayed cast the sleep charm upon Cedric, his gaze bore a profound sorrow. He had yet to confess his feelings for Cedric. As the curse struck, a cascade of memories flooded Ayed's mind, culminating in a poignant image of Cedric's frail, yet resolute silhouette in the lavatory. How fortunate it was to have known you. A bittersweet smile graced Ayed's lips, and the light in his violet eyes extinguished in an instant. Meanwhile, the narrative continued to unfold. Harry, shaken to his core, was roughly yanked to his feet by Perlum. The latter dragged him to a marble gravestone, binding him tightly with ropes, even gagging him to silence. Harry was left to gaze ahead, where, a mere 20 feet away, lay Cedric's lifeless form. Suddenly, Harry heard a sound at his feet. Looking down, he beheld a massive serpent slithering across the grass, circling the gravestone to which he was bound. Soon after, Perlum's labored breathing filled the air. In short order, Harry witnessed Perlum struggling to push a stone cauldron toward him. He placed the cauldron beside the gravestone and ignited a fire to boil water. Under Harry's watchful eyes, Perlum unwrapped a package containing a creature so horrifying that merely glimpsing it sent shivers down Harry's spine, and he dropped it into the boiling liquid. In his heart, Harry fervently prayed for the creature's swift demise. As Harry's silent supplications persisted, Perlum commenced the next phase of his dark ritual. He raised his wand, eyes shut tight, intoning, "Father's bone, unwittingly donated, can bring your son to life." The grave beneath Harry split open, releasing a wisp of dust that cascaded into the cauldron. Next, Perlum's voice trembled with fear as he brandished a dagger, declaring, "The servant's flesh, willingly given, can resurrect your master." With that, he severed his own hand, allowing the severed limb to plunge into the cauldron, his anguished screams piercing the night. Enduring his torment, Perlum approached Harry, saying, "The enemy's blood, forcibly offered, can bring your adversary back." He plunged the dagger into the crook of Harry's arm, blood cascading down his robe and pooling into a glass vial. He poured the blood into the cauldron and collapsed to the ground, sobbing in agony. Harry, terror-stricken, watched as the cauldron bubbled ominously. Suddenly, the flames extinguished, and a plume of white steam rose from the cauldron, revealing the silhouette of a skeletal man. In that harrowing moment, Harry's fear reached its zenith, and he recalled Dumbledore's words before he entered this perilous tournament. Unconsciously, Harry began to mutter. With a disdainful glance at Harry, Voldemort turned to Perlum and commanded, "Drape me in my robes." As Perlum clothed Voldemort, several magical sigils erupted from Harry's form. The sigils expanded instantly, and from them emerged a throng of familiar figures, led by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, followed closely by Sirius, Lupin, Kingsley, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and others. Even Moody, recently rescued, had arrived. Dumbledore surveyed the scene before him and swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Tom," he began, "I never anticipated our reunion would occur under these circumstances." Voldemort, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these figures, questioned their presence. As the two formidable entities faced off, Dumbledore's allies sprang into action. Mr. Weasley rushed to liberate Harry from the gravestone, while Mr. Diggory stumbled toward Cedric, gently placing his fingers beneath Cedric's nose. Feeling the faintest breath, he closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory then carried Harry and Cedric to safety. Meanwhile, Moody, observing the vicinity, approached a spot near where Cedric lay, cradling an object as he moved aside. The two adversaries continued their verbal sparring, while Sirius grew increasingly restless. Cursing the rat that had betrayed them and aided Voldemort, he longed to slay him on the spot. Though Lupin shared the same fury, he retained his composure, recognizing that now was not the time for recklessness, and he restrained Sirius. Voldemort attempted to disapparate, but soon realized that this place was impervious to such magic. Casting a glance at Dumbledore, he understood that his fate was grim, yet he clung to the hope that he still had a chance. Oblivious to the destruction of his Horcruxes. Chapter 120, The Final Battle, Part 2. Voldemort resolved to strike first, unleashing a killing curse that struck Harry, who was merely a bystander. The swiftness of his actions caught everyone off guard, and Harry fell to the ground, eyes closed, as Mr. Weasley rushed to support his collapsing form. Without hesitation, Dumbledore cast a water prison charm, signaling the commencement of the battle. With that, Lupin ceased to hold back Sirius, and they charged toward Perlum in unison. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, visibly displeased, sought to confront the serpent. The directive to handle the Horcrux had come directly from Dumbledore, and each member had their roles established prior to their arrival. The three battlefields soon erupted into chaos. On one side, Mr. Diggory cautiously tended to the unconscious Cedric, while Mr. Weasley supported Harry, his expression fraught with concern. Moody, stationed at the periphery, held an object while observing the tumultuous clashes. Results emerged swiftly from the fray. The first to conclude was Grindelwald's confrontation, as a serpent devoid of any extraordinary abilities posed little threat to him. In an instant, as Grindelwald vanquished the creature, a shadowy essence erupted from its carcass, attempting to flee. Having encountered this entity previously, Grindelwald recognized it as his primary objective and incinerated it with a fierce flame. Not far from him, Voldemort, engaged in battle with Professor Dumbledore, beheld the scene with furious screams, casting a killing curse with abandon. Naturally, Grindelwald effortlessly deflected the spell, then began to spectate with keen interest as his ally Albus fought valiantly. The second to conclude their skirmish was none other than Black and his companions. Given the 2-to-1 advantage, Perlum had no chance of victory, especially after recently losing a hand. Even if he wished to transform into a rat and escape, he would need to adjust to moving with 3 paws. Thus, he quickly succumbed, struck down by Black's killing curse, bringing an end to his life. Rife with deception and betrayal. At the final battleground, only Professor Dumbledore and Voldemort remained. All present were focused on this confrontation, for its outcome would dictate the success or failure of the day's endeavors. On the other side, Harry, having been struck by the killing curse, had already regained consciousness. Imbued with the magic of love, he was impervious to Voldemort's harm. The curse had claimed the remnants of Voldemort's soul residing within him. In that moment, Voldemort, reckless and desperate, realized he was alone against many. If he did not fight with every ounce of his being, it could very well mean his end. As Voldemort conjured a silver shield to parry Dumbledore's onslaught, he scanned the surroundings for an opportunity to flee. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Moody, who was observing the battlefield. Deciding on his escape route, Voldemort began to steer the conflict in Moody's direction. Dumbledore swiftly discerned his intent and signaled Grindelwald, who, having received the unspoken cue, seamlessly positioned himself in Voldemort's path. Voldemort, now blocked, could not afford to consider the nuances of strength. He had to break free urgently. Choosing a direction at random, he prepared to move. However, Grindelwald, growing impatient, glanced at Dumbledore, silently requesting permission to join the fray. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore granted his consent. With Grindelwald's entrance, Voldemort, already at a disadvantage, found himself increasingly overwhelmed. After a brief yet intense struggle, he was struck by Grindelwald's killing curse, disintegrating into ashes. Thus, Voldemort was officially declared dead. The wizards of Britain need not know of the battle that transpired in the years following what they believed to be Voldemort's demise. It suffices for them to understand that the wizarding world is now safe, for Voldemort has long perished. With his disappearance, those who had accompanied Dumbledore approached. As they required a magical circle to transport them back, Harry was brimming with questions, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Dumbledore smiled gently and said, "Harry, do not fret. The truth will come to light in due time." Once all were gathered, Dumbledore activated the magical circle, and in an instant, they were transported back to Hogwarts, leaving only the charred remnants of the recent confrontation etched upon the gravestone. Upon their return, Mr. Diggory hastened to the infirmary with Cedric for an examination. Mr. Weasley, witnessing this, guided Harry along as well, while Black and Lupin naturally followed Harry. The remaining members of the Kingsley group exchanged brief farewells before departing. At that moment, only Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Moody remained. Dumbledore led the two back to his office. A grave expression etched upon his face as he turned to Moody and inquired, "Did you not locate Ayed?" Moody gestured towards the floor, stating, "I found him." Dumbledore and Grindelwald gazed at the empty space on the ground, their brows furrowing. "An invisibility cloak?" Dumbledore asked. "No. It appears to be a magical circle that is still operational," Moody replied calmly. "Has he fainted?" Grindelwald queried. Curiosity piqued as he had never witnessed Ayed in such a state. "He has died," Moody uttered with difficulty, though accustomed to the cycles of life and death. The loss of such a talented young alchemist weighed heavily upon him, filling him with bitterness. "Dead? How could that be? The threads of fate had clearly been altered." Grindelwald exclaimed, for as one attuned to prophecy, he could sense the shifting lines of destiny. Ayed had paid a price. How could he possibly be dead? Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, pondered before responding slowly. "Perhaps this is indeed the ultimate price that must be paid." With a voice tinged with dryness, he asked, "What was his expression like? Was it one of surprise, fear, or unwillingness?" He was smiling, Moody replied with a steady voice. Smiling, Dumbledore whispered, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald seemed to envision the 11-year-old boy, his face adorned with a smile, resolutely declaring, "If it is for Cedric, even if the cost is my life, I will not hesitate." In that moment, he had done just that. The fate of all present had been rewritten. Yet the price was the eternal departure of that 16-year-old youth. Grindelwald licked his parched lips, his voice taut as he remarked, "That lad, Diggory, will not accept this easily. After all, he has cherished Ayed for quite some time. If he were to learn that Ayed perished in his stead, he would surely lose his mind." Reflecting on this, he thought, if it were Al, he would undoubtedly follow him without hesitation. Dumbledore fell into silence, having also perceived the bond shared between the two young men, pure and beautiful, with each carefully tending to the other. Though one was somewhat oblivious, he could envision how enviable they would be once the oblivious one came to understand his feelings. For this reason, he had deliberately replaced Ayed in the second match, hoping to expedite his realization. Yet now, it was too late for any words of consolation. A heavy silence enveloped the office. Chapter 121. Aftermath. What shall we do now? Moody suddenly broke the stillness, his voice cutting through the somber air. Among the three in the headmaster's office, only he and Ayed were not well acquainted, although he too felt a pang of regret over Ayed's fate. Many matters still required attention, and they could not remain lost in sorrow. Dumbledore found himself uncertain. After all, Ayed had no family left, and they had no clear course of action. Just as Dumbledore wavered, a white fox darted into the headmaster's office. Moody immediately tensed, but Dumbledore gestured for him to relax, for he recognized this white fox, a pet of Ayed's, known as Yuyo. Upon entering, Yuyo swiftly bounded to Ayed's side, gazing down at the lifeless form of its master, its black pearl-like eyes brimming with tears. "Ayed, Ayed," Yuyo called mournfully, yet the gentle voice that would typically respond was now silent. Crystal tears began to fall, soaking the floor of the headmaster's office. After a brief moment, Yuyo gradually stood, tears still streaming down its face, and slowly made its way to Dumbledore's side. Yuyo delicately retrieved a letter from her storage necklace and gently placed it in the hands of Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster gazed at the letter in silence for a moment before unfolding it. Should you find this letter, it signifies that our plan has reached a successful conclusion. Regrettably, my foreboding has proven accurate. I did not endure until the end. Yet, there is no need for sorrow. Fate is just. To alter the destinies of so many with but one life is indeed fortunate, and I merely wished for a tad more fortune. I have a request to entrust to you. I will send Yuyo to erase Cedric's memories. In my absence, I hope you can assist me in ensuring that Cedric does not recall anything. I am aware this may seem selfish, but I wish for Cedric to live joyfully. He is a person of profound sentiment, and I fear he may struggle with my absence. Although there are ample individuals around him who can offer comfort, I still hope his world remains bright and sunny. I do harbor some regrets. In the end, I could not confess my feelings to Cedric. However, upon reflection, perhaps this outcome is not so dire. Revealing my sentiments would only burden him further. I apologize for these mundane reflections. It seems there is little left to convey. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Professor. I trust that with you present, all shall return to tranquility. As for my remains, please cremate them and scatter my ashes into the sea. Iety does not need to leave a trace in this world. Dumbledore, after perusing the letter, fell into a thoughtful silence before finally responding, understood. However, I shall ensure that Iety's ashes are entrusted to you. He is still cherished by someone. Yuyo nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze on Dumbledore. Have you erased Diggory's memories? Yuyo shook her head, needing to confirm that Iety was truly gone before executing the command. Then allow me to lead you there, Moody. I entrust the cremation to you, for now. You are the only one who can see Iety, Dumbledore stated. Very well, Moody replied. Dumbledore accompanied Yuyo to the infirmary. Inside the infirmary, Yuyo spotted Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, and the tears that had momentarily lingered in her eyes cascaded down once more. She approached Mrs. Diggory, lowering her head in sorrow, her cries resonating with palpable grief. What has happened to Yuyo? Why is she crying so? Mrs. Diggory looked on, heartbroken, as Yuyo's fur became matted with tears. Dumbledore cast a spell to place Cedric into a deeper unconscious state before speaking. I bear unfortunate news. As the Diggorys turned their attention to him, he continued. Iety has bravely perished in the recent battle against Voldemort. Mrs. Diggory stared at Dumbledore in disbelief, repeating, Iety has sacrificed himself? Indeed. Though it pains me to admit, it is the truth. Impossible. I did not see Iety just now. Mr. Diggory exclaimed, agitated. Iety utilized an invisibility charm, save for Moody. No one could perceive him, Dumbledore clarified. Mr. Diggory recalled Moody's earlier peculiar actions, murmuring, so, was it Iety that Moody was holding? Yes. It was Iety's body that Moody retrieved. This cannot be. It is unfathomable. That child is so clever, so skilled in alchemy. He had layered protections upon himself. How could he come to harm? Even on their person, Iety had set numerous safeguards. How could he neglect to protect himself? This is indeed the reality, or else this white fox would not weep so profoundly, Dumbledore stated as calmly as possible. Yuyo, did you see Iety? Mrs. Diggory asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yuyo nodded, but her cries only grew louder. The Diggorys comprehended the undeniable truth. The child they regarded as their own had truly perished. Mrs. Diggory glanced at Cedric, lying on the bed, her face etched with sorrow. What will become of Cedric now that Iety is gone? Observing Mrs. Diggory's gaze, Dumbledore replied, Iety has made arrangements. The white fox will erase Cedric's memories of Iety. And provided no one mentions it, he should remain oblivious. Yuyo? Mrs. Diggory asked in disbelief. Yuyo nodded and leapt onto the bed, her right paw pressing against Cedric's forehead. Instantly, a magical sigil emanated from her paw and gradually integrated into Cedric's brow. Upon completing this task, Yuyo hopped off the bed and returned to Dumbledore's side. She remembered that he had promised to give her Iety's ashes and wished to keep them safely. As this academic year is drawing to a close, I will ensure Cedric remains in the infirmary until the holidays. After that, he should not return to Hogwarts. As for matters on your end, you will need to manage them yourselves. It is for Cedric's own good, Dumbledore informed them. What is this? How could Iety be so cruel as to make Cedric forget him? Mrs. Diggory asked, tears streaming down her cheeks. Cedric is your child. You should understand what would become of him if he does not forget. Dumbledore spoke gravely. I understand, but this is unfair to both children. There is no fairness or unfairness. It is merely the whims of fate, Dumbledore lamented. Two children bound by affection were ultimately unable to unite, separated by death. With no chance of reunion, this child was prepared to confess his feelings. He has labored for so many years, Mrs. Diggory murmured through her tears. Collect yourselves. I must take my leave to attend to other pressing matters, Dumbledore instructed before departing. Chapter 122. An incomplete life. Cedric awoke the following morning, his eyes fluttering open to find Mr. and Mrs. Diggory by his bedside. You're awake, Mrs. Diggory exclaimed with a smile. You are the champion of this Triwizard tournament, Cedric. You did wonderfully. Indeed, I am proud of my son, Mr. Diggory added. Seeing the Diggorys, Cedric smiled in return and then inquired, what happened to me? I seem to recall being struck by something. The Diggorys exchanged glances, and Mr. Diggory replied, you were indeed struck, but fortunately. The headmaster and others arrived in time to save you and Harry. Oh right, Harry and I claimed the trophy together. Does that mean we are both champions? Cedric asked. Yes, you are co-champions, Mrs. Diggory confirmed. Can I be discharged now? Cedric inquired. My dear, you cannot leave just yet. You need to be observed a bit longer, Mrs. Diggory responded. Very well, Cedric acquiesced. A few days later, as the school closed for the holidays, Cedric was finally able to return home. Upon arriving, he tidied himself up and instinctively headed toward the neighboring yard, only to halt just before entering. It struck him as peculiar. Why was he drawn to the next yard? Cedric, unexpectedly burdened by unarticulated concerns, returned to his home, contemplating his future now that he had graduated. It seemed he once aspired to become an Auror, a protector of some sort. But what was it he aimed to safeguard? He gazed at his hands, filled with questions, unable to recall what exactly required his guardianship. Was it something trivial? If it were inconsequential, why would he feel compelled to protect it? Another question arose, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness. After rummaging through his memories with a furrowed brow, he found himself at a loss. He simply could not remember. Cedric, his mother's voice echoed. I'm here. What's the matter? Cedric replied, hastening to the staircase. Now that you've graduated, do you have any plans? Mrs. Diggory inquired. I wish to travel for a while. Cedric stated. That sounds lovely. Just be careful. Your father and I have been quite busy lately and may not be able to keep an eye on you, Mrs. Diggory advised. Of course, mother, Cedric responded. Watching his mother depart, Cedric began to pack his belongings, preparing for his journey. He wandered aimlessly, lacking a specific destination, yearning to witness diverse landscapes and embrace varied experiences. Eventually, he found himself in Wales, a land rumored to be home to dragons. Cedric resolved to seek out a dragon. On his first day in the woods, he deftly evaded the playful attacks of small creatures, navigating through the forest with ease. As he walked, doubts began to creep in. Why was he so adept at avoiding these encounters? It was his first time in such a woodland. Could it be that he possessed a remarkable talent? Amused by his own thoughts, Cedric dismissed the notion. He knew his abilities all too well. Such proficiency was simply implausible. So, why did he feel so at home here? A sense of familiarity enveloped him, yet his memory insisted this was his initial visit. Where was this sense of recognition coming from? Cedric swiftly lost interest in his dragon quest, realizing that something was amiss with his memories. Subconscious habits and that peculiar familiarity hinted at a significant loss, an absence in his recollections. Yet, he was merely an ordinary wizard. Who would have any inclination to tamper with the memories of a freshly graduated wizard? He had no enemies, so what could it mean? Suppressing this strange sensation once more, Cedric reasoned that no one would target him. Perhaps it was merely a lingering after-effect of a prior incident? With his enthusiasm for dragon hunting waning, he meandered through the streets of Wales. As he stumbled upon a martial arts dojo, that uncanny sensation resurfaced. He scrutinized the dojo, furrowing his brow, ultimately choosing not to enter, feeling an inexplicable aversion to places that evoked such familiarity. Departing Wales, Cedric's interest in traveling dissipated. Perhaps it is best to return home. He pondered, opting to head back without bidding farewell. Just before reaching his front door, he paused, sensing the voices of his parents nearby. Cedric turned toward the source. Which came from next door? What could they be doing there? Unable to quell his curiosity, he employed the disillusionment charm and approached. Amos, do you truly believe this is the right course of action? His mother's voice trembled. There is nothing wrong with it. This is what he wishes to see. Is it not? His father's calm tone responded. But for the children, this is far too cruel, his mother lamented, an unmistakable sorrow lacing her words. I don't know, but this should yield the best outcome for Cedric. His father's voice bore an unmistakable weariness. Let Cedric do as he pleases, when he returns. We cannot come back here, lest we arouse his suspicions, his father concluded. Raise my suspicions? I am indeed suspicious. Surely, the next door isn't our home. Why are my parents there? Who is this he they mention? What does he wish to see? Why is it so cruel? What could possibly be the best for him? The torrent of questions overwhelmed Cedric. Suddenly, he recalled those thoughts he had been suppressing. Did they relate to this? It seemed he had lost a crucial part of himself. Cedric pondered, lost in thought, oblivious to the stirrings within the room. Mr. Diggory cast a wary glance towards Cedric's position, sensing an unseen gaze upon them. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Where was the source of his unease? Could it be the disillusionment charm? As these thoughts swirled, Mr. Diggory cautiously raised his wand, moving toward where he had felt the lingering stare. The faint sound of footsteps snapped Cedric from his reverie. He observed Mr. Diggory approaching. His expression one of vigilance, and dispelled the charm. "Cedric, what brings you back?" Mr. Diggory inquired. "Found it rather dull, so I returned," Cedric replied. "What did you hear?" Mr. Diggory asked hesitantly. "Who is he?" Cedric pressed. Upon hearing this question, Mr. Diggory exhaled in relief. Cedric had likely missed the crucial details. "He is someone who ought not to be remembered," Mr. Diggory stated. Chapter 123. Who is he? Lying in bed that night, Cedric contemplated Mr. Diggory's words, sensing the melancholy woven within them. The sight of his parents entering the neighboring room suggested a familiarity with its occupant. But what did his father mean by someone who should not be remembered? This notion nagged at Cedric, who found himself perplexed. He was not particularly adept at deciphering such matters, yet it seemed someone had always been there to elucidate these complexities for him. Who could that be? Was it him? Who was he? Cedric felt ensnared in a quagmire, struggling to extricate himself as all around him seemed intent on pulling him deeper into obscurity. Why? Since awakening, an emptiness had lingered within him. Was it due to forgetting something profoundly significant? Yet, if it were truly vital, how could it be forgotten? Conversely, if it were trivial, what accounted for this disorienting sense of dislocation? What on earth had he forgotten? Cedric found himself in a state of confusion. He could not allow this to continue. He resolved to uncover the truth, to discover what he had indeed forgotten. With newfound determination, he chose a moment when his parents were absent to quietly venture into the neighboring house. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over him, as though he had stood there countless times before, observing the room as contents. Cedric stepped inside slowly, surveying everything that felt so known. The living room, the kitchen, the dining area, all mirrored his recollections, even down to the arrangement of spices in the kitchen. Yet, according to his memories, he had never set foot in this place. Cedric found himself seated on the sofa in the living room, instinctively gravitating towards the left side, as if a certain someone had once cherished the right. Who was he? Cedric cradled his head in anguish, tormented by the inability to recall the identity of this person. At that moment, he finally acknowledged the troubling truth. His memories were fragmented, missing a critical piece of his past. He felt compelled to unearth these lost recollections, an intuitive whisper indicating their paramount significance, more vital than his very existence. After regaining his composure, Cedric departed, resolved to return to Wales. He once again stood before the familiar dojo, this time without hesitation. He boldly pushed the door open. A coach-like figure approached him, and upon recognizing Cedric, greeted him with warmth. "Ah, Diggory, what a surprise to see you. It's been years. You've certainly grown sturdier. Where's that little fellow, Devons? Didn't he accompany you?" As Cedric gazed at the coach, a flicker of recollection sparked within him. He had once visited this place alongside another, learning the ways of Muggle combat. Devons? Was he the companion who accompanied him? The name sounded vaguely familiar. "I'm just here for a vacation and thought I'd stop by," Cedric replied. "Huh. You're welcome to visit any time. If Devons could join us, that would be splendid. He is the most gifted child I've ever seen. It's a pity you both were only here for leisure. Otherwise, I would have surely recruited him as my apprentice." The coach continued to extend his hospitality to Cedric. Before long, Cedric took his leave, realizing that this place could no longer jog his memory. Subsequently, he ventured to the familiar hills, adeptly avoiding the small creatures, yet this time, he quieted his mind to reflect on the time he had spent with the boy named Devons. As he passed a clearing, he paused, staring blankly at the extinguished campfire. A vision of a youth materializing in his mind, gently tending to his wounds. This was the very site where they had once camped. Cedric traversed one familiar spot after another, ultimately arriving at the Weasley residence. He recalled that the Weasley twins were his friends, and they shared a close bond. While George was feeding the chickens, he spotted Cedric and nudged Fred, signaling him to look over. The twins approached, ushering Cedric to a secluded area. "What brings you here?" Fred inquired. "Our relationship isn't exactly cordial," George remarked. "I merely wish to inquire about Devons," Cedric began, but Fred interrupted him angrily. "Devons? You dare call him that? You ungrateful wretch, I yet saved you." George echoed Fred's sentiments with indignation. Cedric repeated the name, and suddenly, a cascade of memories flooded his mind, a series of vivid images. He saw a child with tousled silver hair, tranquil peach blossom eyes, a prominent nose, and healthy lips, his cheeks adorably round, resembling a delicate doll. Then, he envisioned a youth with shoulder-length silver hair cascading gracefully, those same violet eyes sparkling with warmth, exuding the charm of a gentle nobleman. Cedric raised a hand to shield his head as the images flashed before him, ultimately crystallizing on the boy who leapt toward him, followed by a blinding green light approaching from behind. Ayed, how could he forget? How could he dare to forget? That was the love of his life, the beloved he had yet to embrace. How could this happen? He had been prepared to confess his feelings. A sharp pain pierced Cedric's heart. His throat emitted a hoarse cry, yet not a single tear fell from his eyes. He comprehended the implications of those images and the concealment of the truth. The boy he longed to proclaim his love to would never again appear in his life. Fred and George were taken aback by his reaction, realizing they might have inadvertently caused a calamity, and they hurried off to find Mrs. Weasley. Upon hearing their account, Mrs. Weasley abandoned her chores to follow them back to the previous location. Upon arrival, they discovered Cedric had vanished. Mrs. Weasley, not daring to delay, operated directly to the Diggory household, relaying the situation to Mrs. Diggory. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Diggory responded, "Let him be, now that he knows. He should be able to make the right decision." Everything Ayed had done was to ensure Cedric's survival, no matter how much Cedric suffered. He would not allow Ayed's efforts to be in vain. Chapter 124. The Truth and the Will to Live. Cedric departed from the dilapidated abode, making his way to Hogwarts. All these events had been orchestrated by Ayed and the headmaster. If anyone possessed the complete truth, it could only be the headmaster. Operating to the gates of Hogwarts, Cedric stealthily entered. After reciting nearly every dessert name, he finally gained entry to the headmaster's office. The headmaster was busy behind his desk, although Voldemort had been vanquished. Remnants of stubborn Death Eaters still required attention. Upon hearing someone enter, he looked up in surprise and met the expressionless face of a now white-haired Cedric. "What brings you here, and how have you changed so drastically?" Professor Dumbledore inquired. "Headmaster, please tell me the truth. Why did I yet have to die?" Cedric's voice trembled as he uttered the last word. "So, you've learned of it," Dumbledore sighed. "I suspected that after spending so much time together, even with your memories erased, many inconsistencies would arise, and you would eventually discover the truth, though I didn't expect it to be so soon." Indeed, it had only been a little over a month, and he had already uncovered the truth. "Please, take a seat. This is a long story." As time flowed slowly under Dumbledore's narration, Cedric remained silent for an extended period after hearing the headmaster's words, before finally speaking in a hoarse whisper. "So, all of this was for me, wasn't he it?" Although Cedric's voice was faint, Dumbledore heard him clearly. "As much as I wish to spare you this revelation, Ayed willingly engaged in this endeavor, expending immense effort to ensure that you could live." Dumbledore hesitated on the last few words, noticing that Cedric's current state did not suggest he was capable of truly living. "I understand, but with all the protections surrounding Ayed, how could a killing curse possibly penetrate?" Cedric questioned, still in disbelief that such a spell could have claimed his Ayed. "Child, fate is not so easily altered. For every gain, there is a price to pay. Now, so many live on, yet that young boy alone perished. Truth be told, he was the fortunate one." Grindelwald, descending the stairs, overheard Cedric's inquiry and interjected. "I once attempted to alter fate. The outcome was decades of separation from Albus. Had it not been for that young boy, we would have remained apart until death." Grindelwald spoke matter-of-factly about the contents of his former prophecy. Upon hearing this, Cedric's gaze became vacant. He longed to express that had Aya still been alive, he would prefer to remain unchanged by fate. Yet he understood that Aya would not allow him to perish. Just as that day, Aya had dashed toward him without hesitation. "Little one, do not wear such an expression. Aya did so much precisely to ensure you live well. You wouldn't want to disappoint his hopes, would you?" Grindelwald remarked. Cedric remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "I will not. Go into the Forbidden Forest and seek out that white fox. I entrusted Aya's ashes to it," Professor Dumbledore stated. Upon hearing this, Cedric departed the headmaster's office. The Forbidden Forest was a place he often visited with Aya. The creatures within recognized him and posed little threat. Cedric soon found Yuyo. Upon seeing Cedric, Yuyo scampered over and nuzzled against his legs. Cedric knelt down, meeting Yuyo's eyes with sincerity, and said, "Yuyo, may I have Aya's ashes?" Upon hearing this, Yuyo took a few steps back, regarding Cedric warily. "Yuyo, I wish to be with Aya. Can you give him to me?" Yuyo suddenly emitted a soft whimper, but relaxed its body, understanding that this person before it was Aya's dearest companion, who longed to be united with him. Ultimately, Yuyo whimpered as it placed a small box upon the ground, and then scampered away. Cedric hurriedly picked up the box containing Aya's ashes and pressed it to his heart. He finally felt a slight alleviation in the numbness that had enveloped his heart. He then solemnly kissed the box and carefully placed it back against his chest. "Aya, we shall be together forever from now on." Since that day, Cedric Diggory was never seen again in the wizarding world. No one knew of his whereabouts, nor had anyone heard any news of him. The Diggorys welcomed another son, seemingly having forgotten the child who once filled them with pride. 10 years later, atop the summit of Mount Everest, a group clad in tightly fitted climbing gear and equipped with oxygen masks reached the peak. The team leader proclaimed to his members, "We have conquered the world's highest peak." The team erupted in exuberance. They had achieved the remarkable feat of summiting Everest. Among them, One member appeared particularly somber, standing in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd. One of the team approached, attempting to place a hand on this person's shoulder, only to be evaded. Cedric, we know each other well enough. There is no need for such distance. I previously mentioned that I would confess my feelings here upon reaching Everest. So will you accept me? The individual spoke earnestly. I'm sorry, I have a partner, Cedric replied. You're lying. We've been together for nearly 8 years. And I've never seen this partner you speak of. Even if you're rejecting me, you shouldn't use such an obvious excuse, Jess retorted. I assure you, I truly have a partner, and he is the finest person in this world, thus I cannot accept anyone else. You should seek someone else, Cedric stated. Their exchange soon caught the attention of the other team members. Jess, did your confession fail? I knew you wouldn't succeed. Cedric had never shown kindness to others. He claimed to have a partner. Although the truth was uncertain, once spoken, it was likely he would not entertain anyone else. Haha, it's just Jess. Always wanting to try. Didn't you see everyone else gave up long ago? The other team members chimed in. After today, I will withdraw from the team. My reason for joining has been fulfilled. Thank you all for your care over the past few years, Cedric declared. It's all right. You've helped us immensely. The team leader replied. What was your reason? A curious team member inquired. I wish to traverse the corners of the world with my beloved. Cedric raised a hand to cover his heart, speaking softly. As Cedric spoke, although the others could not see his expression, the tenderness and affection in his voice resonated clearly. At that moment, the others understood that Cedric's partner was indeed real, as to why they had never met. They were all adults and knew it best not to pry. After descending the mountain, Cedric departed from the team. Subsequently, whispers of his presence began to circulate in various perilous locales around the globe. Decades later, these rumors ceased to emerge, until no one in the world recalled Cedric Diggory and the youngest master of alchemy in the wizarding world, Devons.